Confucius. You definitely know that name. The Chinese refer to him as Kongzi. He was born in 551 BC in what is now Shandong Province, the People's Republic of China. A revered philosopher whose teachings profoundly shaped East Asian culture and thought. His philosophy, known of course as Confucianism, emphasizes ethics, interpersonal relationships, fairness, sincerity, and advocating for unwavering loyalty to the family, ancestral reverence, and respect for elders as the foundation of a harmonious society and effective government. Although Confucius held minor roles within the government, he's best known for his work as an educator, with his teachings compiled by his disciples in the Analects. While despite periods of neglect, Confucianism became China's official philosophy, deeply influencing governance and education. The ideas of Confucius have left a lasting legacy on Chinese, Korean, Japanese, and even the society of Vietnam, shaping their ethical frameworks and educational systems. And his influence continues to resonate in contemporary discussions on ethics and government policy. Hello and welcome to the channel. Going all the way back to ancient China today. And that's a long way back. Of course, if you ask any Chinese person, they will quite eagerly tell you about their 5,000-year-long history. And yes, they are correct. It is indeed 5,000 years of written records, depending on what you class as writing. Now, as always, if you want to support the channel, you're doing it already. And how about if you leave a comment, and the most interesting one I will pin so everybody can enjoy it. So write something interesting, and I may just pin your comment. Who knows? But for now, let's get on with the biography for today. Now it's going to be part biography, part explanation of the specifics of Confucianism. I spent quite a lot of time in China, so I understand them well enough, but we will continue. Well, of course we have to start in 551 BC, where we find ourselves in the region, ancient name of Zhou, which is now part of modern-day Shandong Province in the People's Republic, and that was where Confucius was born. The region was theoretically under the jurisdiction of the Zhou dynasty, but however in practice it was pretty much governed independently by the regional lords of Lu, who held power from the neighboring city of Chifu. Now his father, Kong He, also known as Shuliang He, held the position of an aged commandant in the Lu garrison. His lineage can be traced back to the Shang dynasty, which is of course much earlier. Now, that also preceded the Zhou dynasty, of course, through the Dukes of Song in his lineage. Now, according to conventional narratives, it is said that Kong He's grandpa relocated the family from the state of Song to the state of Lu. Now, some contemporary researchers do not actually acknowledge Confucius's lineage from the Song aristocracy, so there's a little bit of argument for that, but we're not going to harp on about it, because it's not very fun. Well, Confucius's father passed away when he was only 3 years old. And this is bad news because it led him to be reared in poverty by his mother, whose name was Yan Zhengzai. His mother subsequently passed away before reaching the age of 40. and at the age of 19 years old, he entered into marriage with one Lady Qi Guan, and within 1 year, they welcomed their first child. Congratulations! A son named Kong Li. Now do remember that the surname comes first in Chinese names, so Kong is the surname and Li is the given name. Usually Chinese surnames are just the one character. Given names are more often than not 2 characters. But in this case it's just the one. Now, Qi Guan, his wife, and Confucius subsequently also had 2 daughters, but it is believed that one of them passed away during childbirth, while the other one was named Kong Jiao. Now, on to Confucius's education. He had his education at schools that were open to the general public, where he studied and acquired knowledge in the 6 normal arts. Now, Confucius was born into the Shi class, which, well, Shi is it's not quite nobility, it's kind of the gentry. Of course, it occupies this position between the nobility and the common people. So think of the middle upper class. Well, according to reports, he had already had multiple government positions in his early 20s, and he also worked as a bookkeeper and a caretaker of sheep and horses. Do remember, when we use the term bookkeeper, that the Chinese had paper a long time before anybody else. In fact, they had a lot of things a long time before anybody else. Perhaps a video on Chinese inventions soon. Well, Confucius used the money he earned from these occupations of bookkeeper and caretaker of animals to provide his mother with a dignified burial, which shows, of course, that he was indeed quite appreciative of her stepping up to bring him up when his father passed away. According to the old histories, Confucius, at the age of 23 years old, went into a period of mourning for his mother. Now, during the time of Confucius in general, the state of Lu was governed by a hereditary ducal dynasty. Now, beneath the duke, there were 3 noble families of quite considerable social status, whose leaders carried the title of Viscount and occupied inherited positions within the Lu bureaucracy. Oh, and by the way, we use terms like Duke and Viscount as the best translations that we have from the Chinese terms for them. They're pretty much the same. Sometimes there's a little bit of nuance carried, but we can pretty much take these as generally good translations for the terms. Now, the Ji family occupied the role of, I quote, minister over the masses, which is also known as the prime minister, which is effectively serving the same function. The Meng family held the position of minister of works, while the Shu family held the position of minister of war. In 505 BC, during the winter season, a loyal follower of the Ji family, Yang Hu, organized a rebellion and successfully overthrew the Ji family to take control. But nevertheless, in the summer of 501 BC, 3 hereditary families managed to remove Yang from the Lu state. It was at that time that Confucius had established a significant reputation through his teachings. People were starting to talk, and families began to recognize the importance of behaving correctly and morally in order to demonstrate a loyalty to a legitimate government. Thus, in 501 BC, and after many years of building a reputation, worth talking about, that's for sure, Confucius was appointed as the governor of a town, a relatively low-ranking position, but a position nonetheless. Ultimately, he ascended to the role of Minister of Crime. According to the Xunzi, after taking his position, Confucius commanded the execution of Xiaozheng Mao, a scholar and official from the Lu state. You see, Xiaozheng Mao was also quite popular, sometimes for the wrong reasons, but perhaps just a rival. His lectures were attended by 3,000 disciples, and not just once. These were multiple occurrences. Of course, Xiaozheng Mao was charged with 5 different offenses, all of which carried the penalty of execution. Hard to get away with that. But what exactly were the offenses? What was the rap sheet on Mr. Xiaozheng Mao? Well, it included concealing malevolence, exhibiting skillful deceit, displaying persistent anomalous behavior, the knowledge of peculiar facts, and demonstrating kindness towards wrongdoers. I mean, they all sound a little bit open-ended, don't they? Kindness towards wrongdoers. Perhaps we can put that down to perhaps harboring wanted criminals, maybe. Exhibiting skillful deceit. Shoddy business dealings, perhaps. But extensive knowledge of peculiar facts. Well, I think that anybody who watches this channel would be locked up and the key thrown away for that. Be careful out there. Well, after all this was all done, and also rest in peace, Xiaozheng Mao, Confucius aimed to restore the power of the state to the duke by demolishing the defenses of the entire city, which were controlled by the 3 influential families. Well, by adopting this approach, he could construct a government with a more centralized and easy-to-control authority. But nevertheless, Confucius exclusively depended on diplomacy due to his lack of personal military jurisdiction. A man of words, not of swords. What, were you expecting him to gather an army? Well, in 500 BC, the following year, Hou Fan, the governor of Hou, staged a rebellion against his feudal lord from the Shu family. Despite the fruitless attempts of the Ming and Shu families to besiege Hou, a loyal government official joined forces with the people of Hou and compelled Hou Fan to escape to the state of Qi. The circumstances may have been advantageous for Confucius, as this probably enabled him and his followers to persuade the aristocratic families to actually destroy those defenses. Well, after a year and a half, Confucius and his followers managed to persuade the Shu family to demolish the walls of Hou, the Ji family to demolish the walls of Bi, and the Ming family to demolish the walls of Cheng. In 498 BC, the Shu family mobilized their army and successfully dismantled the walls of the Hou city. Now, shortly after, Gongshan Furao, a loyal follower of the Ji family, started a little rebellion of his own, and he commanded troops stationed at Bi, troops that he had seized for his own purposes. Well, without delay, he initiated an assault and successfully penetrated the capital city of Lu. Prior to this, however, Gongshan had propositioned Confucius to join him, a proposition that Confucius had contemplated as he desired the chance to implement his beliefs. However, ultimately he abandoned the proposal. Confucius held a principled disapproval of employing violent revolution. despite the fact that the Ji family had long maintained dominance over the Lu kingdom by use of force, and had previously forcefully expelled the duke. Well, Gongshan, in contrast to the previous rebel Yang Hu, may have aimed to dismantle the three hereditary families and reinstate the authority of the duke. Nevertheless, it's asserted that Gongshan was motivated by Viscount Ji Huan to launch an invasion on the Lu capital in order to evade the removal of the Bi defensive walls. Regardless of the circumstance, Gongshan was regarded as a morally upright individual who persistently supported and protected the state of Lu, even in the face of being compelled to escape. Well, amidst the uprising led by Gongshan, one Zhong Yo successfully maintained the presence of the Duke and the three Viscounts of the royal court. Zhong Yo, who was a disciple of Confucius, was appointed as governor by the Ji family, by the arrangement of Confucius himself. Well, upon learning of the raid, Confucius implored Viscount Ji Huan to grant permission for the Duke and his court to seek refuge in a fortified area within the palace premises. Afterwards, the leaders of the three families and the Duke withdrew to Ji's palace complex and climbed the Wuzi terrace. Confucius commanded 2 commanders to spearhead an offensive against the rebels. One of the 2 officers was a retainer of the Ji family, yet they were compelled to obey the instruction in the sight of the Duke, Viscounts, and court. The insurgents were relentlessly pursued and ultimately vanquished at Gu. Right after the rebellion was crushed, the Ji family completely destroyed the walls of Bi city. Now, the assailants withdrew upon understanding that they would need to assume the role of insurgents against the government and their ruler. The actions of Confucius had led to the unintentional rebellion of the Bi officials against their own lord. Didn't see that one coming. Thus, forced Viscount Ji Huan to either dismantle the walls, as they could have sheltered these rebels, or admit to instigating the event by acting against the proper conduct and righteousness expected of an official. Well, the incident reveals quite a bit of prescience, we'd say, from Confucius, and also his pragmatic political skills and understanding of human nature. Well, when the moment arrived to disassemble the city fortifications belonging to the Meng family, the governor displayed hesitance towards the idea of demolishing the walls, cold feet when push comes to shove. Of course, with everything going on around him, you can't really blame him for not wanting to have a little bit of protection. Well, he did successfully persuade the leader of the Meng family to refrain from carrying out this dismantling. Now, according to the Zuozhuan, the old historical record, the governor cautioned against completely destroying the walls of Zhengtu, as he believed it would make the city susceptible to attacks from Qi and result in the downfall of the Meng family. Despite Viscount Meng Yi's assurance of non-interference, he reneged on his previous commitment to remove the barriers. Now, in 498 BC, Duke Ding of Lu sent an army to besiege Zheng with the intention of completely destroying its walls. Unfortunately, he did not get very far. Therefore, Confucius was unable to accomplish the idealistic reforms that he had desired, and that included the reinstatement of the legitimate rule of the Duke. His accomplishments until this point had earned him more than a few enemies within the state, particularly Viscount Ji Huan, who for quite some time had a frothing-at-the-mouth hatred for him. Well, based on the narratives in the Zuozhuan and the records of the Grand Historian. That's by Sima Quan, by the way. Sima Qian, not Quan, excuse me. Confucius left his native region in 497 due to his endorsement of the unsuccessful endeavor to dismantle the fortified city walls belonging to the influential three families, that being the Ji, the Meng, and the Shu families, and thus he departed from the state of Lu without formally stepping down. No resignation letter, just didn't show up to work. We've all done it, or those who haven't have dreamed of it. Of course, Confucius chose to live in self-imposed exile, and, of course, he was completely unable to return as long as Viscount Ji Huan remained alive. If he did return, he would certainly not last too long. Now, according to the old records of the Shiji, the Qi state expressed concerns about the increasing authority of Lu while Confucius was engaged in the governance. According to this narrative, Qi deliberately undermined Lu's reforms by dispatching a consignment of 100 high-quality horses and 80 exquisite dancing girls to the Duke of Lu. For a span of 3 days, the Duke was in a lap of luxury, complete hedonistic pursuits, and he completely neglected his official responsibilities. Well, Confucius experienced disappointment and made the decision to go from Lu in order to find more favorable circumstance. However, leaving immediately would reveal the misconduct of the Duke, and consequently result in public embarrassment for the monarch whom Confucius was serving, and we couldn't have that. Therefore, Confucius patiently awaited the Duke's occurrence of a minor error. Shortly thereafter, the Duke failed to fulfill his customary obligation of sending a share of the sacrificial meat to Confucius. That was his opportunity, and he seized upon it, deciding to resign from his position and completely depart from the state of Lu. Now, that is the story according to the Shiji. Well, following Confucius's resignation, he seems to have embarked on a journey around the principality of the kingdoms of northeast and central China. Now, at the time, and of course, the names are completely different now. It's all completely different now. But at the time, it was Wei, Zheng, Cao, Chu, Qi, Chen, Zheng, and Cai. I can't remember the exact pronunciations, but I believe that's correct. Now, he also made an unsuccessful attempt to travel to the Jin state. He presented his political convictions in the courts of all of these states, but unfortunately they were not put into practice. A little too ahead of his time, I'm afraid. Now, according to the Zuozhuan, the Confucius, at the age of 68, went back to his hometown in Lu in response to an invitation from Ji Kangzi, the principal minister of that state. Now, back to the records of the Shiji, it is shown that he dedicated his final years to instructing a large number of students, reportedly more than 3,000 of them. And among them, there were about 75 exceptionally skilled disciples who achieved mastery. Meanwhile, Confucius devoted himself to the transmission of ancient wisdom through the act of composing or revising the 5 classics. He occasionally served as a a consultant of sorts to various government officials in Lu, such as the aforementioned Ji Kangzi, providing guidance on problems related to governance and crime, because do remember, that was his original position, the Minister of Crime. And, well, it leads us to the end of his life, where he passed away around the age of 71 or perhaps 72, reportedly due to natural causes, after being deeply affected by the deaths of his son and favorite students. He was interred on the riverside of the Sishui River, situated north of Chufu City in Shandong Province. The burial of Confucius, initially modest in size, saw several expansions by monarchs during the Han dynasty. Concurrently, the cemetery of Confucius spans an expansive 183 hectares and contains over 100,000 tombs, all of which belonging to the ancestors. Now, it's also been recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site due to its significant cultural and architectural significance, and it's among very many World Heritage Sites in Shandong. I believe there's a map you can find of all the different UNESCO World Heritage Sites. There's quite a few of them in China. Well, it's a very large country, so I suppose that's only natural. Now, with the life of Confucius out of the way, he's of course remembered for his works. Now, when I say his works, perhaps when I say his words rather than works, which were of course written down by his disciples and organized into a book called the Analects of Confucius. Now, within this work, Confucius doesn't put himself as a trailblazer, but more of a transmitter who originated old ideas. Of course, you think about how ancient Confucius seems to us. Well, in his time, he was quite convinced that he was passing on ancient ideas. That just goes to show you how far this all goes back. Now, that being said, there are universal truths, this universally preferable behavior that seems to run through most philosophies, most religions, and different spiritual movements. Of course, that being the golden rule, which we will get to. Now, there is a significant emphasis within the Analects on the significance of study, with the Chinese character for study, that being xue, serving as the opening symbol. Well, instead of attempting to construct this systematic or formalist theory, Confucius seems to encourage his followers to fully comprehend and internalize the ancient classics, understand them, and have a deeper understanding of pretty much everything else. It's kind of like saying an understanding of the classics is the foundation on which all virtue is built. Well, by engaging in profound contemplation and extensive study, they would be able to establish connections between contemporary moral dilemmas and historical political occurrences, or past emotional expressions of ordinary people and the intellectual musings of the nobility, which is found in the poems of the Book of Odes. Now, while there are some individuals in China who practice Confucianism as a religion, there is an argument that, well, its principles are secular, at least in their main nature, and that it is more accurately described as a system of secular morality than of a spiritual movement or a religion on its own. Kind of like Taoism. Now, if you know anything about Taoism, there seems to be two threads of Taoism. the spiritual Taoism and the practical Taoism. More people follow this practical, philosophical Taoism, just as they do with the Confucianism. You'll find that even in the modern day, the majority of Chinese are atheistic in nature, albeit they are open-minded to such spiritual ideas as it's in their culture. But it's more of an expression towards ancestor worship than it is to a all-seeing, all-knowing being. And then we have different classifications with demonology in the Asian traditions, especially Chinese traditions. Well, that's really a different video I should do on that. Well, either way, I digress. The advocates of religious Confucianism contend that although Confucianism's doctrines are secular in essence, that they're actually rooted in a strong religious world view. Well, Confucius was mostly regarded as a humanist rather than a spiritualist. And while he did discuss the afterlife, albeit briefly, and had thoughts on heaven, he did not provide clear answers on these subjects. Additionally, he showed very little interest in spiritual concerns that are typically considered important in religious thought, such as the nature of souls. Well, he may have emphasized the importance of personal exemplification over the clear norms of behavior as one of his most profound teachings. His ethical teachings seem to have prioritized personal development, the imitation of role models, and the acquisition of discerning judgment rather than mere understanding of regulations. Really, we can boil down Confucian ethics into a form of virtue, ethics, and rules. The teachings that Confucius imparts are pretty seldom dependent on logical reasoning and ethical principles, and approaches the communicated indirectly through allusion, innuendo, and even tautology. Now, in order to comprehend the teachings, it's necessary to carefully analyze and consider the surrounding circumstances. Of course, I mentioned this golden rule before. Now that is, treat others how you'd want to be treated. Right? So effectively, in Chinese we say, 己所不欲，勿施于人. I believe that's the saying. So just don't impose upon others what you wouldn't choose for yourself. And it pretty much comes down to that. And that is not just within the realm of the one Confucian philosophy. Like I had mentioned, we're talking about a thread that goes to pretty much the majority of world religions, world philosophies. It's a pretty good rule. That's why it's golden. Now, the values of sincerity and the cultivation of knowledge are frequently discarded in Confucian ethics. You see, engaging in good behavior towards others is initiated by virtuous and genuine thoughts, which are actually more rooted in knowledge. An individual with a morally upright character, but lacking knowledge, is prone to being corrupt. Now, he is also prone to performing morally upright actions without genuine sincerity, and that does not constitute genuine righteousness. The two need to walk together hand in hand. Developing knowledge and sincerity is crucial for personal growth. An exemplary individual values learning simply for the sake of learning, and righteousness simply for the sake of righteousness. It sounds easy. Well, try putting it into practice, I suppose. Now, more on this idea of ethics. It's demonstrated through this concept known as Li, is founded upon the three fundamental conceptual elements of existence, those being 1. Rituals connected to the offering of sacrifices to the ancestors and diverse deities when called for. 2. Societal and governmental establishments, and 3. The code of conduct which governs daily interactions. Now, while some held the belief that this Li had celestial origins, Confucius emphasized the cultivation of Li through the deeds of wise leaders throughout human history. His explanations of Li appear to expand the term as encompassing any actions undertaken by an individual to construct an ideal society, rather than solely those that adhere to traditional standards of ceremonial courtesies. Well, in the early Confucian tradition, Li referred to the act of carrying out appropriate actions at the appropriate moments, the right time, the right place. Now, this involves striking this balance between upholding established standards to sustain a morally upright society and deviating from them when necessary to achieve ethical goodness. Studying the teachings of wise individuals from the past helps individuals develop these virtues, such as ethical discernment, which involves knowing when to modify traditional practices in response to specific situations. Within this framework of Confucianism, the notion of Li is intricately connected to the concept of Yi, which is founded on the principle of mutual exchange and interdependence. Thus, this term Yi can be interpreted as righteousness, in a very simple sense, although it does encompass the concept of determining the ethically optimal course of action within a certain environment. Now, the word is in opposition to actions motivated by self-interest. Although seeking self-interest is not inherently negative, individuals can become more virtuous and morally upright by aligning their lives with a path that aims to promote welfare of the larger community. Therefore, the result of Yi is the act of performing the correct action with a justifiable motive. You understand? It's interesting, isn't it? Now, here's the next bit. The alignment of activity with Li necessitates adherence to the principle of Yi, which in turn is connected to the fundamental value of Ren. So, Ren is comprised of these 5 fundamental virtues, that is, sincerity, diligence, kindness, generosity, and seriousness. Ren is a virtue that involves fulfilling one's responsibility towards others. Now, it is commonly translated as benevolence or humanness or empathy. It also may be referred to as goodness and authoritativeness, perhaps even selflessness. Now, Confucius's ethical framework was founded on empathy and comprehending others, rather than on norms believed to be imposed by a heavenly being. Enhancing one's instinctive reactions of Ren to serve as intuitive guidance is superior to adhering strictly to the principles of Yi. Confucius suggests that virtue is a moderate position between the two extremes. For example, one who is truly magnanimous may provide an appropriate amount, neither excessive nor insufficient, the Goldilocks zone, not too cold, not too hot. Now, in terms of political ideology, Confucius's thoughts are founded on his ethical philosophy. It always carries over to everything. There is this fundamental base that you work from, whether that be in your daily back and forth or running an entire country. He contended that the most effective kind of governance is one that exercises authority through the rights or the li and moral principles rather than relying on incentives and force. He emphasized that this particular analect is among the most crucial ones. For example, if a populace is guided by laws, and consistency is intended to be instilled through punishments, they would strive to evade the punishment, but will lack a sense of shame. If individuals are guided by virtue and strive for consistency through adherence to the principles of appropriateness, they will develop a sense of shame and ultimately become morally upright. Now that text being referred to as Analects 2.3. But you might have noticed that interesting little words there, that sense of shame. In Chinese, that's a little bit different. It more so refers to this internalized sense of obligation, which is, well, it's something that is just so deeply ingrained into a lot of Asian cultures that it's very easy to witness it in action, but it's not very easy to explain it in words. Well, Confucianism places this higher importance on establishing a community that is in harmony rather than focusing on the ruler's personal interests. It also rejects the use of monetary rewards and severe punishments, along with downplaying the significance of institutions and in directing people's conduct, as seen in the previous traditions of legalism. Instead, Confucianism boils everything down to this base cultivation of moral virtues. Effectively, if everybody has these moral virtues beaten into them, for lack of better words, then society will run smoothly. Because how could it not run smoothly if everyone is moral? You see how it kind of sounds like a one-stop shop? One-size-fits-all for governments and societies. Everybody working together. You can see a lot of this in the way that the modern society of China runs. Now, Confucius expressed this sense of longing for the past, and he encouraged his people, especially those who were in positions of government and authority, to emulate the behavior and values of their predecessors. Amidst the periods of discord, turmoil, and ceaseless conflicts among the feudal territories, Confucius's objective, his main one, was to reinstate the mandate of heaven as a means to unite the world, the Chinese term being tianxia, which is all under heaven. Of course, this word tian is not quite in the sense of our heaven in a Judeo-Christian sense. It's a little bit different. But it basically just means everything under the sky. So reinstate the mandate of heaven, which is effectively this divine right of rule, and bring about tranquility to all under heaven and affluence for the entire populace. Confucius is commonly regarded as a strong advocate of conservatism due to his belief in restoring this well-structured society of the past. However, a more detailed examination of his ideas reveals that he strategically employed and modified traditional institutions and rituals to advance his own agendas. Now, this political agenda aimed at resurrecting a centralized monarchy whose rulers would ascend to power based on their moral virtues rather than family lineage. And honestly, it's hard to argue against that. But then again, who decides what is moral? Who decides what is virtuous? Perhaps something moral to you is very immoral to somebody else. How far are we going to go with this? We're talking about getting this base of morality from a study in the classics. Then, in that case, it's moral to study. It's moral to engage in this self-improvement. But what happens when you're tired? What happens when you want to rest? Have some balance? What happens when you want to order the large pizza and sit on the couch watching television? Are you immoral? And what's the punishment for immorality? Well, moving on. Of course, I would never eat an entire large pizza on the couch. Well, back to these rulers, who of course were expected to act within these confines of the morality set by the Confucian philosophy. They would be dedicated to their subjects, actively pursuing personal and societal excellence. Instead of enforcing good conduct through legislation and regulations, such a ruler would simply transmit their own values to the people. The people would see their ruler acting in such a virtuous way, and they would say, "That's the ticket. That's what I want to be." A role model, a leader to follow. It would be nice to have a few of them, wouldn't it? Now, Confucius advocated for a government that was led by such a virtuous king, but he also included many measures to restrict the authority of rulers. Now, he advocated for the expression of truth via words, emphasizing the utmost significance of honesty. The truth must always be accurately conveyed, even through one's facial expressions. Confucius stated that the effective leadership entails leading by example, but it's not what you say, it's also what you do, rendering explicit directives more or less superfluous, since others will naturally emulate the virtuous behaviors of their master. When examining the connection between a monarch and their subject, or a parent and a child, this sort of thing, he emphasized the importance of showing proper deference to those in positions of authority. This required subordinates to inform their superiors if they believed the superiors were pursuing an incorrect course of action. Confucius advocated for leading through exemplification, asserting that when one governs effectively, the use of coercion and penalties and punishments effectively becomes unnecessary. And thus he strongly advocated for the incorporation of music inside rituals in ceremonial contexts too. Li Zheho stated that Confucianism is founded upon the concept of rituals, and rites act as the initial stage for every individual, enabling their human nature to align harmoniously with reality through these sacred social functions. According to Confucius, music represents the harmonizing of the celestial and terrestrial realms, while rituals symbolize the order of the celestial and terrestrial realms. Hence, the utilization of music in rituals establishes the structure that enables civilization to thrive. Now, the Confucian perspective on music drew significant influence from the classic of poetry and the classic of music, which was regarded as the sixth Confucian classic, until it was unfortunately lost during the chaos of the Han period. But the classic of poetry, the prominent Confucian classic that encompasses a wide range of poems and folk melodies, now that is an interesting one. Traditionally, Confucius is credited with compiling these masterpieces within his school. Now, Confucius emphasized the significance of poetry in fostering the intellectual and moral growth of an individual in his work, The Analects. And here is what he wrote about it. The master said, "My children, why do you not study the book of poetry? The odes serve to stimulate the mind. They may be used for the purposes of self-contemplation. They teach the art of sociability. They show how to regulate feelings of resentment. From them, you learn the more immediate duty of serving one's father, and the remoter one of serving one's prince. From them we become largely acquainted with the names of birds, beasts, and plants." Now back to a little bit more politics. Confucius disapproved of the intrusion of globalism into China, particularly in the realm of music. He advocated against the adoption of musical influence from the Persians, Greco-Bactrians, and the Mongols. They had more contact with each other than you might previously think. Well, Confucius' ideas were subsequently codified into a comprehensive system of regulations and customs by his countless disciples and adherents, who compiled his teachings into the Analects. Following his death, his philosophical school was carried on by his pupils and his sole grandson, Zisi. These endeavors disseminated Confucian principles to students who subsequently assumed positions as officials in numerous royal courts in China, thus subjecting Confucianism to its initial comprehensive examination of doctrines. And from there, the snowball just kept rolling down the hill. Even in our current year, 2024, if you're watching this in 2024, the ideas of Confucius can still be seen pretty much everywhere, at all levels in Chinese society. Everybody knows about it. And whether people know or not, they're still following those little rules that were set so long ago. 己所不欲，勿施于人. Treat others how you'd like to be treated. It's just as easy as that. Yi Sun Sin, born in 1545, a celebrated Korean naval commander who distinguished himself during the Imjin War of 1592 to 1598 against Japan, notably without prior naval training. He is famed for his strategic use of the innovative Turtle ship, a heavily armored warship that proved crucial in several battles, including the remarkable victory at the Battle of Myeongnyang, where he defeated a Japanese fleet of over 300 ships, with just 13 of his own. Despite political challenges and demotions, Yi remained steadfastly loyal to his homeland, ultimately dying in battle during the decisive Battle of Noryang. Revered as a national hero, Yi Sun Sin's legacy endures in Korea for his tactical genius, resilient leadership, and the significant role he played in thwarting Japanese aggression into Korea. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, great to meet you. And if you are coming back, looks like we have something a little bit different for you today. A bit of a departure from the general Eurocentric feel of the channel. I think that it's certainly due. Let's talk about a different part of the world today. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. The best way to support is just enjoy the content. But those who want to go above and beyond, perhaps you'd take a look in the video description. But first, and without any further ado, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can learn about Korea's great national hero, Yi Sun-sin. Yi Sun-sin was born in what is now known as Incheon-dong in the Jung district of Seoul, formerly part of Hansong. From an early age he had displayed a remarkable skills in leadership during neighborhood war games, and he crafted his own bow and arrows as a teenager, a foreshadowing of his burgeoning military acumen. Thus he spent his formative years in Asan, a region where his maternal relatives resided, before successfully passing the military examination that marked the beginning of his official military career. Yi hailed from the Doksu Yi clan, a family with a distinguished lineage, but marred by political disillusionment. You see, his grandfather, Yi Baek-rok, a former politician, retired to a rural area after the execution of the Neo-Confucian reformer Zhou Guangzhou during the Third Literati Purge of 1519, a significant event that seemingly cast a shadow over the family. The literati, by the way, is those learned upper classes. We also hear this word literati when we discuss Chinese history. Think of them as the scholarly gentleman class. Now, Yi Sun-sin's father, Yi Zhong, also turned away from a potential career in government, opting out of the typical path expected of those from the Yangban class, Yangban being the noble class. And contrary to the popular narrative often dramatized in some television portrayals, you may have seen the KBS series Immortal Admiral Yi Sun-sin. Perhaps that's why you are here. Well, despite these portrayals, recent research suggests that Yi's family did not actually suffer direct political persecution due to their association with Zhou Guangzhou. Bit of a dramatic license issue. Now, a pivotal moment in Yi's early life was his close friendship with Ryo Song-ryong, a scholar and key military official known as a Do-che Chalsa, who played a crucial role during the Japanese invasions of Korea from 1592 to 98. It was in 1576 that Yi Sun-sin faced his first major challenge, however, during the military examination, where his archery skills, reportedly so impressive, they raised the eyebrows of the judges for all the right reasons. However, a mishap occurred, rather unlucky timing, during the cavalry exam, and he ended up breaking his leg, which of course led to his initial failure. However, he was undeterred. He insisted on retaking the examination, and he passed, thus was assigned to the North Frontier Army, the Bukbyong, in Hamgyong Province. At the age of 32, he was the oldest junior officer in his unit. His early military career was marked by numerous encounters with Jurchen marauders along the border, Jurchen being those coming down from northern China, northeastern China, modern-day Dongbei regions, which literally means northeast, where he quickly earned a reputation for his strategic acumen and leadership. Well, by 1583, some years later, he had engineered a significant victory by strategically drawing the Jurchen into battle, defeating them and capturing their leader, Mu Pai Nai. Following this triumph, he took a 3-year hiatus from military duties, as his father had passed away, and adhering to Confucian filial piety, one must certainly observe the mourning period. Upon his return, he continued to demonstrate the military prowess through a series of successful campaigns against the Jurchen. Despite his early successes, Yi's career was marked by jealousy from higher-ranking officials. His outstanding record and rapid rise incited envy among his peers, which of course led to accusations of desertion during battle, not the kind of rumors that you want spreading. Court-martials were not something you wanted to face back in the day. Well, the charges, spearheaded by General Yi Il, a figure who would later prove ineffectual during the Japanese invasions at the Battle of Sangju, highlighted the pervasive nature of sabotage within the Joseon military ranks. Consequently, Yi Sun-sin was stripped of his rank, thrown in prison, and perhaps worse, subjected to torture. After enduring this harsh treatment and proving his resilience, Yi was eventually reinstated, though initially only at the rank of an enlisted soldier. His capabilities could not be overlooked for long, however, and he was soon appointed as the commander of the Seoul Hunryeon Won, a military training facility. Later, he was transferred to serve as the military magistrate of a small county, a position that marked a new phase in his distinguished military career. Thus, his tenure in northern Korea proved his mettle, paving the way for his assignment as commander in the left naval district of Jeolla province, marking a significant elevation in his military status. His ascension through the military ranks was rapid and impressive, as evidenced by a flurry of promotions in late 1590. Yi transitioned from the role of commander of the Kosarijin garrison in Pyongan province to the same position at Manpo garrison, and then to the commander of Wanto garrison in Jeolla province. Each position bore increasing responsibility, culminating in his pivotal appointment as the commander of the left Jeolla naval district. During this period, the Korean peninsula was clouded with the looming threat of conflict. Japan, under the ambitious unification efforts of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, was eyeing expansion, and the emerging power of Nurhaci in Manchuria hinted at further turmoil. Nurhaci, who would soon eventually lay the foundations for the Qing dynasty, was beginning to consolidate power, setting the stage for future invasions of Korea in 1627 and 1637. Upon assuming command in Yesu on March 13th of 1591, Yi undertook significant measures to fortify his naval forces in anticipation of the impending Japanese threat. His strategic foresight led him to initiate a series of naval reforms that included the construction of his iconic turtle ships, These innovations were crucial in enhancing the naval capabilities of Jeolla province, and we'll get to them in a little more detail a little bit later. Now, he is celebrated for his remarkable leadership during these Japanese invasions between 1592 and 98. In fact, he secured 23 naval victories, with the battles at Myeongnyang and Hansan Island standing out as particularly noble triumphs. Despite facing these overwhelming odds and never having commanded a naval battle prior to these invasions, his strategic skill and innovative tactics led to decisive victories early in the conflict, such as at Okpo and Sancheon, which set the tone of resistance and inspired Korea against the Japanese invaders. So we find ourselves in 1592, as the ambitious Toyotomi Hideyoshi launched an invasion of Korea with the ultimate goal of conquering Ming China, using Korea as a strategic stepping stone, kind of the meat in the sandwich between northern China and Japan. Well, the Japanese forces quickly seized Busan, prompting Yi to initiate his naval campaigns from Yeosu. Hideyoshi, well, he wasn't stupid. He knew the crucial role of naval superiority in his campaign, and so he sought to enhance his fleet, which comprised 1,700 vessels aimed at dominating the Korean waters. Now, Yi's success can be attributed to several factors. Foremost was his meticulous preparation. Hideyoshi wasn't the only one improving things. Well, Yi had included ensuring the readiness of his soldiers and availability of adequate supplies. He also spent his time revitalizing the naval defense by resurrecting and enhancing the design of the turtle ship, formidable vessels that played a crucial role in the combat. It also helped that having their commander being a local man, having intimate knowledge of the local maritime geography allowed him to exploit coastal tides and narrow straits that the Japanese were about to become familiar with for the wrong reasons. He turned these natural conditions he would observe every day on the job into strategic advantages. The Japanese were about to get a rather nasty surprise. Thus, in 1592, the formidable Japanese invasion force made landfall at the southern port cities of Busan and Dadae-jin in the Joseon Kingdom. The invaders encountered minimal resistance and swiftly took control of these strategic locations, capitalizing on the apparent disarray and inefficiency of the Joseon army. The Japanese forces executed their rapid advance northward. Remarkably, they reached Seoul, the capital, in just 19 days. Swift progression underscored by significant military failures on part of the Joseon, notably at the Battle of Sangju and the inability to defend Joryong Pass. Unfortunately, Yi Sun-sin was not there to command the ground forces. Once the Japanese had landed, it was their time to shine. Well, you see, the structural superiority of the Korean ships over the Japanese vessels was another factor we have to take into play. The ships were equipped to carry significantly more cannons, which were superior in range and firepowers to those on the Japanese ships. The primary Japanese naval tactic involved boarding enemy ships for close combat, a strategy that was a lot less effective against the well-prepared and heavily armored Korean fleet under Yi's command. But you see, his leadership extended beyond mere tactics. He was also a source for moral strength of his men, often personally attending to the needs and even the dying wishes of his soldiers. The deep connection not only maintained high morale, but cemented their loyalty and drive in the face of adversity. And at this time, that was something that they needed. Now, following the Japanese capture of Hansong, which is ancient Seoul, and then Pyongyang, the modern-day capital of North Korea, the Japanese forces set their sights further afield, with plans to cross the Yalu River into Chinese territory. Their strategy also included utilizing the waters west of the Korean peninsula to facilitate support for their ongoing invasion. However, Yi Sun-sin, the skilled and vigilant commander, maintained a tight surveillance network. His strategic skill enabled him to stay very well informed of every enemy movement and their intention. Now, despite having no formal training in naval warfare, and lacking practical experience in naval combat, he demonstrated remarkable leadership from the onset of the invasion in 1592. Alongside Admiral Yi Yok-gi, the commander of the Right Jola Navy, Yi Sun-sin embarked on a critical mission with a fleet comprising of 24 panaxions, 15 small warships, and 46 auxiliary boats. They set sail on June the 13th, 1592, and by sunset they had positioned themselves strategically in the waters of Gyeongsang province. The following day, on June the 14th, the Jola fleet rendezvoused as planned with Admiral Won-gyun's forces, consolidating their strength to a formidable flotilla of 91 ships. Their mission led them around the Gyeongje Islands towards Gadeok Island. During this maneuver, their scouts identified a contingent of 50 Japanese vessels at Okpo Harbor. The Japanese, caught off guard while engaged in plundering activities, hastily retreated to their ships in an attempt to escape. However, the Korean fleet swiftly encircled the Japanese vessels and unleashed a devastating artillery bombardment. As day turned to night, the Korean fleet encountered 5 additional Japanese ships and managed to sink 4 of them. The next morning, June 15th, intelligence led them to 13 more Japanese ships anchored at Jokjimpo. Employing the same successful tactics as at Okpo, the Korean forces destroyed 11 of these ships. Remarkably, the Battle of Okpo concluded without a single Korean loss. Not bad. Hopefully they can replicate that every time. Let's see how they go. Approximately 3 weeks after their decisive victory at Okpo, Yi Sun-sin and Won-gyun took strategic action against the Japanese once again, capitalizing. They must have been on a roll. They advanced with a fleet of 26 ships, 23 under Admiral Yi's command, towards the Bay of Sacheon. This move was spurred by reliable intelligence, indicating a strong Japanese presence in the area. In a notable shift in naval tactics and composition, Admiral Yi left behind auxiliary fishing vessels that previously formed the bulk of his fleet, relying instead on his newly completed turtle ship, a formidable addition to his naval arsenal. During the encounter at Sacheon, Admiral Yi ingeniously commanded his fleet to feign a retreat. This maneuver enticed the Japanese forces to pursue eagerly with 12 vessels, believing that they had the upper hand and they could just pick off the fleeing and frightened Koreans. However, this was a calculated trap laid out by Yi, and the Japanese took the bait. Once the Japanese ships were lured away from the safety of the harbor, the Korean Navy executed a counterattack. Leading the charge was that innovative turtle ship which played a pivotal role in the destruction of all the 12 Japanese ships engaged in the pursuit. Now, despite the success, the battle did not come without a cost. Admiral Yi sustained an injury when he was struck by a bullet in his left shoulder, though he did survive and continued to lead the fleet effectively. In a relentless sequence of naval engagements, the Korean fleet continued its aggressive stance against the invaders. On July 10, 1592, they achieved another significant victory at the Battle of Dangpo, where they destroyed 21 Japanese ships, closely followed by the Battle of Danghangpo on July 13th, where they annihilated another 26 ships. In a strategic countermeasure to the relentless victories of the Korean Navy, Toyotomi Hideyoshi called back 3 key admirals from their land-based duties to take charge of naval operations. Now these admirals, Wakizaka Yasuharu, Kato Yoshiaki, and Kuki Yoshitaka, were the central figures with naval responsibilities within the entire Japanese invasion force. Interestingly, these admirals had been congregated in Busan, anticipating Hideyoshi's command by 9 days, and began assembling a fleet to challenge the Koreans on the seas. Admiral Wakizaka, driven by a strong desire for military distinction, hastened his preparations and launched an attack on the Korean forces without waiting for the full assembly of his fellow admirals. At this time, the Korean naval force, comprising 70 ships under the seasoned leadership of Admirals Yi and Yi Yok-gi, was engaged in a proactive search and destroy mission against Japanese naval support. This was critical as Japanese ground troops were making significant advances into Jeolla province, the only region yet to experience major military action, and the operational base for the Korean naval commanders. August the 13th, 1592, the Korean fleet, operating from Miruk Island near Dangpo, received intelligence of a nearby large Japanese naval contingent. The next morning, they located the Japanese fleet of 82 vessels, anchored strategically in the narrow and treacherous Strait of Myeongnyang. Seizing the tactical advantage presented by the strait's constraints, Admiral Yi dispatched 6 ships to draw out 63 Japanese vessels into open waters. The maneuver was successful, and the Japanese fleet pursued. Once in the open water, the Korean fleet, leveraging their superior naval tactics, encircled the Japanese in a semicircular formation known as the crane wing formation. This tactical setup allowed for optimal use of their firepower, with at least 3 turtle ships, including 2 newly completed ones, leading the assault. Now I will give a very long explanation of the turtle ship's advantages at the end of the video, so do bear with me. The Korean ships unleashed a devastating barrage of cannon fire, disrupting the Japanese formation before engaging in close combat selectively. targeting only the severely damaged Japanese ships to avoid the risk of boarding. The engagement, known as the Battle of Hansan Island, culminated in a resounding victory for the Koreans. The Japanese fleet had suffered substantial losses, with 59 ships either destroyed or captured, and several Korean prisoners of war were also liberated in the process. Admiral Wakisaka managed a narrow escape due to the swiftness of his flagship, but the crushing defeat led Toyotomi Hideyoshi to command a cessation of all Japanese naval operations, significantly hampering their invasion strategy. Following the victory, on August 16, 1592, Admiral Yi Sun-sin strategically moved his fleet to Angol-ho Harbor, where 42 Japanese vessels were anchored, continuing his aggressive defense against the invasion. In September 1592, after establishing dominance at Hansan Island, Yi shifted his focus to Busan Harbor, which had become a critical Japanese stronghold. Launching an audacious attack against the Japanese fleet stationed there, Yi, however, had to withdraw his forces post-battle due to the absence of an accompanying land force to secure and mop up the area. Despite the strategic retreat the battle added to his string of victories during the year, there was just simply no stopping him. No wonder he's the Korean national hero, right? Well, one of. There's certainly a great statue to him. I have to visit that one. Now, through the 4 naval campaigns of 1592, Yi maintained an impeccable record, triumphing in at least 15 separate engagements. The operations were devastating to the Japanese. Back in Edo, he was public enemy number 1. He sunk hundreds of their ships, transports, and supply vessels, alongside causing thousands of casualties within the Japanese naval ranks, too many to count. His relentless and strategic offensive had significantly weakened the Japanese naval capabilities, contributing majorly to the defense of Korea. Could they have done it without him? Maybe. But maybe not. Suppose we'll never really know. Well, recognizing his exceptional leadership and naval skill, in the following year, 1593, Yi was elevated to command the combined naval forces of the 3 southern provinces, the best promotion you can get. This prestigious appointment, under the title of Naval Commander of the 3 provinces, placed him in charge of both the right and left navies of the Jeolla province, the right and left navies of Gyeongsang province, as well as the navy of Chungcheong province. Now, this turtle ship, let's talk a little bit about that. Yi's refinement of the turtle ship, or as they call it, Gyeobukseon, stands as one of the most significant contributions to naval warfare. Although he did not invent the turtle ship per se, as its origins trace back earlier to suggestions during King Taejong's reign perhaps, Yi greatly enhanced its design and capabilities. You see, his version of the turtle ship featured 11 cannons on each side, with additional cannons mounted at both the stern and the bow. The ship's most distinct element was its dragon-shaped figurehead, which housed up to 4 cannons and could emit a smoke screen, serving both practical and psychological warfare purposes. Certainly quite an intimidating sight. And sound, all that noise, all that smoke, all while that dragon appears out of nowhere to send you to the bottom of the sea, that watery grave. Ugh. The sides of the turtle ship were equipped with smaller holes for firing arrows, guns, and mortars, while the roof was fortified with planks and spikes to thwart enemy boarders. This design was particularly effective against larger Japanese ships, whose higher sides would make direct boarding dangerous due to the risk of impalement on the spikes. Like a giant porcupine, you don't want to jump on top of one of them. The ship also included 2 masts with large sails, and was maneuvered using 20 oars, which could be manned by multiple rowers depending on the sea conditions. So think of it like this. It was basically a floating tank of the time, with a bunch of spiky bits poking out the sides. I mean, how are you meant to board that? Not a good idea. Simply best to just run away if you can. Well, debate does continue among historians regarding whether the turtle ship had 2 decks or 3, but the prevailing view supports a 2-deck structure, which aligns with the historical drawings and descriptions that we have. However, some suggest that Yi, known always for innovative approaches, may have opted for a 3-deck design, similar to his flagship Panoxion. This configuration would have separated the rowers from the combatants, allowing for greater mobility and effective use of manpower and wind. Thus his strategic use of the turtle ship was primarily offensive. This was a sword, not a shield, employing them to spearhead attacks, especially in narrow or confined waters where their robust armaments and defenses could be most effective. Despite their formidable capabilities, Yi deployed no more than 5 turtle ships in any battle. The Joseon's navy reliance on cannons and avoidance of shipboarding tactics, which was where the Japanese excelled, made the turtle ship an essential component of Yi's fleet. Don't leave the home without one. While they saw extensive use in battles such as 1592's Battle of Sacheon, and continued to be a critical element of Yi's naval strategy until the Battle of Chilchonliang. In this disastrous engagement, well, disastrous for the Koreans at least this time, a Japanese double agent plot led to the sinking of all turtle ships, and all but 13 Panoxion ships. Thus the turtle ships were not deployed again until the final battle of the war, the Battle of Noryang. Yi Sun-sin's seemingly relentless and never-ending successes in securing Korean waters created understandable anxiety among the Japanese leadership, including the top dog Hideyoshi, particularly as their forces approached Busan. He effectively disrupted Japanese logistics by continuously targeting supply ships, which severely hindered the advancement of the Japanese ground forces towards Pyongyang. The situation thus became critical for the Japanese, who recognized that without neutralizing Yi Sun-sin, there was simply no way they would get success. Their ships and supply lines would continually be at risk. So, in response, Hideyoshi upgraded his own naval capabilities at Busan, reinforcing his ships and equipping them with additional cannons, while also utilizing the port's formidable shore-mounted artillery for defense. But despite these efforts, the Japanese commanders understood that eliminating Yi himself was essential for their broader strategic goals in Korea. As long as Yi Sun-sin was around, well, they didn't have a chance. To achieve this, the Japanese exploited the political divisions within the Joseon court. They sent a double agent, Yoshida, that's right, a spy, to infiltrate the ranks of the Joseon military and gain the trust of General Kim Gyong-seo. Yoshida successfully convinced General Kim of his loyalty and managed to influence military decisions by feeding false intelligence. He deceived General Kim into believing that a significant Japanese attack was imminent and suggested that Admiral Yi should ambush the Japanese fleet at a location that was, unbeknownst to Kim, fraught with navigational hazards. Admiral Yi, skeptical of the intelligence provided by a spy and aware of the dangerous waters, refused to comply with the orders, a decision that angered General Kim and was quickly communicated to King Sonjo. This refusal provided Yi's political adversaries with the ammunition they needed to call for his immediate removal. Disobeying orders, now that's a crime in itself. Consequently, Yi was stripped of his command, arrested, and transported to Seoul, where they tortured him again. Despite the king's initial inclination to simply execute Yi, influential court figures, aware of his invaluable contributions to Joseon's defense, advocated for his life to be spared. Yi's staunchest ally, the Prime Minister, and his childhood friend, remained conspicuously silent during this whole ordeal. Ultimately, Yi was demoted to the rank of common infantryman, a disgrace for someone of his stature, but he conducted himself with the utmost compliance, accepting his demotion with humility. The fight goes on, in whatever capacity. Yi's fortunes would only change following the disastrous performance of his replacement, Won Gyun, at the Battle of Chilchonryang, where Won Gyun was killed, paving the way for Yi's reinstatement as naval commander. In 1596, as negotiations deteriorated, Hideyoshi prepared for a renewed assault on Korea. Early in 1597, he launched a second invasion with an imposing force of 140,000 men aboard 1,000 ships, this time aiming to drive the final nail into the coffin, a decisive blow. Teach the Koreans a lesson they'll never forget. In response, the Ming dynasty, that's right, the Chinese, they bolstered Joseon with substantial reinforcements. They knew what was coming if the Japanese had gotten through Korea, so they sent their own muscle to lend a hand. This allowed the Allied forces to stall and eventually repel the Japanese advance during the harsh winter of 1597, preventing them from reaching the Korean capital, Hansong. Meanwhile, on the sea, Yi Sun-sin's replacement, Won Gyun, failed to act on that crucial intelligence from his scouts, neglecting to prevent the Japanese from landing reinforcements at Sosang Harbor. This oversight was critical to the unfolding of the land offensive. Lacking the strategic foresight and reconnaissance skills of Admiral Yi, he rashly led the entire Joseon naval force, consisting of 150 warships manned by 30,000 sailors, into a perilous engagement. These forces had been meticulously developed and trained by Admiral Yi to maximize their naval artillery and maneuvering capability. Thus, the Joseon fleet set sail from Yesu and entered a region notorious for its hazardous rocks. There, at the Battle of Chilcheonryang, on August 28, 1597, they were ambushed by the Japanese fleet, numbering between 500 to 1,000 vessels. Wouldn't have happened if they had have let Yi command, right? Hindsight is always king. Well, the Japanese quickly engaged them in close combat, a tactic that neutralized the Joseon's fleet technological and tactical advantage. The overwhelmed Joseon sailors were forced into a desperate boarding actions against superior numbers and were ultimately overwhelmed. So you can see how Yi got his job back. Thus the battle ended in a devastating and embarrassing defeat for Joseon, with the fleet almost entirely destroyed, except for 13 warships that escaped under the command of Admiral Bae-sol, who had prudently withdrawn early in the battle to preserve what remained of the fleet. Back on land, Won-gun and Yi-yok-gi sought refuge on an island, only to be found and killed by the Japanese forces who were stationed nearby. Thus the naval disaster at Chilcheonryang marked the only significant naval victory for the Japanese during the conflict. And of course, it was the only significant naval victory for them because Yi Sun-sin was not at the helm of the command, certainly regretting some of their decisions in the government, I'm sure of that. Of course, the severity of the defeat prompted a swift reaction from King Seonjo, who immediately reinstated Yi Sun-sin to command what was left of the navy, recognizing his indispensable leadership and naval acumen in a time of dire national crisis. Look who's come crawling back, I suppose we can say. Of course, after this defeat at Chilcheonryang, Yi Sun-sin found himself with only 13 warships and 200 sailors, and it's a little bit difficult to do much damage with that. But despite the dire circumstances, it was better than nothing, and he remained resolute. King Seonjo, believing the naval force was irreparably damaged, commanded Yi to scuttle his fleet and join the army. However, Yi's response was as firm as it was iconic, insisting that as long as he was alive, the enemy would not have free rein in the West Sea. Hard to argue with that sentiment. Meanwhile, the Japanese commanders, buoyed by their recent successes, assembled a formidable fleet of over 300 ships, and were of course confident of annihilating Yi's diminished forces. They saw an unrestricted supply line through the West Sea as crucial for their continued advance towards Hansong. Yi chose the Myeongnyang Strait as the battleground, an area notorious for its treacherous currents and narrow passage. It was here the natural landscape played to his advantage. The strait's powerful currents reversed direction every 3 hours, severely limiting the time for an effective assault by the Japanese. Its narrowness prevented them from flanking the Joseon ships, and the misty conditions alongside the shadowy hillsides provided perfect concealment. Thus, in the late October 1597, Yi provoked the Japanese fleet by exposing a single warship, which lured them out of Busan harbor and into the strait. As the Japanese entered Myeongnyang, they found themselves in a deadly trap. Only a small number of ships could navigate the strait at a time, and they struggled with the hostile currents. As they progressed, they were unexpectedly attacked by Yi's fleet, which unleashed volleys of cannon and arrow fire from the concealment provided by the hills. The Japanese fleet, comprising of 133 warships and 200 logistical support vessels, was thrown into complete and utter chaos. Many ships were unable to maneuver effectively due to the reversing currents and simply smashed into each other. Admiral Yi, with his strategic use of the terrain and superior command of naval artillery, inflicted a devastating defeat on the Japanese. Approximately 31 Japanese ships were destroyed or severely damaged, and the Japanese also suffered the loss of a key commander, Kurishima Michifusa, whose death further demoralized their forces. So, Admiral Yi's stunning victory at Myeongnyang not only prevented the Japanese from gaining control of the West Sea, but it severely disrupted their supply lines. This battle, where Yi turned a seemingly impossible disadvantage into a monumental victory, is celebrated as one of the greatest naval victories in history, up there with the Battle of Salamis. Definitely, I think so. And certainly up there with the likes of Horatio Nelson. Well, it dramatically shifted the momentum of the war, compelling the Japanese forces to halt their advance and eventually retreat. In the final stages of the war, December of 1598, the Joseon and Ming fleets faced a formidable challenge from a large Japanese fleet commanded by Shimazu Yoshihiro. Shimazu had amassed his forces in Sachon Bay, intent on breaking the Allied blockade on Kanishi Yukinaga, combining their fleets, and returning to Japan. However, as always, Yi Sun-sin was well prepared, having gathered intelligence from scouts and local fishermen about Shimazu's movements. The Joseon fleet, under Admiral Yi's command, comprised 82 panoxion and 3 renowned turtle ships, alongside 8,000 soldiers. Supporting them, the Ming fleet brought 6 large war junks, 57 war galleys, and additional forces amounting to 7,600 soldiers and marines on various ships, some of which were provided by Admiral Yi to Chen Lin of the Ming. Thus the battle commenced in the early hours of December 16, 1598, within the confines of the Noryang Strait. The geographical constraints of the strait played to Admiral Yi's strategic advantage, as it restricted the typical Japanese tactic of boarding enemy vessels. The Korean and Ming forces effectively used their superior naval tactics and artillery to hinder the Japanese maneuvers and inflict heavy damage. As the battle intensified, the Japanese forces began to retreat. Admiral Yi pushed for a vigorous pursuit, but it was during this pursuit that tragedy struck. You see, Admiral Yi was fatally wounded by a stray bullet near his left armpit. Realizing the severity of his wound, he maintained his composure and leadership, instructing his son and nephew to keep his death a secret to prevent any demoralization of the troops. His reported last words were a testament to his dedication. "The war is at its height. Wear my armor and beat my war drums. Do not announce my death. Admiral Yi's son, Yi Ho, and his nephew Yi Wan were the sole witnesses to the great man's death. In a poignant display of loyalty and courage, Yi Wan donned the admiral's armor and continued to beat the war drums, maintaining the illusion that Admiral Yi was still alive and commanding. It was this act of bravery that ensured the morale of the Joseon and Ming fleets remained unbroken, allowing them to continue the fight and secure a significant victory over the Japanese forces. During the aftermath of the climactic battle of Myeongnyang, the strong bond between Admiral Yi Sun-sin of Joseon and Chen Lin of the Ming dynasty was evident. These allies had repeatedly assisted each other through the conflict, creating a deep mutual respect. After the battle, when Chen Lin approached to express his gratitude for Yi's support, he was greeted instead by Yi Wan, who took off his helmet and with a bowed head somberly informed him that Admiral Yi was dead. Chen Lin was overcome with grief upon hearing of his friend's demise. Reportedly, he was so moved that he fell to the ground 3 times, beating his chest and weeping, a poignant testament to the depth of their friendship and the high regard in which Yi was held. The news of Admiral Yi's death resonated through the Allied fleet, eliciting cries of mourning from both the Joseon and Ming sailors, united in their grief for their great fallen admiral. Chen Lin's subsequent report of Yi's death to the Wan Li Emperor of the Ming dynasty led to both Chen and Yi being honored posthumously. Admiral Yi was memorialized as a national hero in Korea, and due to Chen Lin's significant contributions to the war and his relationship with Yi, Chen's descendants were honored and welcomed in Korea, leading to the establishment of the Guangdong-jin clan. The remains of Admiral Yi were returned to his hometown in Asan, where he was laid to rest beside his father, Yi Jong, adhering to traditional Korean burial customs. In honor of his great legacy, shrines were erected across the country, both officially and by local communities, celebrating his life and enduring contributions to the Korean military ethos. This national reverence ensures that Admiral Yi Sun-sin's legacy is one of a strategic genius and a devoted patriot that continues to inspire generations in Korea today. And hopefully, it inspired you a little bit. Perhaps you hadn't heard of Yi Sun-sin. I'd only heard of him briefly. I'm glad I got to retell his story. Rest in peace to the great admiral, the great hero of the Korean people. The Ming Treasure Voyages, a series of 7 maritime expeditions led by the Admiral Zheng He of China between 1405 and 1433, during the reign of the Yongle Emperor of the Ming dynasty. These voyages were monumental in scale, and they involved hundreds of ships, some of which were among the largest marine craft the world had ever seen, along with thousands of crew, of course, ranging from soldiers to sailors and diplomats to interpreters. Now, the primary objectives of these voyages were to assert Ming dominance over the Indian Ocean trade routes, expand China's tributary system, and display the might and reach of the Ming Empire to the wider world. Thus, the Admiral Zheng He traveled as far as the eastern coasts of Africa, visiting modern-day countries such as Kenya and Somalia, and his fleets called at ports throughout Southeast Asia, South Asia and the Middle East, and even to the eastern coast of Africa. These expeditions are noted for their remarkable organization and the extensive range of geographical knowledge they helped accumulate, as well as, of course, for fostering diplomatic relations and establishing Chinese presence in the regions visited. However, following the death of the Yongle Emperor, subsequent Chinese rulers took a more isolationist approach, and maritime prohibitions were enacted that halted further voyages of this kind. But regardless, the legacy lives on, but perhaps it's not something you've heard of in great detail. If that is the case, well, I will do my best to retell the story today for you. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is a pleasure to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you back with me again. As always, supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the content. If you want to go above and beyond, 2 clicks of the like and subscribe button certainly help, and beyond that, you may refer to the video description. And now, without further ado, let us begin our video for today. Now, first of all, I'm just going to say that a lot of the pronunciations, I am not going to be using the tonal system for the Mandarin pronunciations. I certainly can use it, but to keep the flow of the English language we are using, I'm just going to be running over the tonal pronunciations so that nobody gets taken out of me speaking in a normal manner that is understandable to everybody. 反正我们现在讲英文，不是中文，是不是？所以我们现在开始吧。In either case, we are going to be speaking in English, not Chinese. So let us now begin. July 17th, 1402, Zhu Di ascended to the throne as the Yongle Emperor after his victory in the Jingnan campaign. He inherited a considerable naval legacy from his father, the Hongwu Emperor, and ambitiously expanded it to support his expansive foreign policies. The Yongle Emperor's reign marked a period of militaristic and naval expansion, epitomized by the treasure voyages he initiated in 1403. Under the Yongle Emperor's orders, a massive fleet, initially referred to as the Xiafan Guanjun, or Foreign Expeditionary Armada, was constructed. The imperial records from the Taizong Shilu indicate a substantial investment in shipbuilding, with directives used to various provinces and military garrisons to construct over 2,800 ships between 1403 and 1419. The primary construction sites included the Longjiang shipyard located in the Qinhuai River and near its confluence with the Yangtze River in Nanjing. This shipyard was pivotal in building the large treasure ships that would sail on the 7 famed expeditions. Now, we must talk about Zheng He, a trusted eunuch and previously the Grand Director of the Directorate of Palace Servants, who was selected by the Yongle Emperor to command these voyages. The Emperor endowed him with significant authority, including blank scrolls bearing the imperial seal, which allowed him to issue orders as needed during these voyages, effectively signing a blank check for the admiral. Now, the fleet comprised a mix of newly constructed and converted ships, drawing heavily upon resources from the Yangtze River and its surrounding areas. The crews were largely recruited from the military, with a significant number hailing from Fujian. At the start of the Ming treasure voyages, the Chinese treasure fleet, commanded by Admiral Zheng He, would embark from the Longjiang shipyard, sailing down the Yangtze to the Liujiagang. Here, Zheng He would organize his fleet and perform sacrifices to Tianfei, the goddess revered by sailors and seafarers. The fleet would spend 4 to 8 weeks progressing slowly to the Taiping anchorage in Changle, awaiting the northeast winter monsoon, which facilitated their journey from the Fujian coast through the Wuhu Men, the Five-Tiger Passage of the Min River. The favorable monsoon winds were crucial, as they dictated the fleet's navigation through the South China Sea and onward to the Indian Ocean. Quai Non in Champa, modern-day Vietnam, was consistently the fleet's first international stop. This phase of the journey marked the beginning of what was termed the Western Ocean during the Ming Dynasty, a term encompassing the waters of today's South China Sea and Indian Ocean, with the boundary between the Eastern and Western Oceans often considered to be near modern-day Brunei. Thus, from 1405 to 1411, during the first 3 of Zheng He's voyages, the fleet's route was roughly the same, starting from Fujian, stopping first in Champa, and then traveling across the South China Sea to Java and Sumatra, up through the Strait of Malacca to northern Sumatra where the fleet regrouped, then across the Indian Ocean to Ceylon, modern-day Sri Lanka, and along the Malabar coast of India to Calicut. Initially, the fleet's exploration did not extend beyond this final stop of Calicut. On the 4th voyage, however, the fleet's reach expanded to include Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. The 5th, 6th, and 7th voyages saw the fleet venturing further into regions of the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa. Specifically, during the 6th voyage, after reaching Calicut, several squadrons branched off to explore additional destinations along the Arabian Peninsula and East Africa. The 7th and final voyage replicated this pattern, with the fleet making its way to Hormuz and beyond, as various squadrons explored different parts of the Arabian Peninsula and East African coastline. In the 3rd lunar month of 1405, from March 30 to April 28th, preparations for a significant naval expedition were set into motion by the Ming Dynasty officials. A preliminary directive was issued to Admiral Zheng He and his co-commanders to lead a substantial force of 27,000 troops on a journey to the Western Ocean. This directive was formalized by an imperial edict dated July 11, 1405, which specifically addressed Zheng He, Wang Jinghong, and other officers, charging them with carrying imperial correspondence and lavish gifts for the rulers of various foreign lands they were to visit. On the eve of their departure, the Yongle Emperor hosted a great banquet to honor the fleet's officers and crew, distributing gifts suitable to their ranks in a gesture of boosting morale, and fostering loyalty. Well, moreover, significant religious observances were conducted, involving sacrifices and prayers to Tianfei. Remember, that was the goddess revered by sailors for protection and guidance. Think about how the Greeks view Poseidon. It's a little bit more complex than that, but if you want to water it down to that, well, that's kind of how it was. Well, This underscores the spiritual preparations that were deemed necessary for ensuring the fleet's success and safety. We can't rightly see a group of soldiers off without saying a prayer now, can't we? Well, by autumn of the same year, 1405, the fleet had congregated in Nanjing, poised for departure. Chroniclers of the time, writing in the Taizong Shilo, confirm that on July 11th, Zheng He's fleet embarked on its maiden voyage, equipped with imperial messages and gifts intended for all of the kings of the lands that they would visit. And they were good gifts, too. They included gold brocade, patterned silks, colored silk gauze, too, reflecting the recipient's status. But everybody got something, and the goodie bag was rather extensive. The fleet's initial stop was, of course, Liujiagang, where organizational efforts were undertaken to arrange the ships into squadrons, while continuing the religious observances to gain the favor of Tianfei. The fleet then progressed to the Taiping anchorage in Changle, situated near the Min River, to await the favorable northeast monsoon. Here, the crew engaged in further religious ceremonies, with more prayers and more sacrifices, seeking the blessing of Tianfei for their journey ahead. Once the monsoon winds were deemed favorable, the fleet set sail through Wuhu-men, remember, the Gate of Five Tigers, marking the beginning of Zheng He's historic voyage. And thus, from here, Zheng He's fleet embarked on their expansive route, visiting numerous pivotal ports across the Indian Ocean. Starting from Champa, the fleet sailed to Java, Malacca, Aru, Samudera, Lambre, Ceylon, Ceylon, and finally to Calicut. The journey from Lambre to Ceylon marked a significant departure from the coastal navigation along the Bay of Bengal. Instead, the fleet sailed directly across the Indian Ocean. A notable detour occurred 3 days after departing from Lambre, when one ship branched off to explore the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Within 6 days of this split, the fleet sighted the mountains of Ceylon, arriving on its western coast 2 days later. The visit to Ceylon, however, was cut short due to the hostility from the local ruler, Alakeshvara. And by the way, if you're thinking of Ceylon tea, well, yes, it is that Ceylon. Sri Lanka, Ceylon. Remember that one for the trivia nights. It has been suggested that Zheng He might have made a port call to Quilon, as the king of Quilon was known to have travelled with the fleet back to China in 1407. The fleet is believed to have stayed for an extended period of 4 months in Calicut, from December 1406 to April 1407. After navigating around Cape Comorin, the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent, Zheng He's fleet redirected northward for the journey return to China, making another stop at Malacca on the way. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. See what I did there? The return trip in 1407 did have its difficulties. Zheng He's fleet encountered Chen Zuyi, a pirate leader who had taken control of Palembang, a strategic port city controlling the Malaccan Strait. The ensuing battle resulted in the defeat of Chen's forces, and upon returning to Nanjing on the 2nd of October 1407, Chen and his lieutenants were promptly executed. Their pirating days were cut short, if we may say. Well, this action not only quelled the pirate threat, but also reinforced Ming control over the region. It also scared all of the other pirates away. Now the Ming court then installed Shi Qin as the pacification superintendent of Palembang, ensuring a friendly administration in the strategically vital port. Upon their return to Nanjing on the same day, the treasure fleet brought back envoys from various nations, ranging from Calicut, Ceylon, Samudera, Aru, and Malacca. These foreign dignitaries visited the Ming court, paying homage and presenting tribute from their respective lands. And in response, the Yongle Emperor, demonstrating the Ming dynasty's commitment to fostering international relations, directed the Ministry of Rites to prepare reciprocal gifts for the kings who had sent these envoys, thereby cementing diplomatic ties and enhancing trade connections with these distant regions. And now on to the second voyage. The first voyage went pretty well, don't you think? Well, not for the pirates. The second voyage of Zheng He's treasure fleet was initiated by an imperial order issued in October of 1407, directed to Zheng He, Wang Jinghong, and Hou Xian. Historical records, including Lang Ying's Qi Xiu Lei Gao and the Taizong Shilong, detail that the fleet was to visit an expansive list of destinations, including Calicut, Malacca, Samudera, and reaching past the previous areas. We had new additions, such as Siam, Abu Badan, Lambri, and Ganbali, distant kingdoms far, far away. Thus, the fleet set out from Nanjing, making stops at Liujiagang and Changle before proceeding for a broad sweep of ports across Southeast Asia and the Indian subcontinent. Notable was the omission of Ceylon from the itinerary of this voyage. A specific mission of this voyage was the formal investiture of Mana Vikran as the king of Calicut, which underscored the diplomatic and ceremonial importance of the fleet's journeys. Additionally, a tablet was placed in Calicut to commemorate the strengthening relationship between China and India. A significant incident addressed during this voyage was the resolution of certain tensions between Ming China and Java. The background involved a tragic misunderstanding during a civil war on Java, that's modern-day Indonesia, one of these islands, between 1401 and 1406, where the king of West Java was responsible for the deaths of 170 Chinese embassy members. This error was later acknowledged by the Javanese ruler, who sent an envoy to the Ming court to admit guilt and offer reparations. Well, the Ming court demanded 60,000 liang worth of gold as compensation. Severe consequences of non-compliance by referencing Ming China's military actions in Annam, which was the old name for Vietnam, one of the parts of it. Ultimately, the Javanese ruler's compliance led to the restoration of diplomatic relations, with the Ming emperor eventually forgiving a significant portion of the debt as a gesture of leniency towards the remorseful Javanese ruler. This resolution showed the Ming dynasty's preference for diplomatic solutions and their strategic use of Zheng He's voyages to enforce and demonstrate Ming power across the region. Thus it was not just a display of China's naval capabilities and reach, but also maintaining surveillance and asserting Ming influence over critical maritime regions like Java. Thus, during the second voyage of Zheng He's treasure fleet, there is evidence that the fleet visited Pulau Sembilan in the Strait of Malacca in 1409, during the 7th year of the Yongle reign. The historian Fei Xin provides a detailed account of this visit, noting that Zheng He and his associates dispatched government troops to the island to harvest incense wood. They managed to obtain 6 large logs of a highly aromatic wood, which greatly amazed the local inhabitants. Fei's description vividly captures the interaction, portraying the Ming soldiers as almost mythical figures, described as soldiers of the heavenly god, whose presence awed and amazed the islanders. The timing of this visit and the details of the fleet's itinerary have led to a little bit of confusion regarding Zheng He's participation in this second voyage. The historical record indicates that an envoy was sent ahead of Zheng's departure with the main fleet. Moreover, an imperial edict for the third voyage was issued while the fleet was still in the Indian Ocean, raising questions about Zheng's presence during these events. January 21st, 1409. On this day, a significant ceremonial event in honor of the goddess Tian Fei took place, suggesting that Zheng might have been required to attend due to the ceremony's importance. And, well, you wouldn't want to miss out on a good party, wouldn't you? The conflicting information has led historians to debate Zheng's involvement in the second voyage. Some suggest that Zheng could not have been part of this voyage at all, saying that his presence was necessary at the Tianfei ceremony. Similarly, others concur that Zheng did not accompany the fleet. However, there is one Edward Dreyer who offers a counterpoint, arguing from Fei Xin's account that Zheng's involvement in the visit to Palau Sembilan strongly suggests that he was indeed on the second voyage. Either way, in the first month of the 7th year of the Yongle reign, so 16th of January to 14th of February 1409, an imperial order was issued for the third voyage of Zheng He's treasure fleet. This order, addressed to Zheng He, Wang Jinghong, and Hou Xian, marked the official commencement of the expedition. Zheng embarked on this significant voyage later that year. Once again, the fleet departed from Liujiagang between the 9th of October and 6th of November 1409, later arriving at Changle the following month. They left Changle in the 12th month. That was about the 5th of January to the 3rd of February 1410, making their way through the Wuhu Men. Now I will just quickly remind you that the Chinese, even up to this day, use a lunar calendar, and it gets a little bit confusing sometimes, but I'll try to put both dates on where I can. Now, their journey included stops at several key maritime hubs, including Champa, Malacca, Samudera, Ceylon, and all of the usual suspects. The fleet reached Champa within 10 days of departure from Changle, and during their journey, Wang Jinghong and Hou Xian made brief detours to places like Siam, Malacca, Samudera, and Ceylon. Now, there was a significant event of this voyage that occurred during their stay in Ceylon in 1410. The fleet's interaction with King Alakshvara of Ceylon marked a pivotal moment of the voyage. The Chinese perceived the Sinhalese as overbearing and frankly disrespectful. Their words, not mine, and they attributed the hostility and piracy against neighboring nations friendly to Ming China to the Sinhalese. They thought it was all their fault. Well, the tension escalated when Zheng He and 2,000 of his troops were lured into Kote, the capital city of Ceylon, and separated from their fleet, which was anchored at Colombo. Alakeshvara planned a surprise attack on the fleet, but in a turn of events, Jung and his troops invaded Kot and captured the city, along with Alakeshvara, his family, and principal officials. Now we do have a chronicler, Yang Rong, who wrote of the conflict in 1515, and here's what Yang Rong wrote. Straight away, their dens and hideouts were ravaged, and we made captive that entire country, bringing back to our august capital their women, children, families, and retainers, leaving not one, cleaning out in a single sweep those noxious pests, as if winnowing chaff from the grain, these insignificant worms, deserving to die 10,000 times over, trembling in fear. They did not merit the punishment of heaven. Thus the august emperor spared their lives, and they humbly bowed down, making crude sounds and praising the sage-like virtue of the imperial Ming ruler. Yang Rong, 1515. Well, tell us what you really think, Yang Rong. Pretty harsh. Well, the fleet's return to Nanjing on the 6th of July in 1411 marked the end of the third voyage. Upon their return, Jung presented the captured Sinhalese to the Yongle emperor, who decided that, well, they'd suffered enough already. He released them and returned them to Ceylon. Pretty good luck for the Sinhalese, I would say. I think if they were in the Qing dynasty, they would not have received this treatment. I'll teach you all about the Qing dynasty later on. That was an interesting one, to say the least. This act of magnanimity was accompanied by a significant political move. The Chinese dethroned Alakeshvara and installed their ally Parakrambahu as a new king. Zheng He's fleet supported this transition, ensuring stability and friendly relations during subsequent visits to Ceylon. Now, for the fourth voyage, which, on December the 18th, 1412, the Yongle Emperor issued a directive for the treasure fleet to depart, commanding Zheng He and others to lead it again. The voyage, noted for extending into Muslim countries, showed the importance of securing reliable interpreters to facilitate interactions. Thus, in preparation, Zheng He sought out Hassan, a proficient Arabic speaker, in Xi'an in April of 1413. Xi'an, by the way, is the city where the terracotta warriors are. You've got to take a bus about an hour out, or maybe a car for half an hour. It's well worth a visit. Hassan's skills, of course, would prove invaluable during the expedition. Thus the fleet embarked from Nanjing in the autumn of 1413, setting sail from Fujian in December of the same year. The journey expanded beyond Calicut, the westernmost point reached in all of the previous expeditions, and the itinerary included numerous strategic and trade-rich stops across Southeast Asia and beyond, into the Persian Gulf and the Maldives. Significant stops included Champa again, Pahang, Malacca, Java, Samudera, and Ceylon again, but they also went to Jayila, which is directly across from Ceylon. The fleet also visited Cochin and Calicut, key trade centers in India. Further on, they explored the Maldives, Bitra Atoll, Jetlat Atoll, and Hormuz. In Java, Zheng's delegation delivered gifts from the Yongle Emperor, reinforcing diplomatic ties and the stature of the Ming dynasty in the region. The Javanese response was equally gracious, with envoys arriving in China on April 29, 1415, bearing tributes of Western horses and local products, a testament to the deepening relationships fostered by these maritime expeditions. During the homeward leg of their 1415 voyage, Zheng He's fleet made a critical stop in northern Sumatra. There, a political upheaval had placed Sekigahara on the throne of Samudera, having usurped it from Zayn al-Abidin, whom the Ming dynasty had formally recognized as king. This change disrupted the stability and alignments that China fostered in the region. The Ming fleet, under Zheng He's command, was ordered to undertake a punitive expedition to dethrone the usurper Sekigahara and restore Zayn al-Abidin. The ensuing battle saw Sekigahara's considerable forces, reportedly numbering tens of thousands, decisively defeated by the Ming troops. The conflict did not end with the battle, however. The Ming forces pursued the fleeing Sekigahara to Lambri, capturing him along with his family. Oh, and take the number of tens of thousands of troops with a grain of salt. It comes from the Ming sources, and, well, they may have blown it a little bit out of proportion. Either way, they still won, so there's that. Well, the restored king Zayn al-Abidin expressed his gratitude by sending a tribute mission to the Ming court, reinforcing the tributary relationship that underpinned Ming diplomatic trade strategies. This intervention by the Ming fleet not only reinstated a favorable ruler, but it also demonstrated the Ming's willingness and capability to exert military power to safeguard its interests, albeit this was usually a last resort for them. Well, following the resolution of this conflict, Sekigahara was taken to Nanjing, where he was presented to the Yongle Emperor, and, well, he didn't get away like the Sinhalese did. He was executed. Historical accounts vary in their portrayal of Sekigahara, with some describing him as a tyrannical usurper, and others as an ambitious relative of the former king, who sought power at any cost. The fleet concluded its journey, and returned to Nanjing on August 12, 1415. However, the Yongle Emperor was absent, engaged in his military campaign against the Mongols since March 16, 1413, and had not yet returned. Despite the emperor's absence, the successful expedition reinforced Ming China's influence over its trade routes and political entities along them. Envoys from 18 different countries arrived at the Ming court with tributes, another testament to the extensive reach and impact of Zheng He's voyages. Well, November 1416. Following his return to Nanjing, the Yongle Emperor celebrated his arrival with great fanfare on November 19th, presenting gifts to a diverse group of attendees that included princes, civil and military officials, and ambassadors from 18 countries. The ceremony highlighted the emperor's largesse and the Ming dynasty's extensive diplomatic network. Later, on December 28th, a significant departure ceremony took place, where the ambassadors were honored with robes, marking the prelude to the 5th treasure voyage, officially decreed on the same day. The primary mission of this voyage was to escort the ambassadors back to their home countries and present gifts to their monarchs as a gesture of goodwill and to solidify diplomatic ties further. Zheng He, back in action once again, was charged with transporting these dignitaries, and of course delivering the lavish gifts, including a notable inscription and a ceremonial seal to the King of Cochin, who had been a consistent tributary since 1411. The fleet likely set sail in the autumn of 1417, initially docking at Quanzhou to load valuable cargoes of porcelain and other goods intended for trade and gifts. The scope of this voyage was ambitious, reaching the farthest ports yet, including stops in Southeast Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, and the East African coast. We're talking as far as Aden, Mogadishu, and even Malindi, and that's a long, long way from home. Historical records from the region, such as the Tari al-Yaman, confirm the fleet's presence along the Aden coast by January 1419. The fleet returned to China on August 8, 1419, and despite the Yongle Emperor's absence in Beijing, the Ministry of Rights was instructed to reward the fleet's personnel financially, indicating the imperial acknowledgement of their service and the successful completion of their mission. Job well done. The tribute brought back by the ambassadors, including exotic animals such as lions, leopards, and giraffes, caused a sensation at the Ming court, showing the cultural and biological diversity of the lands within the fleet's reach. You imagine, all those years ago, they bring back these things beyond your wildest dreams, beyond your deepest imaginations, and there they are, right in front of you. It's hard not to think that they would be very taken back by this. Well, of course, this display didn't just serve to enrich the Ming dynasty's knowledge of foreign wildlife. It was mainly there to demonstrate the extent of its maritime capabilities and the broad scope of its international relations. As the capital moved to Beijing in early 1420, the Yongle Emperor planned a grand celebration for the following year, inviting all foreign envoys to the new capital. Everybody is welcome, and they were going to have a big party. Thus, on the 3rd day of March, in the year 1421, as recorded in the Taizong Shilo, an imperial directive was issued dispatching envoys from 16 nations, including Hormuz, bearing gifts such as paper and coin money, ceremonial robes and linings. These envoys were to be escorted back to their respective lands by the majestic Chinese treasure fleet. The same date marked the imperial command for the 6th voyage, for which Zheng He was entrusted with delivering imperial letters and gifts including silk brocade, silk floche, and silk gauze to the rulers of these nations. This grand fleet eventually headed to Malacca and the Sumatran states of Lambi, Aru, and Samudera, where it divided into several squadrons. From Samudera, the detachments ventured to various destinations, including Ceylon, Jaila, Cochin, Ganbali, and Calicut in southern India. The squadrons then dispersed even further to places like Liaoshan, Maldives and the Laccadive Islands, the Persian Gulf's Hormuz, and the Arabian states of Dhofar, Lhasa, and Aden, and then on to the African states of Mogadishu and Brava. A noteworthy detachment under the eunuch Zhou Man visited Aden, and possibly Lhasa and Dhofar as well. Zheng He's personal involvement is highlighted in his visit to Ganbali, marking it as a unique instance among the 12 nations visited west of Sumatra. While the main body of the fleet advanced from Calicut to Hormuz, other squadrons, after separating near Ceylon, journeyed to Mogadishu and other smaller destinations. The fleet's return voyage included a stop at Calicut, where several squadrons regrouped before reassembling at Samudera. They likely visited Siam during this homeward leg, eventually returning to China on the 3rd of September 1422. Bringing with them envoys from regions such as Siam, Samudera, and Aden, these dignitaries bought tributes of local products and proceeded overland or via the Grand Canal to the imperial court in Beijing, arriving in 1423. An additional event of note is reported in the Tari al-Yaman on the 31st of January 1423, when the Sultan of the Rasulid dynasty in Taiz prepared to receive a Chinese delegation in February, highlighting a vibrant exchange of goods. And this encounter shows that several Chinese vessels from the treasure fleet had chosen to extend their stay beyond their usual return to China. On the 14th of May, 1421, the Yongle Emperor decreed a halt to the renowned treasure voyages, reallocating the empire's resources and attention towards military campaigns against the Mongols. As a result, from 1422 to 1431, the majestic Chinese treasure fleet was stationed in Nanjing, repurposed to bolster the city's garrison. And in the year 1424, amidst these shifting priorities, Zheng He embarked on a diplomatic mission to Palembang. However, significant changes were unfolding back home in China. Following the death of the Yongle Emperor on the 12th of August, 1424, his son, Zhou Gaozhi, ascended to the throne as the Hongxi Emperor on September 7th of the same year. It was after the passing of his father that Zheng He returned from Palembang. The new Hongxi Emperor held a less favorable view of the treasure voyages. On the very day of his ascension, he officially ceased all further expeditions. Nonetheless, he did maintain the fleet, and he repurposed it to serve as a garrison in Nanjing. It wasn't like he just lit everything on fire. Well, on the 24th of February 1425, Zheng He was appointed as the defender of Nanjing, tasked with the commanding of the fleet to ensure the city's defense. The Hongxi Emperor's reign, however, well, that was short-lived, as he passed away on the 29th of May 1425, and he was succeeded by his eldest son, Zhu Jianji, who became the Xuande Emperor. Now the Xuande Emperor chose to uphold his father's policies regarding the treasure fleet, keeping it as a part of Nanjing's defensive framework. Additionally, on the 25th of March 1428, he tasked Zheng He and others with overseeing the reconstruction and repairs of the great Bao'en Temple in Nanjing. The project reached completion in 1431, and it is speculated that the funds for this undertaking might have been redirected from those originally allocated to the treasure voyages. On the 25th of May, 1430, an imperial directive recorded by Gong Zhen mandated the provisioning for an ambitious undertaking. Zheng He, along with Wang Jinghong, Li Xing, Zhu Liang, and others, were tasked for an official mission to the Western Ocean. It's back on, boys. Let's do it. This order reached Yangqing, Luozhi, Tang Guanbo, and Yuancheng, setting the stage for a seventh treasure voyage, officially ordered by the Xuande Emperor on the 29th of June 1430. Now the Xuanzong Shiluo reflects on this expedition's purpose: to extend China's influence to distant lands, ensuring their deference and reinvigorating tributary relations, first fostered under the Yongle Emperor. Now detailed in chronicles of the time, the journey's intricate itinerary began on the 19th of January 1431 from Longwan, or Dragon Bay, in Nanjing. By the 23rd, the fleet reached Shushan, an unidentified island in the Yangtze River, with a crew engaged in hunting. Progressing through the Fuzi Passage, now known as the Baimaosha Channel, by the 2nd of February, they reached Liujiagang the following day. On the 8th of April, the fleet made its way to Changle, and by mid-December to Fudoshan, likely near modern-day Fuzhou. The following year, the fleet navigated through Wuhuman at the entrance to the Min River, on January the 12th, arriving at Vijaya in Champa by January the 27th. After leaving Vijaya in mid-February, they reached Surabaya in Java by early March, remaining there until mid-July. The subsequent stops included Palembang, from where they departed after a brief stay, followed by Malacca, and then Samudera, with each leg of the journey marked by strategic engagements and brief layovers. The fleet's journey continued to Beruala in Ceylon, arriving by the end of November, and swiftly moved on to Calicut by early December. By January 1433, the fleet had reached Hormuz, a crucial node in their expansive maritime network, and after nearly 2 months, they concluded their stay and continued on their path. During the expansive 7th voyage, detailed in the Xiaxiyang, Hormuz stood as the most westerly of the 8 destinations documented. However, comprehensive accounts like the Ming expanded this scope significantly, suggesting that the fleet visited at least 17 countries, and these included locations not only specified in the Xiaxiyang, but also additional locales such as Bengal, the Maldives, Mecca, and Brava. Gongzhen's records indicate that a number of countries visited may have reached up to 20. Well, the Xiaxiyang Chronicles details the route and significant dates of the 7th voyage's return leg. Departing from Hormuz on the 9th of March 1433, the Chinese treasure fleet made its way to Calicut, arriving on the 31st of March. A brief stop ensued before setting sail on the 9th of April across the vast ocean to reach Samudera by the 25th of April, departing shortly thereafter on the 1st of May. By the 9th of May, the fleet was anchored in Malacca and reached the Kunlun Ocean by the 28th of May. Subsequently, they arrived in Vijaya, present-day Kinnon, on the 13th of June, and resumed their voyage on the 17th. Following their passage, the fleet arrived at Taicang on the 7th of July. The documentation in the Xiaxiyang omits details of the journey from Taicang to the capital, however. It is noted, though, that the fleet arrived in Beijing on the 22nd of July, 1433. By the 27th, the Shanda Emperor honored the fleet's personnel with ceremonial robes and paper money, a token of recognition for their successful expedition. It has been suggested that the main fleet briefly stayed in Calicut, and the fleet's detached squadrons had likely already assembled there for the homeward journey. Their route back did not include stops at Ceylon or southern India due to the advantageous southwest monsoon propelling their sail. Once regrouped, Ma notes that the various detached ships assembled in Malacca, awaiting favorable winds to continue their homeward journey. The strategic patience facilitated a smoother return voyage. Upon their return, The fleet was accompanied by envoys from 11 different countries, including Mecca. As recorded in the Shansong Shilu on the 14th of September 1433, a diverse array of ambassadors arrived at the court to present their tributes. These included Haile Jehan, the younger brother of King Zayn al-Abidin of Samudera, and Gebu Manduluya, the ambassador from King Bilimar of Calicut, including many other ambassadors and members from different countries, all converging to pay their tributes. Additionally, Abd al-Rahman represented the king of Old Kayal, being Jaila, and the headman Shashian represented the king of Mecca. Certainly a rich tapestry of international relations, fostered by years of maritime endeavors. Throughout the early 15th century, the treasure voyages under the Yongle Emperor elevated Ming China to the pinnacle of naval dominance. These expeditions extended imperial sway across distant lands. However, by 1433, this expansive seafaring initiative came to an abrupt halt, and Ming China retreated from its naval endeavors. As for Admiral Zheng He, well, his death is marked as either 1433 or 35, coinciding closely with the cessation of the voyages. Despite the discontinuation of these state-sponsored expeditions, trade across the eastern maritime routes continued to thrive. Chinese merchants maintained a strong presence in the trade networks of East Asia, India, and East Africa. Over time, the robust imperial tributary system that had regulated foreign commerce began to slowly deteriorate, giving way to burgeoning private trade that gradually eclipsed the centralized state control. The Mongol invasions of Vietnam in the late 13th century, initiated by Kublai Khan, encompassed 3 major military campaigns aimed at subjugating the Dai Viet kingdom. The first invasion in 1258 led to a brief Mongol occupation of the capital, Thang Long, modern Hanoi. But subsequent invasions in 1285 and 87 faced robust resistance, led by General Tran Hong Dao. The Vietnamese utilized guerrilla tactics and intimate knowledge of the local terrain effectively, culminating in the decisive Battle of Bac Dang River during the third invasion. It was here the Vietnamese employed a strategic ploy involving underwater stakes that devastated the Mongol fleet at high tide, leading to a significant defeat and eventually the withdrawal of Mongol forces, thereby affirming Vietnamese resilience and independence against one of history's most terrifying military powers. Hello and welcome to the channel. Perhaps I should say good morning, perhaps good afternoon, or good evening. But if you're new to the channel, I'll just say welcome. And if you're coming back, welcome back for another video. Great to have you here again. As always, if you want to support the channel by clicking on the video, you've already done it. But if you want to go above and beyond, perhaps you should take a look in the video description. A like and subscribe is only one click away too, if you feel so inclined. Now, without further ado, and continuing these last few days of East Asian and Mongol history, let's get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. By the mid-1250s, the vast Mongol Empire expanded its control across a significant portion of Eurasia, encapsulating territories such as Eastern Europe, Anatolia, North China, Mongolia, Manchuria, Central Asia, Tibet, and even as far as Southwest Asia. The ruler Kublai Khan, whose reign spanned from 1251 to 59, orchestrated comprehensive plans to conquer the Song dynasty in southern China. His strategic approach in 1259 avoided a direct and perilous assault across the Yangtze River by choosing instead to establish a strong operational base in the southwestern part of China, which would facilitate a more manageable flanking maneuver against the armies of the Song. Now, during the Kurultai, that's kind of the leadership meeting of the Mongols in the summer of 1252, Mongke commissioned his brother Kublai to spearhead the campaign in the southwest, targeting the region of Sichuan. By autumn of the same year, a formidable Mongol force of over 100,000 advanced to the Tao River, subsequently breaching the Sichuan basin. This force overpowered the local Song military presence and established a significant strategic foothold in the area. Thus the campaign's expansion continued into 1253, when Mongke learned of the refusal of Duan Xingzhi, the ruler of the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, to negotiate. Further exacerbating the situation was the murder of Mongke's envoys by Dali's prime minister, Gao Xiang. In response, Mongke ordered a robust military response, led by Kublai and Uriyangkadai. By September of 1253, Kublai initiated a three-pronged assault on Dali, involving coordinated movements from both the Western Army under Uriyangkadai, from Gansu through Tibet, and an eastern contingent led by Wang Dezhen from Sichuan. The Mongol forces, of course, faced stiff resistance from Dali's troops along the Jinsha River, leading to several intense skirmishes. Utilizing innovative tactics, Kublai's army crossed the river using rafts made from inflated sheepskins under the cover of darkness, managing to outmaneuver and disrupt the Dali forces. This strategic maneuver precipitated a swift collapse of Dali's military resistance, culminating in the capture of the capital on December 15th, 1253. Despite the initial resistance, the city and its populace were spared from destruction. Post-capture, Duan Xingzhi and Gao Xiang attempted to flee. While Gao Xiang was captured and executed shortly after, Duan continued to resist from Shanchan, which is present-day Kunming, with local support until his eventual capture in the autumn of 1255. The Mongols, maintaining their typical strategy, kept the native Duan dynasty nominally in power, albeit under strict Mongol oversight. The remnants of the Duan clan were then co-opted to assist the Mongols in further military campaigns against neighboring regions, such as the Burmese Pagan Empire, and of course, Dai Viet, showing the Mongols' pragmatic approach to leveraging local structures and leadership for their imperial ambitions. So, by the end of 1254, after securing significant advancements in the southwestern region of China, Kublai Khan felt the need to return to Mongolia for discussions with his brother Mongke Khan concerning the Khaganate's leadership. During his absence, the responsibility for maintaining and expanding Mongol control over Yunnan was left to Uriang Khadai, who actively campaigned against the local Yi and Lolo tribes from 1254 to 57. His success in subduing these groups ultimately solidified Mongolian authority in the region. In early 1257, Uriang Khadai reported back to Kublai Khan's court, confirming the stability and control over Yunnan. His effective leadership and military successes were recognized and awarded by the emperor, further bolstering his status and position within the imperial Mongol framework. Following this, Uriang Khadai returned to Yunnan to organize for further expansion, this time directing his attention towards Southeast Asia, particularly the Dai Viet Kingdom. Now let's set the scene. You see, Dai Viet had emerged in the 960s, carving out a distinct territory of their own in the Red River Delta from the remnants of the Tang regime after the empire's collapse in 907. The Vietnamese kingdom, through successive dynasties, had maintained a consistent and regulated tributary relationship with the Chinese Song dynasty, showcasing its diplomatic finesse and regional autonomy. But, of course, it couldn't last forever. The peace was disrupted in autumn of 1257 when Uriang Khadai dispatched envoys to the Vietnamese ruler Tran Tai Tong, demanding not only submission, but also passage through Vietnamese territory to facilitate a Mongol attack on the Song dynasty from the south. Seeing the strategic threat posed by allowing a foreign army to traverse his domain and attack a neighboring ally, Tran Tai Tong refused the demands. The Mongol envoys were subsequently imprisoned as a signal of Dai Viet's resistance. This act of defiance understandably angered the Mongols and prompted a military response from Uriang Khadai. Thus, he launched an invasion into Dai Viet with a substantial force, including key generals Trechadu and Aju, aiming to subdue the Vietnamese and secure the desired passage for operations against the Song. In early 1258, Uriang Khadai, the accomplished son of the legendary Mongol general Subutai, led his significant military expedition into Dai Viet from his base in Yunnan. Thus, this campaign was a continuation of their efforts to expand their empire and strategic positions against the southern Song, and they wanted to use Dai Viet as a potential pathway, or even a completely new base of power. Vietnamese historical records indicate that the Mongol invading force was nothing to be scoffed at, numbering at least 30,000 soldiers, which included a significant component of 2,000 Yi troops from the recently subjugated Dali kingdom. These numbers reflect the scale and preparedness of the Mongol military endeavors during this period. They were not doing things by half. But of course, modern scholarship often provides a more conservative estimate of the size of the Mongol forces. It suggests that several thousand Mongol troops were directly involved, with Uriang Khadai at the helm, a figure that typically includes around 3,000 Mongol cavalry, renowned for their mobility and effectiveness in battle, supported by an additional contingent of approximately 10,000 Yi soldiers, indicating a diverse composition that utilized local forces from the Mongol-controlled territories. The combined force engaged with Vietnamese defenders on the 17th of January 1258. The battle was part of the Mongols' broader strategy under Kublai Khan's directive, aiming not only to expand their territorial control, but also to establish a more advantageous position against the southern Song. The Battle of Bing-le-Nguyen marked a significant encounter during the Mongol invasion of Dai Viet in 1258, where the use of war elephants by the Vietnamese was notably countered by the strategic responses of the Mongol forces. Emperor Tran Tai Tong himself led his army from atop an elephant, embodying the traditional warfare tactics of the region. However, his strategy backfired when the Mongol general Aju cleverly ordered his archers to target the elephant's feet, causing the animals to panic and turn chaotically. This disruption led to a rout of the Vietnamese forces, causing disarray and a hasty retreat by the Vietnamese leaders, who escaped on pre-prepared boats. Following the chaos at Binh Le Nguyen, the remaining Vietnamese forces suffered another significant defeat the next day at the Battle of the Phu Lo Bridge. This series of defeats forced Emperor Tran Tai Tong to evacuate the capital, which he reportedly did in a disorderly and panicked manner, contrary to the official annals that depicted an organized withdrawal. The rapid retreat left behind weapons and other resources, which fell into the hands of the pursuing Mongols. Upon occupying the capital, the Mongols discovered their envoys imprisoned, one of whom had already succumbed. In the retaliation, they massacred the inhabitants of Tanglong, although they did not extend their destructive behavior as they advanced northwards towards Yunnan, earning a contrasting reputation as Buddhist enemies for their restraint in looting and unnecessary violence. Despite their successful capture of the capital, Mongol control was limited to the city, as the surrounding provinces remained firmly under Vietnamese command. The campaign in Dai Viet was part of a larger Mongol strategy to flank the Song by establishing a base to their southwest. After a brief occupation, Ouyang Kadai, not deterred by the climate as often misinterpreted from Chinese sources, continued his military campaign by moving to invade the Song territory in modern-day Guangxi as part of a coordinated assault that included Mongol forces attacking in Sichuan under Mongol Khan and others in Shandong and Henan. The loss of his capital and a prince eventually compelled Emperor Tran Tai Tong to submit to the Mongols, marking a significant, although not conclusive, point in the Mongol efforts to subdue Dai Viet. A month after his escape from the capital in 1258, Tran Tai Tong returned to Dai Viet and initiated a diplomatic and tributary relationship with the Mongols. This move was a strategic one, positioning the Mongols as peers alongside the southern Song dynasty, with whom Dai Viet also maintained ties. It was a period that marked the beginning of a new phase of foreign relations for Dai Viet, treating these powerful neighbors with dual diplomatic approach. Thus, in March 1258, Tran Tai Tong had completely abdicated, passing the throne to his son, Prince Tran Huang, who took the reins amidst a admittedly complex international scene. Not a very good time for him to begin his reign at all. In that same year, the new emperor reached out to the Mongols, sending envoys to their base in Yunnan, signaling a continuation of his father's policy of engagement. The submission of Dai Viet to Mongol authority proved beneficial for Uryang Khatai, who, leveraging the support from the new Vietnamese emperor, quickly mobilized an army consisting of 3,000 Mongol cavalry and 10,000 troops from Dali. With these forces, and via a route through Dai Viet, Uryang Khatai launched a renewed offensive against the Song dynasty in the summer of 1259. This campaign saw Mongol forces pushed deep into Song territory, reaching Guilin and advancing to Tanzhou in modern-day Hunan province. This military action was part of a broader Mongol strategy led by Kublai Khan. His life's work. He was hoping it would come to fruition. However, the Mongol campaign against the Song was abruptly halted by the sudden death of Kublai Khan in August of 1259. His demise led to a succession crisis within the Mongol Empire. You see, in Mongolia, Prince Arik Boker swiftly proclaimed himself ruler, while in China, Prince Kublai also declared his right to rulership. You can see how this gets a little bit complicated. This power struggle, which focused the Mongol Empire's energies on internal disputes, effectively put an end to their immediate imperial ambitions in China, and left the regions of Vietnam undisturbed for a time. This respite allowed the Vietnamese kingdoms a period of peace, as the Mongol focus shifted away from expansion towards resolving their leadership turmoil. Following the subjugation of the Song dynasty in 1276, the newly established Yuan dynasty under Kublai Khan redirected its expansive ambitions southwards, targeting Champa and Dai Viet, among other regions. You see, Champa was strategically vital due to its control over the maritime routes linking China with Southeast Asia and India. The Mongol court recognized the importance of dominating this key junction to control trade throughout Southeast Asia. It should be noted as well that controlling Champa would enable the Yuan access to valuable commodities traded across the Indian Ocean by Arab and Persian merchants. Despite the king of Champa's nominal acceptance of Mongol overlordship, his submission was reluctant and fraught with tensions. In the late 1281, Kublai planned a massive mobilization to assert control over regions including the Sukhothai, Lopburi, Malabar, and Champa in particular, from where he expected logistical support in the form of food supplies for his troops. However, these aggressive plans were eventually set aside in favor of a diplomatic approach, aiming to coerce these states into submission through envoys rather than outright military invasion. This strategic shift acknowledged the logistical challenges and the strong pro-Song sentiments in Champa, where the Cham king had shown sympathy towards the fallen Song dynasty. The situation was further complicated by the presence of Chinese officials, soldiers, and civilians who had fled the Mongol conquest and sought refuge in Champa. These refugees stirred up anti-Mongol and anti-Yuan sentiments, further complicating diplomatic efforts. In the summer of 1282, when Yuan envoys passed through Champa, they were detained by Prince Harijit, revealing the extent of local resistance. They were not welcome. In response to these provocations, Kublai Khan ordered Sogatu of the Jailars, then the governor of Guangzhou, to lead a punitive expedition against Champa. Despite Kublai's acknowledgement of the innocence of Champa's old king, Jaya Indravarman V, he identified the opposition as stemming from the king's son Harijit and some southern Chinese. By late 1282, Sogatu launched a maritime invasion with 500 men aboard 100 ships and 250 landing crafts. This force, however, was a shadow of its intended strength. Many of the Yuan ships had been lost in previous failed invasions of Japan. Sogatu's arrival on the shores of Champa, near Tinai Bay, in February of 1283, marked a significant escalation in the Yuan's efforts to subdue the region. The Cham defenders, eagerly prepared for battle, had fortified their position with a wooden palisade on the west shore of the bay. The Mongol forces, undeterred by the formidable Cham defenses, launched a midnight assault on February 13th, attacking the stockade from 3 sides. The Cham forces, numbering around 10,000 men, and supported by scores of elephants, met the Yuan forces on the beach in a bold counterattack. Despite the strong defensive measures and the initial resistance, the experienced Mongol general Sogatu managed to penetrate the defenses, leading to a significant victory for the Yuan. The Mongols routed the Cham forces, capturing their forts and vast supplies. Sogatu then captured Vijaya, the Cham capital, within 2 days. However, instead of maintaining a presence in the city, he withdrew to camps outside the city limits. In the following days, the aging King Indravarman V abandoned the palace, setting fire to his warehouses to deny resources to the Yuan, and retreated into the hills, effectively avoiding capture. The refusal of the Cham king and Prince Harijit to meet with the Yuan and the execution of 2 captured Yuan envoys highlights the resolve of the Chams to resist Mongol rule. The situation escalated as Cham forces, using guerrilla tactics, continuously ambushed the Mongol troops in the mountainous regions. Realizing the challenges ahead, Sogatu prepared for a prolonged campaign by unloading supplies and clearing fields for rice farming, managing to harvest 150,000 piculs of rice by the summer. Meanwhile, diplomatic efforts to secure additional reinforcements and support continued. Sogatu's request for reinforcements was answered in March 1284, when another Yuan fleet, commanded by Atakai and Arik Kaya, arrived with over 20,000 troops. This new force anchored off the coast of Vijaya, bolstering the Yuan's position. Sogatu proposed a bold plan to invade Champa by marching through Dai Viet, a vassalized region, which Kublai Khan gave the approval. Togan, Kublai's son, was put in command of the operation, with Sogatu as his second-in-command. The political and diplomatic interactions between Kublai's Yuan dynasty and Dai Viet during the late 13th century were marked with increasing demands and a growing assertiveness from the Mongol Empire. Initially, in 1261, Kublai sought to solidify his control over Dai Viet by granting Tran Tan Tong the title of King of Annam and establishing a Mongol administrative presence in the form of a Darugachi, Sayyid Ajal. Reports to the Yuan court indicated that the Vietnamese king engaged in corrupt practices with the Darugachi, which muddied the already complex relationship between the two realms. Thus, as the Yuan dynasty consolidated its power, Kublai, dissatisfied with the traditional tributary payments which mirrored those given to the former Song dynasty, escalated his demands in 1267. His son, Hugachi, was dispatched with a list of demands that significantly exceeded previous expectations. These included not just tributes of gold, silver, and precious materials, but also forced labor, direct taxes, and even control over local commerce, reflecting Kublai's intention to integrate, or rather subjugate, Dai Viet more thoroughly into the Yuan Empire's economic and administrative systems. Thus Kublai's ambitions expanded further when he assigned the title of Prince of Yunnan to the Yuan heir apparent in 1278, a move aimed at asserting control over the regions of Dali, Shanshan, and Dai Viet. This act was perceived as an attempt to annex Dai Viet directly into the Yuan Empire, a prospect that the Vietnamese leadership found completely unacceptable. Can't really blame them. Well, following the death of Tran Tai Tong in 1278, his successor, Tran Nan Tong, known to the Mongols as Tran Nat Ton, faced repeated demands from Kublai to present himself in China as a vassal. The refusal to comply led the Yuan to withhold recognition of his kingship, and the efforts were made to place a Vietnamese defector on the throne of Dai Viet, reflecting the Yuan's use of political intrigue to achieve their objectives. By 1283, frustrated with the lack of progress through diplomatic channels and the persistent Vietnamese resistance to his demands, Kublai tasked Arik Kaya with leading a more aggressive approach. Arik Kaya was thus sent to demand that Dai Viet participate in a military campaign against Champa, provide logistical and military support for Yuan forces, and comply with even more stringent economic demands. The Vietnamese king's steadfast refusal was not taken well. Thus, in the following year, the dynamics between Dai Viet and the Mongols and Champa became increasingly complex as Kublai intensified his military ambitions in Southeast Asia. Togon, Kublai's son, was appointed to command a significant overland force, his mission ostensibly to support Sogotu in Champa, but with broader imperial objectives. Kublai's strategic aim was to launch a pincer movement against Champa, attacking from both the north through Dai Viet and from the south via Sogotu's forces. However, the Vietnamese leadership under Nan Tong discerned that this maneuver was likely a pretext for an outright conquest of Dai Viet itself. Thus, Prince Tran Quoc Tuan, a notable military leader, was tasked with organizing the defense against the impending Yuan threat. preparations included bolstering Dai Viet's naval capabilities, as evidenced by the reported dispatch of 500 ships to aid Champa, indicating a regional response to the Yuan maneuvers. As 1284 progressed, Dogon mobilized his forces at the borders of Dai Viet, signaling the imminent threat of an invasion. In a rather deceptive twist, reports emerged by December that Kublai Khan had commanded Dogon and his generals not merely to assist in Champa, but to use the military campaign as simply a cover for a full-scale invasion of Dai Viet. The period also saw the integration of Southern Song Chinese military expertise into the Vietnamese defense strategy, with many Chinese military officers and civilian officials who had intermarried with the Vietnamese elite taking up roles within the Vietnamese and Cham defenses. These alliances were crucial, as they brought valuable military expertise and reinforced the interconnected resistance against the Mongol expansion. Marco Polo's travels during this tumultuous period further underscore the significance of the region in global trade and political dynamics. His journey through Dai Viet and onwards to Chengdu provides a rare European perspective on the complexities of the geopolitical importance of Southeast Asia during the late 13th century. His observations, while primarily focused on commerce and culture, inadvertently also document the preparations and anxieties of the local populations during a period of intense military threats from one of history's most formidable empires. Well, the Yuan's land invasion of Dai Viet in 1285 was commanded by Prince Dogon and a Uyghur general by the name of Arik Kaya, while the naval forces were led by the Tangut general Li Heng and Muslim general Omar. Simultaneously, another Yuan column entered Dai Viet from Yunnan, commanded by the Khwarezmian general Nasr ad-Din bin Said Ajal, the governor of Yunnan, who had previously led a campaign against the kingdom of Bagan. The Vietnamese forces under the generalship of Tran Hung Dao totaled around 100,000 men, encompassing both land and naval units. The Yuan troops commenced their assault by crossing the Nam Chuan Pass on the 27th of January 1285, and swiftly moved southward along the rivers, overcoming Vietnamese forces at the battles of Ca Lai and Noi Bang. The Mongol advance continued as they reached the stronghold of Prince Quoc Tuan and Van Kiep by February the 10th. Within 3 days, they breached the Vietnamese defenses to arrive at the north bank of the Cao River. By February 18th, the Mongols had commandeered captured boats and decisively defeated the Vietnamese forces, enabling them to cross the river successfully. Upon capturing soldiers, the Mongols executed those found with the words Sat Tat, or Death to the Mongols, tattooed on their arms, displaying strict punitive measures against resistance. Geez, I bet they regretted those tattoos, eh? Well, despite their successes, the Yuan forces did not advance further south but remained on the north bank of the river. This decision led to ongoing skirmishes, but no significant territorial gains, as they faced stiff resistance from the well-organized Vietnamese defenses across the river. In a strategic effort to solidify their positions in Dai Viet during the invasion of 1285, Dogon coordinated a complex military operation involving multiple fronts. he instructed officer Tang Gudai to relay orders to Sogatu, who was stationed in Hui, to advance northward through the pass of Ng'e-an. This maneuver was part of a pincer movement intended to encircle the Vietnamese forces and facilitate a union with Togon's troops, who were simultaneously appealing for additional reinforcements from China. Togon also attempted diplomatic engagement, informing the Vietnamese king that the Yuan forces were positioned as allies against Champa, not as invaders of Dai Viet. By late February, Sogatu's forces had captured several critical locations, including the cities of Vinh and Thanh Hoa, as well as securing Vietnamese supply bases in Nam Dinh and Ninh Binh. These victories enabled the capture of 400 Song officers who had been aiding the Vietnamese, and the Mongols did not like it when they were aiding the Vietnamese. Well, despite efforts by Prince Quoc Tuan to disrupt this strategy and prevent the linking of Sogatu and Togon's forces, his attempts were unsuccessful, and his forces were eventually overwhelmed. The situation grew dire for Dai Viet, as Tran envoys extended peace terms that were summarily rejected by Togon and Omar. In response, Togon initiated a full-scale offensive, with Omar's fleet advancing along the Duong River. This aggressive push resulted in the capture of Tang Long, forcing King Tran Nan Tong and his court to flee seaward. The king met with Tran Hung Dao in Quang Ning to deliberate the possibility of surrender, but Tran Hung Dao, steadfast in his resistance, sought to rally the private armies of the Tran princes. The political landscape within Dai Viet began to fracture further, as many royals and nobles, overcome with fear, defected over to the Mongol side, including Prince Tran Ik Tak. However, the capture of the capital Tang Long did not yield the strategic advantage the Yuan had hoped for. The city's granaries had been emptied, depriving them of crucial supplies. Togon himself entered an abandoned palace, symbolizing the hollow victory without strategic resources. Despite occupying the capital, the Yuan's position remained precarious as their forces, led by Omar, launched 2 naval offensives in April. These attacks pushed the Vietnamese further south, intensifying the military and logistical challenges for both sides. The Tran forces, now encircled by the Yuan army, and with their king in flight along the coast to Thanh Hoa, faced grim prospects. However, the resistance led by figures like Tran Hung Dao and the continued maneuvering of the royal family underscored the resilience and complexity of Dai Viet's defense against the formidable Yuan onslaught. By May 1285, logistical strains began to manifest prominently for the Yuan forces in Dai Viet. As the supply lines overextended, Togon commanded Sogatu to assault Nam Dinh, the principal Vietnamese stronghold, to appropriate vital supplies. Concurrently, combat intensified, prompting Togon to issue retreat orders. He directed Sogatu to move back to Champa, and commanded Omar to facilitate a coordinated withdrawal along the Red River. Togon himself prepared for departure back to Siming in Guangxi, China, citing the challenging weather conditions and rampant disease as the primary reasons for withdrawal. The Vietnamese, however, capitalized on the Yuan's logistical and strategic disarray. In a significant naval engagement near Hamtu, a partisan force composed of former Song troops led by Zhao Zhong, alongside Prince Nat Duat, and local militias achieved a decisive victory against a segment of Yuan forces. This victory was a turning point, and on June 9th, 1285, the Mongol forces began evacuating Tanglong, marking the beginning of their full retreat from Dai Viet. Historical records provide differing perspectives on the retreat. The history of Yuan suggests that the withdrawal was due to Mongol troops' inability to adapt their combat techniques to the local environment, whereas Am Nim Chi Lok credits a forceful Vietnamese offensive for reclaiming their capital, La Tang, or also known as Tang Long. Either way, seizing the strategic initiative, Prince Quoc Tuan led a Vietnamese contingent northward, launching a surprise attack on the Yuan encampment of Van Kiep, effectively cutting off their supply lines. This encounter proved fatal for many Yuan commanders, including the General Li Heng, who succumbed to a poisoned arrow. The battle's intensity culminated in the death of Sokutu at the Battle of Zhuangdong, struck down by a coalition force led by Tran Quang Kai, Pham Ngo Lao, and Tran Quoc Tuan. In the chaos, Yuan forces scrambled to protect Togon by concealing him inside a copper box, allowing for a safe retreat to the Guangxi border. Meanwhile, Yuan generals Omar and Liu Gui, finding themselves isolated and desperate, fled to China by sea. By late June 1285, the remaining Yuan forces had retreated back to China, concluding a 6-month conflict that saw the Vietnamese king and his court triumphantly return to Tang Long, reinstating their rule over the capital. Now, in the following year, 1286, sensing the need for a firmer hold in Dai Viet, Kublai appointed Prince Tran Ik Tak, the younger brother of Tran Tang Tong, as the king of Dai Viet from afar. Tran Ik Tak, who had previously surrendered to the Yuan and expressed willingness to lead a Yuan army to claim the throne, was definitely the golden boy among the options. While this move by Kublai came as preparations for a third invasion of Japan were halted in August, shifting the focus towards military actions in the south. Kublai accused the Vietnamese of conducting raids into China and insisted that efforts should be concentrated on defeating Dai Viet. Thus, in October of 1287, the Yuan dispatched substantial land and naval forces towards Dai Viet. The land forces, commanded by Togon and assisted by Nasr al-Din and Kublai's grandson Esen Temur, moved towards Guangxi and Yunnan. These forces were divided into 3 divisions led by General Abachi and Chang Yu. Concurrently, the naval expedition was led by Generals Omar, Zhang Wenhu, and Aolu Chi. The naval force which advanced from Qinzhou aimed to create a large pincer movement against the Vietnamese. It was a force that included 70,000 Mongols, Jurchen, and Han Chinese from various regions, alongside 6,000 troops from Yunnan, 1,000 troops who used to be loyal to the Song, 6,000 Guangxi troops, 17,000 Li troops from Hainan, that's the little island below Guangdong, by the way, and 18,000 crewmen, totaling up to 170,000 men. Thus, the early stages of the invasion saw the Yuan forces capturing and looting the Dai Viet capital. However, by January of 1288, a significant setback occurred when Omar's fleet, attempting to join Togon's forces in Van Kiep, was intercepted by the Vietnamese navy under Prince Tran Can Du, resulting in the destruction of Jiang Wenhu's supply fleet. Unaware of this loss, Togon and Omar continued their operations. In February, Togon looted food from the capital Tang Long, and Omar desecrated King Tran Tai Tong's tomb in Tai Bin. By early March, due to dwindling supplies and untenable positions, Togon and Omar's forces retreated to their main base in Van Kiep. Plans were made to withdraw from Dai Viet entirely, awaiting delayed supplies before their departure. On the 30th of March, Togon ordered a retreat back to China, and during this retreat, he was also struck by a poisoned arrow and forced to abandon his ship, retreating through the forests of Siming in Guangxi with a small escort. The critical blow came in April of 1288, during the Third Battle of Bac Ding. Prince Hung Dao orchestrated a masterful ambush on Omar's retreating Yuan fleet. Hidden metal-tipped stakes in the riverbed impaled the Yuan ships, leading to a catastrophic defeat for the Yuan, with Omar taken prisoner. Jiang Wenhu, unaware of these developments, sailed his transport fleet into the same trap, resulting in further destruction for the Mongol forces. Thus the battle's aftermath saw the Yuan retreat in disarray, and the remnants of their army struggling to make contact with the main force. Many Yuan troops were lost, unfamiliar with the terrain. Le Tuc, a Vietnamese scholar who had defected to the Yuan in 1285, provided an account of retreating Yuan troops, noting that many died in the mountain passes between the Sino-Viet borderlands. Le Tuc himself was exiled permanently in China, later appointed by the Yuan government as the prefect of pacified Siam. That's Thailand, by the way. Well, following the Mongol campaigns against Dai Viet, which were ultimately repelled, Kublai's frustrations were as understandable as they were evident. In a turn of political strategy, he attempted to negotiate directly with Tran Nan Tong, the Vietnamese king, to forge a more compliant relationship. In 1291, he dispatched Zhang Li Dao, the Minister of Rights, to the Vietnamese capital to persuade Nan Tong to travel to China. Despite the diplomatic visit, Nan Tong declined to go to Dardu, modern-day Beijing, explaining the perilous journey that had previously resulted in the death of many Vietnamese envoys. Oh, right. That thing. I suppose it's hard to forget. Well, Nantong's diplomatic rebuttal included sending a golden statue as a token of apology for his inability to visit China, accompanied by a letter vividly describing the devastations and sacrileges committed by the Mongol armies during their invasions. They didn't forget that either. It was a poignant recount that highlighted the destruction of sacred Buddhist sites and the general brutality that was experienced by his people. So, he will not be attending the dinner party. Well, despite repeated attempts, another mission in September 1292, Kublai's plans to enforce direct control over Tibet completely failed. Kublai planned a fourth military campaign in 1293 to install the Vietnamese Prince Tran Ik Tak, who had defected to the Yuan as the king of Tibet. However, Kublai's death in early 1294 halted that plan. His successor, Temur Khan, opted for a more diplomatic approach, formally ending hostilities with Tibet and resuming a tributary relationship that had been tentatively established following the earlier invasions. In the wake of such invasions, Tibet had suffered greatly. Its capital, Tanglong, razed and significant losses to its population and cultural heritage. Nevertheless, the Vietnamese kept resisting the Mongol demands effectively, ensuring that no royal visits to China from the Tran dynasty, highlighting their resolve to maintain their sovereignty at any cost. This period of conflict culminated in the acknowledgement by the Yuan dynasty of the Vietnamese and Cham kingdoms' status, leading to the establishment of tributary relations rather than direct Yuan rule. Back in Champa, the acceptance of Yuan supremacy marked the end of Mongol military ambitions in the region. The strategic marriage in 1305 between the Cham king Chur Man and the Vietnamese princess Huyen Tran, which included the cession of two provinces to Tibet, further exemplified the intertwined fates of the regional powers, setting the stage for continued Cham-Vietnamese conflict over the newly ceded territories, planting a seed for further wars. We'll never run out of them. Well, all in all, the legacy of the Mongol invasions in Tibet and Champa, it certainly is a complex story. While the invasions are seen as military failures for the Mongols due to their inability to secure direct control, they did succeed in establishing tributary relationships that allowed for some degree of political influence. It's not what they wanted, but it's what they got. In Vietnamese historiography, these events are celebrated as defining moments of resistance and endurance, with figures like Prince Tran Hong Dao immortalized as national heroes who defended Vietnamese autonomy against formidable odds. Perhaps next time you see a Vietnamese person, have the pleasure to have a conversation with those lovely people, or the greater pleasure of visiting their countries, you may be lucky enough to hear about how they beat the Mongols. Although, maybe everyone's account is going to be a little one-sided. But that's just the way it is. The Mongol invasions of Japan in 1274 and 1281, led by Kublai Khan, a significant military effort aimed at expanding the Mongol Empire. The initial attack in 1274 with a force of 40,000 from Korea and China met fierce resistance from samurai warriors and was thwarted by a devastating typhoon. Undaunted, Kublai Khan mounted a larger assault in 1281, this time involving 140,000 men, but it too was defeated by another typhoon. The Japanese termed it kamikaze, or divine wind. These defeats not only marked the Mongols' first major military failures due to external forces, but also reinforced the samurai's valor and reputation, had a profound impact on Japanese culture, and ultimately showed the world that the Mongols were not as invincible as they seemed. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, great to see you again. We're off on another adventure together. As always, if you want to support the channel, you're already doing it. Congratulations. Liking and subscribing also helps grease the wheels a little bit, but for those who want to go above and beyond, take a look in the video description. You'll find where you want to go. But first, priorities. Let's all get nice and relaxed, and I'll take you back to medieval Japan, the tumultuous 13th century, where the Mongols are knocking at the door. After enduring multiple Mongol invasions between 1231 and 1281, Korea, under the Goryeo dynasty, eventually capitulated to Mongol demands, signaling a treaty that positioned Goryeo as a vassal state to the great and frankly intimidating Mongol Empire. Kublai Khan, who was declared Khagan of the Mongol Empire in 1260, although not universally acknowledged by all Mongol factions, particularly in the West, later established his capital in modern-day Beijing in 1264. In Japan, governance was under the control of the Hojo clan, who acted as shiken, or regents, for the shogunate. They gained prominence following the death of Minamoto no Yorie, the shogun, in 1203, consolidating power through strategic marriages and quite a few political maneuvers. The Hojo effectively sidelined traditional governance structures such as the Council of the Shogunate, the imperial court in Kyoto, and their Gokunin vassals, opting instead to make key decisions within the confines of their private residence in sessions known as Yoriai. Additionally, the Mongols endeavored to extend their influence to the native populations of Sakhalin, that being the Ainu and the Nivka, from 1264 to 1308. But, despite these efforts, there is skepticism regarding whether these activities were genuinely aimed at facilitating an invasion of Japan, or merely represented broader attempts at expanding Mongol control in the region. Either way, between 1266 and 1273, the great Mongol Empire under Kublai and its vassal, the Goryeo Kingdom, attempted to bring Japan under Mongol control through diplomatic missions first. Always try the peaceful route. Well, despite sending 6 envoys to demand Japan's submission, the Japanese simply ignored them. They were not having it. And the Mongols, well, they did not like being ignored. Thus, in 1265, a citizen from Goryeo advised Kublai of the strategic importance of subjugating Japan. Accepting this counsel, Kublai appointed Hyuk-chuk and Un-hong as his emissaries, instructing them to travel via Goryeo and be accompanied by Goryeo envoys. Wonjong of Goryeo, complying with this request, added his officials Sun Kun-bi and Kim Chan to the mission. However, their journey was disrupted by a storm. forcing the Mongol envoys to return to their court, much to Kublai's displeasure. On their subsequent attempt, Kublai insisted that Wonjong ensure the envoys reach Japan, exacerbating tensions within Goryeo itself. And during this period, Goryeo's internal politics were strained enough as it is. Kublai's demands led to a confrontation in which a Mongol general, Uya Son-dal, was killed by Kim Chun, a powerful Goryeo official. This act of defiance seemed to have put Wonjong in a rather precarious position, fearing Mongol reprisal, while dealing with Kim's increasing insolence. Eventually, Wonjong, in collusion with another official who despised Kim, lured him to court, and once he got there, he was executed. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, the Mongol and Goryeo envoys faced outright disrespect in Japan. Not even a warm, or at least a lukewarm welcome, but an ice-cold shoulder. After being denied entry to the capital, they were lodged outside the city at Tajabu, where they were poorly received and ultimately dismissed after 5 months without any substantive response. Kublai, incredulous at the disregard shown to his representatives, suspected manipulation by Wonjong, and dispatched another mission led by Hukchuk and the Goryeo envoy Simsa-jun. Despite their efforts, this mission too proved to be fruitless, with envoys leaving Japan in 1268 after their overtures were rebuffed. Now, there is a letter that was written from the Mongol side to the Japanese, and it is wrote thusly in a fair amount of diplomatic language. And I'll read from the following letter now. The Emperor of the Great Mongols, being commissioned by heaven, hereby respectfully presents a letter to the King of Japan. From time immemorial, rulers of small states, the borders of which they closely adjoin, have always endeavored to maintain friendly relationships with each other, and have manifested mutual respect and trust. On our part, we, from the time of our forefathers, have received the mandate of heaven, and have ruled the universe. Innumerable people in far-off lands have learned to fear our power, and have longed for our virtuous rule. When we first ascended to the throne, the innocent and the helpless people of Korea had suffered for long from military struggles. We therefore offered a cessation of hostilities, restored their land, and returned the captive Koreans, young and old. In gratitude, both ruler and people of Korea now present themselves at our court. Although the legal relation between ourselves and the Koreans is that of sovereign and subjects, yet in feeling we are as father and children. We assume that your Highness and your subjects have known this. Korea is our eastern tributary state. Japan is located near to Korea, and since her founding has time and again established relations with the Middle Kingdom. However, since our accession, you have not sent an envoy to our court, nor have you indicated a desire to establish friendly relations with us. We are afraid this is because your kingdom has not yet been well informed of this. Therefore, we now send a special envoy bearing our state papers to inform you of our desire. We hope that henceforth you will enter into friendly relations with us, and that both our people and yours will enjoy peace and harmony. Moreover, the sages consider the entire universe one family. Therefore, if we should not establish friendly relations with each other, how could it be in accordance with the doctrine of one family? Who would care to appeal to arms? I hereby leave the matter to your Highness's careful consideration. End of the letter from the Mongols to the Japanese king. In 1269, a delegation composed of 70 Koreans and Mongols arrived on the island of Tsushima, tasked with securing a response from Japan to Kublai Khan's demands. While the Japanese imperial court was inclined to reply, the Kamakura shogunate, which held real power, chose to override this decision. A letter formally rejecting the Mongol demands was drafted, but ultimately it was never sent. Following this, Kublai dispatched a final diplomatic mission in late 1270 led by Zhao Liangbi. This mission, which included 24 scribes, faced hostility soon after their arrival in Japan in 1271. They were denied an audience with the Japanese king, and after delivering their message and receiving no reply, they were forced to simply pack their things and return home, empty-handed and somewhat disappointed. Not even a good holiday, that's for sure. Zhao Liangbi waited until 1273 for a response before finally returning to China. Upon his return, he advised Kublai against launching an invasion of Japan, citing the Japanese people's warlike nature and the country's lack of significant wealth as deterrents, pretty much telling him that if we do go there, we're going to lose a lot of men, and there's barely anything to plunder anyway. If you were going to turn them into a tributary, they wouldn't really be able to pay too much. The game is simply not worth the candle. Meanwhile, the Japanese took the threats posed by these missions very seriously, particularly after the second mission in 1268. Perceiving it as a sign of impending invasion, Japan mobilized its religious institutions, directing Shinto shrines and Buddhist temples to pray for the repulsion of foreign forces. The central government also suspended most of its regular activities to focus on bolstering defenses, especially in Kyushu, the region closest to the Korean peninsula, and thus the most likely point of any invasion. In April of 1274, under the Yuan dynasty's directive, commanders Holdon and Hong Da-gu were tasked with organizing the invasion force, assembling 15,000 men for this purpose. Korean General Kim Pang-yong was pivotal in the construction of the naval fleet, overseeing the building of various ship types inspired by southern Chinese designs. Notably, involved was Qi Gongzhi from Shandong province, who after aiding in ship design was sent to Korea and subsequently Myeongnyang to assist in military efforts against southern China. The fleet comprised 3 different types of ships: 300 large transports known as 1,000 Dan ships, 300 Bartolu fast boats and 300 supply tenders. Hong Da-gu managed the large transport's construction, while Cha-chu oversaw the fast boats. The labor, materials, and funding for this project were provided by Goryeo, though not without protests due to the immense burden it placed on them. One can hardly imagine the pay was very good either. While the shipbuilding was completed by July the 5th, 1274, but the fleet's departure was delayed until the 7th lunar month due to administrative delays and the death of Wonjong, the Korean monarch, in July of that same year. The strategic plan outlined by Kublai involved initial assaults on Tsushima and Iki before the main landing at Hakata Bay. The Japanese defense strategy was straightforward, but pretty robust, planning to contest the invaders at every possible point with their Gokunin vassals. Historical records from both sides, of course, tends to exaggerate the size of the opposing forces, with Yuan sources claiming the Japanese numbered 100,000, while Japanese accounts felt vastly outnumbered, suggesting a tenfold disparity. Realistically, the Japanese forces probably numbered between 4,000 to 6,000, while the Yuan invasion force included about 15,000 Mongols, Han Chinese, and Jurchen soldiers, alongside 6,000 to 8,000 Korean troops and 7,000 Korean sailors in various capacities. A notable anecdote from this period involves Tokimune of Kamakura, who, overwhelmed by the imminent threat, sought guidance from his Zen master, Mugaku Sogen, also known as Buko. In a moment of profound anxiety, Tokimune exclaimed, "Finally, there is the greatest happening of my life." Buko queried Tokimune, intended to confront this challenge, to which Tokimune responded with a forceful "Katsu," a shout to intimidate all foes. Buko, pleased, affirmed, "It is true that the son of a lion roars like a lion." This exchange is credited with bolstering Tokimune's resolve and subsequently influenced the spread of Zen and Bushido among the Japanese samurai class. Now, just quickly, that word katsu kind of means like win or be victorious. Now, in Japanese, and I remember in my time in Japan, I was given a gift of several Kit Kats, and it was because I'd mentioned to somebody I was taking a test at the time that I was returning to my own country. When I'd questioned them why they were giving me Kit Kats, it's because the words sound quite like Kito Katsu, which means basically you will certainly win, or you have to win. It's a very encouraging gift to give to somebody. So, if a Japanese friend of yours is going to take a test or go through some great trial, or perhaps fight off a Mongol invasion, you will perhaps gift them some Kit Kats. Various in their varieties, especially in Japan. Try the green tea ones. Now, I digress back to the 13th century, with its lack of Kit Kats. On November the 2nd, 1274, the Yuan forces embarked from Hoppo, now known as Masan in South Gyeongsang Province, Korea. They initiated their invasion by landing on Tsushima Island just 2 days later. The main landing occurred at Komoda Beach, near Sasura, on the northwestern tip of Tsushima's South Island, Shimono. Additional landings took place in the straits separating Tsushima's two main islands, and at two sites on the northern island Kamino. According to a historical account, the Soshi Kafu of the So clan of Tsushima, the deputy governor So Sukekuni was able to organize a defense when the invading fleet was first sighted offshore. On the same day, a local shrine dedicated to Hachiman unexpectedly caught fire. Despite this potentially ominous sign, Sukekuni interpreted it as a divine warning rather than an omen of bad luck. Sukekuni and a contingent of 80 mounted samurai and their followers confronted the Yuan invasion force, which the Soshi Kafu claims consisted of 8,000 warriors aboard 900 ships. Once again, could be a bit of an exaggeration. Well, the Mongol forces landed at Sasura around 2 in the morning on the 4th of November, disregarding attempts by the Japanese to negotiate. They quickly engaged using their archers, pushing the Japanese forces to retreat, and by 4, a full confrontation was underway. The vastly outnumbered Japanese defenders were swiftly overwhelmed. The narrative highlights the bravery of one samurai, Sukesada, who is credited with single-handedly defeating 25 enemy combatants in personal combat. Despite these acts of valor, the Japanese forces were ultimately forced back, culminating in a failed cavalry charge by nightfall. Following their victory at Komoda, the Yuan troops proceeded to burn much of the surrounding area and massacred many of the local inhabitants. Over the subsequent days, they consolidated their control over Tsushima Island, leaving a trail of destruction and asserting their military dominance. On November the 13th, the Yuan fleet left Tsushima and proceeded to launch an assault on Iki Island. Here, Taira no Kagetaka, the local governor, mounted a robust defense with 100 samurai and additional local militia. Despite their efforts, they were forced to retreat to Kagetaka's castle by nightfall under relentless pursuit from the Yuan forces. By the following morning, the Yuan troops had completely encircled the castle. Recognizing the hopelessness of his situation, Kagetaka devised a plan to save his daughter. He sent her to the coast, using a hidden passage, accompanied by a loyal samurai named Sozaburo, where a ship awaited to take her safety on the mainland. However, their escape did not go unnoticed. Mongol archers spotted them and unleashed a volley of arrows, fatally wounding Kagetaka's daughter, although Sozaburo managed to survive and later reached Hakata Bay, where he relayed the grim news of Iki Island's fall. In a desperate final act, Kagetaka led a sortie with 36 of his remaining men, of whom 30 died in the ensuing battle. With no alternatives left, Kagetaka and his family chose to honorably end their lives rather than being captured. The brutality of the Mongol forces was starkly demonstrated in their treatment of any survivors. According to the Japanese accounts, the Mongols cruelly mutilated the surviving women by stabbing them through the palms and stripping them of their clothing. They then displayed the bodies on the sides of their ships, a grisly warning meant to intimidate the Japanese and coerce them into submission. It was an act of terror, designed to convey the dire consequences of resistance to the rest of Japan. On November the 19th, the Yuan fleet finally landed at Hakata Bay, just a short distance from Daizaifu, the historical administrative center of Kyushu. The next day witnessed the Battle of Bun-e, also known as the First Battle of Hakata Bay. Thomas Conlin's analysis of the Yuan historical records suggests the forces were approximately equal, with both Japanese and Yuan armies estimated to number around 3,000 troops each, though Japanese historians contend there were as many as 6,000 defenders. The Japanese, unfamiliar with the Mongol military tactics, were reportedly quite confused by the tight shield-protected formation of the Yuan troops, who advanced upon them in close ranks, occasionally hurling paper and iron-cased bombs. These explosives, of course, caused panic among the Japanese horses, disrupting their control in battle. As the battle commenced with a traditional Japanese arrow shot, the Mongols reportedly laughed, dismissing the ceremonial gesture. It's a little bit rude, isn't it? You go to somebody else's country and laugh at them? I suppose the Mongols weren't there for a holiday. While the Yuan general maintained a strategic position on higher ground, directing the battle with drum signals. When the Yuan forces feigned a retreat, they launched iron-bombed shells at the pursuing Japanese, causing disorientation and fear. Contrary to the Japanese custom of challenging foes to simple combat, the Mongols fought in a compact mass, overwhelming individual opponents where they could. According to the history of the Yuan generals commanded their troops from an elevated position, advancing or retreating in response to the different drum beats. When the Japanese moved into the prearranged attack zone, the Yuan forces employing firearms inflicted massive casualties, routing the Japanese forces comprehensively. The battle was intense, but brief, lasting only a day. Despite the chaos of the fight, the Yuan forces managed to push the Japanese back from the beach, killing a significant portion of the defenders and forcing them inland as they set fire to Hakata. As night approached, the Japanese were prepared to defend Mizuki, an ancient moat fort, expecting a renewed assault from the Yuan. However, the attack did not materialize. One of the Yuan commanders, Liu Fuxiang, had been severely injured by a shot to the face during the retreat. In a strategic meeting aboard their ships, Commanders Liu, Holdon, and Hong Da-gu debated their next move. While Holdon advocated for a continued advance, Hong had expressed concerns about troop fatigue and the potential risks of a night ambush. Ultimately, Liu sided with Hong, and the decision was made to retreat to their ships, allowing the Yuan forces to regroup and the exhausted troops to have some respite, leaving the field without further engagement. By the dawn of the next day, the majority of the Yuan fleet had vanished from Hakata Bay. A Japanese courtier recorded in his diary on the 6th of November 1274 that an unexpected eastward wind had fiercely blown, pushing the Yuan ships away. Some of the Yuan vessels were stranded, leading to the capture and subsequent execution of about 50 soldiers and sailors by the Japanese. The historical record from the Yuan dynasty describes that during this retreat a severe storm wreaked havoc, resulting in many of the warships being smashed against the rocks and wrecked. The exact location and timing of the storm remain a little bit unclear, with different accounts suggesting it might have struck at Hakata Bay, or perhaps as the fleet was en route back to Korea. Reports, of course, vary on the extent of the losses, with some suggesting up to 200 ships destroyed in the storm. Of the original 30,000-strong invasion force, it is estimated that approximately 13,500 did not make it back. Well, after the initial Mongol invasion of 1274, the Japanese shogunate, anticipating a subsequent attack, significantly fortified Kyushu. They organized the samurai more effectively and constructed forts and a massive stone wall, particularly around Hakata Bay, to enhance their defenses more effectively. This wall, built in 1276, stood about 2 meters high and was complemented by a series of stakes driven into the seabed at key landing sites to thwart potential landings by Mongol forces. In a bold display, Kublai sent a group of 5 Yuan emissaries to Kyushu in September 1275 to simply demand submission, but they were unwaveringly refused departure without a response. Hojo Tokimune, the ruling regent, ordered the emissaries to be brought to Kamakura, and then he killed them all. The graves of these emissaries are preserved at Joryuji Temple in Fujisawa, near Kamakura. A similar fate befell another group of 5 emissaries sent on the 29th of July 1279, who were beheaded in Hakata. And I must say, they were pretty brave to put their hands up to go, especially after what happened to the first group. Probably not a wise decision. In the autumn of 1280, Kublai convened a meeting at his summer palace to deliberate on a second invasion plan. This next attempt was distinguished from the first by recent Yuan conquest of the Song dynasty in 1279, which allowed for a more substantial and well-supported assault. The invasion force for this second attempt was notably larger, sourced from various groups, interestingly including criminals granted reprieve from execution and those in mourning, a significant cultural exception in China. The fleet amassed for this operation reportedly included over 1,500 ships, with 600 sourced from southern China and 900 from Korea, carrying a purported force of 40,000 troops from Korea and 100,000 from southern China, although these figures are considered to be more than a little bit exaggerated. The actual size of the Japanese defending force, well, that remains a little bit of a mystery. In the first lunar month of 1281, Kublai initiated orders for a second, more formidable invasion. This time, the 2 distinct fleets were prepared, the force of 900 ships from Korea and the much larger contingent of 3,500 ships from southern China, to muster the formidable force of 142,000 soldiers and sailors. The command of the entire operation was entrusted to the Mongol general Arakan, with Fan Wen-hu leading the southern route fleet, which faced delays due to logistical challenges. The Korean-based Eastern Route Army was the first to set sail, departing on the 22nd of May. They swiftly engaged in combat, attacking Tsushima on the 9th of June and Iki Island 5 days later. Historical records from the Yuan period detail the heavy casualties inflicted upon the Japanese defenders, including the killing of the Japanese commander Shoni Sukatoki, though inaccuracies in these records confuse some of the events of June with subsequent July battles. Despite orders to rendezvous with the Southern Fleet at Iki, the commanders of the Eastern Route Fleet, Hong Da-gu and Kim Bang-kyong, prematurely pressed forwards towards the mainland on June the 23rd. They divided up their forces, launching simultaneous assaults on Hakata Bay and Nagato Province. However, the attack on Nagato on June 25th was repelled, and the Mongols were once again forced to retreat back to Iki. The assault on Hakata Bay faced stiff resistance due to the newly erected defensive fortifications, including a substantial wall that hindered the Mongols from landing. Attempts to establish a foothold were thwarted by the staunch defense of the Japanese, who utilized arrows to repel the invaders. Thwarted from making significant progress at Hakata, the Mongol forces then occupied the smaller islands of Shika and Noko, intending to use them as bases for further operations. However, the Japanese were not going to let them get away with that, and launched aggressive counter-raids. In one notable incident, one named Kusano Jiro heroically set fire to a Mongol ship and claimed numerous enemy lives. That still only counts as one. Well, I hope you get the reference. Another daring assault by Kawano Michiari saw him board an enemy ship and kill a significant Mongol combatant, despite suffering injuries of his own, and he earned substantial accolades. The ongoing resistance culminated in what is known as the Battle of Koan. On July the 16th, fierce fighting broke out on Iki Island, leading to a Mongol retreat to Hirado Island. As the combined eastern and southern route fleets of the Yuan regrouped, they seized Taka Island before progressing towards Hakata, initiating a 2-week-long battle that eventually ground to a stalemate. The confrontation sprawled across the countryside, reflecting the intense resistance put up by the Japanese forces. On the night of August the 12th, in a display of resilience, the Japanese launched a series of raids on the Yuan invasion fleet. In anticipation of such attacks, the Mongols had strategically chained their ships together, forming robust defensive platforms to thwart the assaults. These measures effectively neutralized the smaller Japanese vessels, which struggled to make significant impact against the fortified Mongol ships. The Japanese efforts during these skirmishes are not detailed in their historical accounts, unlike the earlier documented defense at Hakata Bay. Yuan records describe the Japanese attacks as futile against the superior Mongol fortifications, noting the repeated failures, inducing a palpable sense of fear throughout Japan. Amidst the escalating crisis, the Japanese ruler personally sought divine intervention, visiting the revered Hachiman Shrine and the Shrine of the Sun Goddess. In a desperate plea recounted in the Yuan histories, he offered his life in exchange for the salvation of his country. Thus, on the 15th of August, a powerful typhoon, later known as kamikaze, meaning divine wind, struck the Mongol fleet where it was anchored, bringing catastrophic devastation. Aware of the impending storm, mariners from Korea and southern China sought refuge in Imari Bay, but they failed to find safe harbor, their ships ultimately succumbing to the fury of the storm. In the chaos, thousands of soldiers were cast adrift on fragments of wood or swept ashore where they were mercilessly executed by the Japanese defenders, with the exception of the southern Chinese. Now, why didn't they execute the southern Chinese? Well, it was perceived that they were forced into service. The Japanese were very aware that the southern Song dynasty had just been conquered by the Mongols, and, well, I suppose they must have taken a bit of pity on them. Now, interestingly, we do have an account of the storm from guess who? Marco Polo, of all people. He wrote about the storm thusly. Now it happened one day that such a gale was blowing from the north that the troops declared that if they did not get away, all their ships would be wrecked. So they all embarked and left the island and put out to sea, and let me tell you that when they had sailed about 4 miles, the gale began to freshen, and there was such a crowd of ships that many of them were smashed by colliding with one another. End of the account from Marco Polo. In the aftermath of the typhoon, the commander Fan Wenhu, with a few navigable ships remaining, abandoned over 100,000 troops, who were simply left to fend for themselves on Taka Island. After 3 days, Japanese forces launched an attack, capturing tens of thousands of stranded troops. Those taken to Hakata were predominantly executed, excluding, of course, the southern Chinese, who were simply enslaved, which, well, depending on where you have to go to do your slave duties, maybe you would have rather just been executed. Well, a Korean account noted that out of the 27,000 Koreans who had departed, about 7,500 never returned. Casualty estimates from the Chinese and Mongol sources for the entire operation range from 60 to 90%. Either figure is not good. Now, of course, many modern historians question the traditionally reported figures, suggesting that they are likely exaggerated. Some analyses propose that the actual numbers could have been exaggerated by an order of magnitude, casting doubt on the feasibility of a medieval kingdom managing such a large-scale invasion, akin to D-Day landings but over a far greater distance. Certainly doesn't seem too believable, doesn't it? But these critiques suggest the true size of the invading force might not have exceeded 10,000 soldiers. Contrasting views argue that despite the likelihood of exaggeration, the substantial resources allocated to the invasions indicate that the fighting force was still considerable, potentially as high as 70,000 soldiers and sailors. A perspective that challenges the notion of a small-scale incursion and suggests significant logistical capabilities, albeit not as extensive as the highest estimates. Well, either way, the failed invasions significantly weakened the Mongols' naval capabilities, particularly affecting Korea, which had been responsible for the construction of ships for the invasions. The extensive deforestation for shipbuilding impaired Korea's naval defense and shipbuilding capabilities for years to come. After all, it takes a while for the trees to grow back, doesn't it? In Japan, since the conflict was defensive and resulted in no territorial gains, the Kamakura shogunate was simply unable to reward its vassals, the Gokunin, which led to a decline in its authority. The situation contributed to an increase in the number of Japanese joining up with the pirates, who intensified their attacks on the coasts of China and Korea. Now, back in China, the repeated failures led to a recognition of the formidable nature of the Japanese defenses and the bravery of its people. Consequently, during the subsequent Ming dynasty, the idea of invading Japan was considered 3 times, but ultimately dismissed, reflecting a strategic shift influenced by the outcomes of the earlier unsuccessful attempts. 1868 to 1869, the Boshin War, a crucial civil conflict in Japan that concluded the Tokugawa shogunate and reinstated the imperial authority under Emperor Meiji, thereby commencing the significant Meiji Restoration. Provoked by pervasive discontent among samurai and regional daimyo regarding the shogunate's failure to maintain internal conflict and the mounting influence of new Western powers, the war epitomized a critical confrontation between conservative elements loyal to Tokugawa and the progressive groups who championed modernization, centralization, and the dismantling of the outdated feudal system. Significant confrontations, including the Battle of Toba Fushimi and the Siege of Edo, show the strategic advantage and innovative methodologies of the imperial allies, bolstered by assistance from foreign advisors and the integration of contemporary military technologies. The rapid triumph of the pro-imperial factions enabled significant political, social, and economic reforms, among them a centralized government, the advancement of industrialization, and the modernization of Japan's infrastructure and military. Thus, the Boshin War not only solidified imperial authority, but it propelled Japan towards becoming a significant global power, fundamentally transforming its societal framework and international position. Okay, introduction out of the way. You know why we're here. The Boshin War. Little Japanese history today. Don't often hear about this war, but you're hearing about it today, so better late than never. Now, as always, best way to support is like, comment, subscribe, tell a few of your friends, all that good stuff. You know what to do if you feel like doing it. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our full history of the Boshin War. Now we must mention, to set the scene, with the notable exceptions of Korea via Tsushima, Qing dynasty China, that being the ruling monarchy in China at that time till about 1912, via the Ryukyu Islands, and the Dutch via the trading post at Dejima. Japan had maintained a strict isolationist policy for an entire 2 centuries before 1854, and this limited all contact with foreign powers. A kingdom in hiding, completely isolated. Through the implied threat of force, however, the expedition led by U.S. Navy Commodore Matthew C. Perry in 1854 opened Japan to international trade, and that had the other consequence of sparking the rapid growth of westernization and international trade. Things changed very quickly, and so the Tokugawa shogunate soon faced internal dissension, which grew into a radical movement known as the Sonno Joi, meaning revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, largely because of the degrading terms of the unequal treaties, as agreements like those negotiated by Matthew Perry are called. At least that's what the Japanese call them. You won't find them called that in the Western vernacular sources. So we have Emperor Komei, who concurred with these views, and in contrast to centuries of imperial custom, started to actively participate in state affairs. He vigorously opposed the treaties and made an effort to sway the shogunal succession when the chance presented itself. In March 1863, his order to expel the barbarians marked the culmination of his efforts. The order sparked attacks against the shogunate and foreigners in Japan, even though the shogunate had no intention of enforcing it. The most well-known of these was the death of the English trader Charles Lennox Richardson, wrong place at the wrong time, for which the Tokugawa shogunate was forced to pay 100,000 British pounds in compensation. Shelling of foreign warships in the port of Shimonoseki was another part of the attacks, and as equally well received. Armed retaliations by foreign powers, such as the multinational Shimonoseki campaign and the British bombardment of Kagoshima, successfully countered these actions in 1864. Simultaneously, the Hamaguri rebellion was launched by the forces of Choshu domain, and the Ronin, those masterless samurai, in an attempt to take control of Kyoto, the location of the emperor's court and traditional capital. However, the shogunate forces led by the future shogun Tokugawa Yoshinobu put an end to the rebellion. The shogunate also ordered the first Choshu expedition, a punitive expedition launched against Choshu, and managed to subdue them without even engaging in combat. The initial opposition from the imperial court and Choshu leadership at this point had begun to wane, but the Tokugawa were unable to regain complete control of the nation over the course of the following year, as the majority of the daimyos, those regional rulers, started to disregard directives and inquiries from the Tokugawa seat of power in Edo, that is the old word for Tokyo. Since 1865, the shogun had looked to France for weapons and training support. In an attempt to increase French influence and turn Japan into a dependent client state, Léon Rocher, the French consul in Japan, backed the shogunal military reform initiatives. As a result, the British sent a military expedition to their own to rival the French. The Satsuma domain had grown closer to the British and was working with them to modernize its army and navy, in spite of that very unwelcome bombardment at Kagoshima. One Scottish merchant, Thomas Blake Glover, supplied the southern domains with large quantities of guns and warships. This military endeavor may have involved direct participation from American and British military experts, who were typically former officers. In an effort to counter the French influence with the shogunate and establish a legitimate, unified imperial rule in Japan, British ambassador Harry Smith Parkes backed the anti-shogunate forces. Southern Japanese leaders like Satsuma Saigo Takamori or Choshu's Ito Hirobumi and Inoue Kaoru developed close relationships with British diplomats, particularly Ernest Mason Satow, during that time. After the shogunate itself, the Satsuma domain became the second largest buyer of Western ships, almost all of which were British built. and they received British assistance for their naval modernization. After the war, Satsuma samurai dominated the imperial navy, which often turned to the British for even more support. To prepare for future wars, the shogunate also updated its own military. According to Park's plan, the British, who had been the shogunate's main foreign ally, were originally hesitant to help because Napoleon III had gained military prestige at the time from his victories in the Crimean War and Second Italian War of Independence. The Tokugawa began to rely primarily on French expertise. After all, they knew what they were doing. Now, the shogunate made significant progress in building a strong and modern military. A navy consisting of 8 steam warships was already the strongest in Asia after years of construction, all with the most modern technology. In 1865, the French engineer Léonce Vernet constructed Japan's first modern naval arsenal in Yokosuka. The US was then ordered to purchase the French-built ironclad warship CSS Stonewall, which had been constructed actually for the Confederate States Navy during the American Civil War, and a French military mission arrived in January of 1867 to restructure the shogunate and establish the Denshutai elite force. As far as the US, they refused to release the ship because Western powers had officially declared their neutrality. But after the neutrality was lifted, the imperial faction acquired the ship and used it in battles in Hakodate under the name Kotetsu, which literally means iron-clad. The shogunate declared its intention to lead a second Choshu expedition and punish those rebellious domains after a coup d'etat with Choshu brought the extremist factions back to power. Consequently, Choshu formed a covert alliance with Satsuma. The shogunate suffered a significant loss of power when Choshu overthrew it in the summer of 1866. However, Tokugawa Yoshinobu and Emperor Meiji succeeded Tokugawa Iemochi and Emperor Komei, who both passed away in late 1866. Now, according to historian Marius Jansen, all of these circumstances put together effectively made the prospect of a truce inevitable. Satsuma and Choshu secretly issued an order on November 9, 1867, directing the slaughtering of the various subject Yoshinobu in the name of the Emperor Meiji. But just before this, Yoshinobu resigned his position and power to the emperor, and he agreed to be the instrument for carrying out imperial orders at the suggestion of the daimyo of the Tosa domain. As a result, the Tokugawa shogunate was effectively over. Yoshinobu's apparatus of state persisted even though his resignation had left a void in the highest echelons of the government. Furthermore, the shogunate government, and the Tokugawa family in particular, retained many executive powers and continued to be a significant force in the changing political order. According to Sato, Yoshinobu had consented to a gathering of daimyos in the hopes that a body like that would heal him. Possibly the hard-liners from Satsuma and Choshu could not tolerate. These factors culminated on January 3, 1868, when they took control of the imperial palace in Kyoto. The day after, Emperor Meiji, who was at this point only 15 years old. I know, right? What were you doing when you were 15 years old? Announced his full return to power. Saigo Takamori intimidated the Imperial Consultative Assembly into removing the title shogun and ordering the seizure of Yoshinobu's lands, and this was despite the fact that the majority of the assembly, which represented all domains, was pleased with the formal declaration of direct rule by the imperial court and tended to support a continued collaboration with the Tokugawa. This was under the concept of just government, kogiseitai in Japanese. Yoshinobu first consented to these demands. However, on January 17, 1868, he called for the Restoration Proclamation to be repealed and stated that he would no longer be bound by it. He made the decision to plan an attack on Kyoto, which was under the control of forces from Satsuma and Choshu on January 24th. His discovery of a string of arsons in Edo, beginning with the destruction of the exterior of Edo Castle, the principal Tokugawa residence, led him to make this choice. Satsuma Ronin, who attacked a government office that day, was held accountable for this. The following day, shogunate forces retaliated, and they retaliated hard by attacking the Edo home of Satsuma's daimyo, where numerous shogunate opponents had been hiding out and causing trouble under Saigo's leadership. Numerous opponents were killed, others were captured and later put to death, and they even went so far as to burn the entire house down. That ought to make a statement. Armstrong guns, Minier rifles, and a single Gatling gun were used to completely modernize the forces of Choshu and Satsuma. Although a core elite force had recently been trained by the French military mission, the shogunate forces had been lagging somewhat in terms of equipment. In order to create an army that included both modern and antiquated components, the shogun also depended on troops provided by allied domains, which were not always as sophisticated in terms of military hardware and tactics. Traditional styles, like the Tanegashima matchlock, coexisted with a variety of imported smooth-bore rifles and muskets from nations as diverse as Germany, the Netherlands, United States, France, and Britain, pretty much anywhere where they could get them. In fact, about 200,000 smooth-bore muskets, which had been imported or made in the country since about 1600, were used by the majority of the shogunate soldiers. About 1840, pro-Western reformist Takashima Shuhan imported the first modern firearms from the Netherlands. However, the shogun's ally, the daimyo of Nagaoka domain, had several thousand modern rifles and 2 Gatling guns. In 1866, the shogunate is known to have ordered 30,000 contemporary Drace needle guns. Yoshinobu outfitted his personal guard with 2,000 of the most advanced chess-pot rifles that Napoleon III had actually given him personally. However, the shogunate is also known to have used the very old and outdated Tanegashima matchlocks. Not very effective, but it's better than nothing. Now onto those Minier rifles, which were also muzzle-loading and only allowed for 2 shots per minute. They were the primary weapon of the imperial troops. Now 2 shots a minute doesn't sound like very much, but when you are firing in line formation, and you have maybe 3 ranks, it's not too bad, if everybody can be trained well enough to reload them and all fire in proper volleys. I'm not sure if you've seen the movie Zulu, but in the last battle of that, there's this beautiful depiction of volley fires from those kind of 2 shots a minute rifles. A little bit more modern, but, Well, either way, these Minier rifles were far more accurate, far more deadly, and had a far greater range than those smooth-bore muskets. At the Battle of Ueno, in July 1868, Choshu troops are known to have employed improved breech-loading mechanisms, like the Snyder mechanism, which developed at a rate of roughly 10 shots per minute against the shogunate's Shogitai regiment, and going from 2 shots a minute to 10 shots a minute. Well, that certainly makes a difference. It is known that American-made Spencer repeating rifles were also used by Tosa troops in the Northeast Theater during the second half of the war. And then we have American-made handguns like the Smith & Wesson Army No. 2 from 1863, which Glover brought to Japan and was used by Satsuma forces. They were reportedly very popular, a practical weapon, and one that you could rely on. Modern Armstrong guns with explosive shells coexisted with wooden cannons, which could only fire 3 or 4 shots before exploding. Not too useful. Throughout the war, Satsuma and Saga troops effectively employed Armstrong guns. In fact, as early as 1575, Japan was producing its own cannons, which were used by both the shogunate and the imperial side. In terms of warships, older steamboats and even traditional sailboats coexisted with some of the newest ironclads, like the kotetsu we mentioned. In fact, at first, the shogunate had the advantage in warships and the foresight to purchase the kotetsu, but after the war begun, foreign powers refused to deliver the ship on the grounds of neutrality. It was finally given to the imperial faction soon before the Battle of Toba Fushimi. Now, graduates of 2 samurai academies founded the Sanpei Tai in 1862 as part of a larger modernization effort. As part of their feudal duties to supply troops to the shogun, the daimyo were able to raise a standing army from the shogun's personal lands. The Sanpei Tai, or Shinei Jobugun, was an army of 13,500 plus men, including over 1,400 officers and over 1,000 cavalry, about 8,300 infantry, 2,000 of them with rifles, almost 5,000 artillery crew, 48 8-pound field guns, and 52 16-pound siege guns. And that's pretty good. It's definitely got everything you need for pretty much every situation. You just hope that their logistics are going to work as well as they hope. Now, half kashi, that being poorer samurai, and half seishi, richer samurai, were to be contained by the force. Men between the ages of 17 and 45 were to be recruited for 5-year service terms in battalions of 600, companies of 120, and platoons of 40. The shogunate desperately needed both rice to feed the soldiers and firearms, so the daimyo were permitted to replace labor with money. The plan, however, was immediately derailed when the shogun encountered opposition to supplying men and funds for the purchase of firearms. Paradoxically, the Satsuma domain supplied the most men under this new system, with 4,800 infantry, 100 cavalry, 8 guns, and 100 other men. The shogun permitted commoners to be recruited too in 1863, but by 1867 the force had only grown to about 5,900. The shogun then raised 5 battalions to supplement this force. At least 1,500 men were added to the army when the shogun disbanded the city and legation guard units and incorporated them into the Sanpei Tai. In 1867, the shogunate employed 17 French officers in an effort to modernize its military. The elite Denshu Tai were formed by the 900 men and trained by these 17 officers. 12 pieces of artillery and 3,000 Chassepot rifles were bought by the French officers. In addition to adding carbine and lance cavalry to the force, 3 distinct military schools were built for the infantry, artillery, and cavalry, with very little engineer training. The 900 Denshu Tai men were supposed to be divided up among the numerous shogunate armies in order to reorganize and train them, but the start of hostilities prevented this from happening. With 25,000 samurai in 1840, the Satsuma domain experienced a faster rate of modernization than the shogunate because it was more open to the outside world. A foundry for the manufacture of firearms was established in 1854, and 3 ammunition plants and an artillery foundry soon followed. Because of the poor military performance of its forces, Satsuma officials were further motivated to implement more extensive military reforms after the Anglo-Satsuma War in 1863. As a result, the daimyo started enlisting peasants in the military and hired a number of French officers to lead them. In 1840, there were 11,000 samurai in the Choshu domain, which was also more reform-friendly and ambitious than Satsuma in terms of reform and peasant recruitment. The 300-strong Kihetai, a mixed group of samurai, townsmen, and peasants, was commanded by Ronin officers wearing Western uniforms and exhibiting strict discipline. Its strength increased to 900 men with the raising of a 2nd and 3rd company. The use of gunboat diplomacy attracted a large number of volunteers, and by 1865 a total of 60 units had been formed, with an additional 980 men joining various shotai, or auxiliary militias. By 1868, these shotai auxiliary militias had been incorporated into the Choshu military and equipped with contemporary weapons. When the war broke out, the core of the pro-imperial army was made up of 14,400 men from 36 infantry battalions, which were added to the regular domain army after 150 shotai were regularized in 1868. 1/6 of the 60 drafts were to be sent from Kyoto to form an imperial army, and the remaining 50 were to garrison the daimyo's domain. In April of 1868, Emperor Meiji himself ordered the dispatch of 60 men per 10,000 koku. That was 150 kilograms of rice, the amount needed for a man per year, produced in his domain. And so we get to the Battle of Toba Fushimi, which we've mentioned a few times, which took place near Toba and Fushimi at the southern entrance to Kyoto on January 27, 1868. Shogunate forces attacked the forces of Choshu and Satsuma. French military advisors had already trained some of the 15,000-strong shogunate forces. The renowned Shinsen Gumi were among their numbers during this battle, and despite being outnumbered 3-1, the Choshu and Satsuma forces were completely equipped with Minye rifles, Armstrong howitzers, and a few Gatling guns, and that ought to even the playing field a little bit. Following an inconclusive beginning, the defending troops were presented with an imperial banner on the 2nd day, and this is going to be a hard name, Nina Jinomiya Yoshiaki. Well, excuse me for pausing to compose myself. A relative of the emperor was appointed as the nominal commander-in-chief, officially transforming the forces into an imperial army, in Japanese known as Kangun. Furthermore, a number of local daimyos who had previously supported the shogun began to switch to the imperial court after being persuaded by courtiers. These tipped the military scales in favor of the imperial side, including the daimyos of Yodo and Tsu in February. Following the defections, Yoshinobu fled Osaka to the battleship Kayomaru and withdrew back to Edo, reportedly upset by the imperial endorsement of Satsuma and Choshu's actions. One can hardly blame him. Of course he's going to be upset by that. Although it is frequently believed that the shogunate forces should have won the battle, the imperial victory resulted from the shogunate's forces' retreat after being demoralized by his flight and treachery of Yoda and Tsu. The battle was soon over when Osaka Castle was taken on March the 1st. The naval battle of Awa, which took place in Awa Bay near Osaka, the very day after the Battle of Toba Fushimi began, pitted the shogunate against elements of the Satsuma Navy. This was the second encounter between the two contemporary navies in Japan. Despite its small scale, the shogunate also prevailed in this battle. But the shogunate was still regarded as Japan's only legitimate government, according to a declaration made by foreign ministers who met in the open harbor of Hyogo, that is modern-day Kobe, in early February. This gave Tokugawa Yoshinobu hope that other countries, in particular France, would consider intervening on his behalf. The shogunate was abolished. Harbors would be opened in compliance with international treaties, and foreigners would be protected, according to an imperial delegation that visited the ministers a few days later. In the end, the ministers ultimately agreed to acknowledge the new administration. However, in the months that followed, a number of attacks on foreigners were a result of the rise of anti-foreign sentiment. In the Sakai incident on March the 8th, 1868, Tosa samurai killed 11 French sailors from the corvette Dupleix. A group of samurai attacked the British ambassador himself, Sir Harry Parkes, in Kyoto, right in the streets 15 days later. A plan to halt the imperial court's advance at Odawara, the final strategic entry point to Edo, was developed starting in February with the assistance of the French ambassador, Léon Roche. However, Yoshinobu rejected the plan. In fact, Léon Roche was so shocked by this that he immediately handed in his resignation. I think he was looking for an excuse, to be honest. Well, influenced by British Minister Harry Parkes, foreign countries signed a strict neutrality agreement in early March, which prohibited them from interfering or arming either side, at least until the conflict was resolved. After winning the Battle of Koshu Katsunuma, Saigo Takamori led the imperial forces that triumphed in the north and east of Japan. After the surrender was negotiated by the shogun's army minister, Katsukaishu, he finally surrounded Edo in May of 1868, resulting in its unconditional defeat. After this surrender, some groups persisted in their resistance, but on July 4th, 1868, they were finally defeated at the Battle of Ueno. At the same time, Enomoto Takeaki, the shogun's navy commander, refused to give up all of his ships. In an attempt to launch a counterattack alongside the northern daimyos, he sent only 4 ships, that includes the Fujiyama, but fled north with 2,000 men and the remaining shogun's navy, which included 8 steam warships. A few French military advisors, most notably Jules Brunet, who had formally resigned from the French army to join the rebels, were with him. Following his surrender, Yoshinobu lost all of his titles, land, and authority, and was put under house arrest. When he showed no more interest or ambition in national affairs, he was later freed. Although the majority of Japan acquiesced to the emperor's authority, the resistance was maintained by a core group of northern domains that backed the Aizu clan. The alliance of northern domains, which was mainly made up of 50,000 troops from the domains of Sendai, Yonezawa, Aizu, Shunai, and Nagaoka, was formed in May by a number of northern daimyos to combat imperial troops. The alliance included the majority of the northern domains in addition to these core domains. Although the daimyo of Nagaoka caused significant losses to the imperial forces during the Battle of Hokuetsu in May of 1868, the castle finally collapsed on May 19th. The position in Sendai became untenable as imperial troops advanced northwards and defeated the Shinsengumi at the Battle of Bonari Pass, paving the way for their October 1868 attack on the castle of Aizu Wakamatsu in the Battle of Aizu. On August 26th, Enomoto's fleet arrived at Sendai harbor. Despite its size, the Northern Coalition was ill-prepared and used conventional warfare techniques. Due to a lack of modern weapons, last-minute attempts were made to construct wooden cannons, reinforced with roping that fired stone projectiles. When mounted atop defensive structures, these cannons could only fire 4 or 5 projectiles before exploding. However, the German arms dealer Henry Schnell was able to provide the daimyo of Nagaoka with 2,000 more modern French rifles and 2 of the 3 Gatling guns in Japan. Either way, after the coalition broke up, the fleet departed Sendai for Hokkaido, on October the 12th, 1868, with 2 additional ships and roughly 1,000 additional soldiers. And then we have the guerrilla corps, the Yugekitai, led by Hitomi Katsusaro, the remaining shogunate troops under Otori Keisuke, and several more French advisors who came with them, being Fortant, Gard, Marlin, and Bouffier. The Meiji period began when Edo was renamed to Tokyo on October 26th. Beginning that month, the White Tiger Corps, Byakutai, young warriors committed a mass ritual life-taking as a result of the siege of Aizu. On November 6th, after fighting for a long month, Aizu finally conceded. After losing on Honshu, Enomoto Takeaki fled to Hokkaido with his few French advisors and the remaining navy. In order to create an autonomous island nation devoted to Hokkaido's development, they banded together to form a government. Japan's only republic, the Republic of Ezo, was formally founded and based on the American model. Of course, they had an election too, and Enomoto was elected president with a landslide. The Republic made an effort to connect with foreign delegations in Hakodate, including the Americans, French, and of course the Russians, but they were unsuccessful in gaining any support or recognition from the other countries. The Imperial Governing Council rejected Enomoto's offer to give the Tokugawa shogun the territory under imperial control. With the new fortress of Goryokaku at its center, they consolidated their defenses around the southern peninsula of Hakodate during the winter. The French captain, Jules Brunet, seconded the commander-in-chief, Otori Keisuke, and the troops were divided among 4 brigades under a Franco-Japanese command. A French non-commissioned officer commanded each of these, which were further split up into 8 half-brigades, each of which was commanded by a Japanese commander. When the Imperial Navy arrived at Miyako's harbor on March the 20th, the Azo rebels prepared a bold plan to take control of the Kotetsu in anticipation of the Imperial ship's arrival, and thus in the Battle of Miyako Bay, 3 warships were sent for a surprise attack under the command of Shinsengumi commander Hijikata Toshizo. But due to poor weather, engine problems, and the Imperial troops' decisive use of the Gatling gun against samurai boarding parties, the Tokugawa side lost the battle. The Battle of Hakodate began in April of 1869, when Imperial forces sent a fleet of 7,000 infantry to Azo after quickly solidifying their control over mainland Japan. The fortress of Goryokaku was surrounded after the Imperial forces advanced quickly and prevailed in the naval engagement at Hakodate Bay, which was the first significant naval conflict between modern navies in Japan. After realizing that things have gotten out of hand, the French advisors fled to the Côte Legon, a French ship based in Hakodate Bay and commanded by able Nicolas Bergas du Petit Thouars. Now that's harder than the Japanese names. Well, from there, they were taken back to Yokohama and eventually to France. The Japanese asked for the French advisors to be judged in France, but the former French advisors were not punished, mainly because the French public was in support of their behavior, and punishing them would have run counter to public expectations. Enomoto was initially asked to surrender, but he declined and sent the naval codes he had returned home from Holland to Kuroda Kiyotaka, the Imperial troops general, in order to keep them safe. The Azo Republic ended when Enomoto submitted on the 27th of June 1869, finally accepting the rule of Emperor Meiji. Otori Keisuke persuaded him to do so by saying that choosing to live through defeat is a truly brave course of action, stating, "Dying is easy. You can do that any time." I don't know about that one. Seems kind of contrary to the whole samurai thing. But times were changing, of course. Well, approximately 8,200 of the 120,000 men who were mobilized during the conflict were killed, and over 5,000 of them were injured, which is surprising. I thought there would have been more people killed. Well, after winning, the new administration moved forward with the uniting of the nation under the imperial cause, unified, legitimate, and potent rule. At the end of 1868, Edo was renamed Tokyo, and the emperor's residence was essentially moved from Kyoto. The domain's political and military authority was gradually eroded, and in 1871 they were effectively reorganized as prefectures, with the emperor appointing their governors. Anointing. The effective expropriation and abolition of the samurai class was a significant reform that drove many of them into poverty, while enabling many to transition into administrative or business roles. And many of them did. They already had the connections, so they all just started companies or swapped out those samurai robes for a Western suit. It makes me wonder how many of those families now in Japan have the old samurai roots. I'm sure there's quite a few of them. Well, for several decades after the war, the southern domains of Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa held the majority of important positions in the government. This was known as the Meiji oligarchy, and was formalized with the establishment of the Genro. Then there was the Yasukuni Shrine, which was constructed in Tokyo in 1869 as a memorial to the Boshin War victims. And, well, I can't really just skip past the Yasukuni Shrine, can't I? It's a little bit of a controversial place. Do you have any idea why? Well, the Second World War, of course. The Japanese were doing some very distasteful things, to say the absolute least. We don't learn as much about it as we should. We're always learning about Germany, always learning about those terrible things that were done, sure. But on the other side of the world, there was an equally horrible thing going on. Things beyond imagination. A lot of these, quote, war heroes, unquote, who participated in these kinds of atrocities, their names are written in the Yasukuni Shrine and kind of put up as martyrs for the cause. Yes, a lot of people are not happy with this, particularly the Chinese. And particularly since there's been no real acknowledgement of the war crimes from the Japanese. But that's modern history. We don't really do much of that on this channel. Now, back to where I was, and with a short apology for going off on a bit of a tangent there. Now, although they barely avoided execution, some of the former shogun's top partisans were imprisoned. Saiko Takamori and Iwakura Tomomi's insistence led to this clemency, even though Parkes, the British envoy, was heavily cited in this decision. That severity towards Keiki Yoshinobu or his supporters, especially in the way of personal punishment, would injure the reputation of the new government in the opinion of the European powers, he said. And he had urged Saito, as Ernest Sato once put it in this manner. Most of them were called to serve in the new government, after serving 2 or 3 years in prison, and some went on to have very successful careers, shaking off the old ways. For example, Enomoto Takeaki would go on to become the Minister of Education and an envoy to China and Russia. Not a bad position. Under the motto, Fukoku Kyohei, rich country, strong army, the imperial side abandoned its goal of driving foreign interests out of Japan in favor of a more progressive approach that aimed to continue modernizing the nation and renegotiate unfair treaties with foreign powers. And so early in the Civil War, attitudes towards foreigners began to change. On April 8, 1868, new signboards that explicitly condemned violence against foreigners were put up in Kyoto, and later across the whole nation. Emperor Meiji personally received European envoys during the war, initially in Kyoto and then in Osaka and Tokyo. Emperor Meiji's reception of Alfred, the Duke of Edinburgh, in Tokyo as his equal was also unprecedented. Although relations between the imperial court and foreign powers improved during the early Meiji period, the initial French support for the shogun caused a brief deterioration in relations with France. But of course, soon after, in 1874 and 84, respectively, a second and third military expedition was actually invited to Japan. Under the leadership of the naval engineer Louis-Émile Bertin, France assisted in the construction of the Imperial Japanese Navy's first sizable modern fleet in 1886, marking the high return of levels of interaction. During the final years of the shogunate, the nation began to modernize, and the Meiji administration eventually followed suit. Of course, the Meiji Restoration requires a video of its own. Perhaps next time. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought October 21st, 1600. It stands as one of Japan's most decisive and transformative conflicts, effectively shaping the nation's politics for centuries to come. Occurring in the heart of Sekigahara in present-day Gifu province, this monumental battle was the culmination of escalating tensions among various daimyo, or feudal lords, vying for supremacy following the tumultuous Sengoku period, a time marked by incessant civil wars and shifting alliances. The conflict pitted the forces loyal to Tokugawa Ieyasu against those aligned with Ishida Mitsunari, the leader of the Western Army, who sought to maintain the existing power structure under the legacy of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Demonstrating strategic brilliance and securing strategic defections from allied clans, Tokugawa Ieyasu emerged victorious, decisively defeating the Western Army. It was this triumph that paved the way for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the new Edo period, a prolonged era of peace, stability, but also isolation that would see Japan lock itself away for almost 250 years. And thus the Battle of Sekigahara not only marked the end of the widespread feudal warfares that dominated Japan, but also solidified the dominance of Tokugawa, laying the foundational framework for modern Japan's social and political structure. It carries a legacy that is deeply ingrained in the Japanese identity, symbolizing the decisive shift from fragmented regional power to centralized governance. And of course it remains a pivotal reference point for anyone wanting to understand Japan's transition into a unified and enduringly stable nation. Welcome to the channel. A little bit of a different sort of video today about the Battle of Sekigahara. Now, I already did videos a while back about Hideyoshi and Nobunaga, Tokugawa, several other samurais and daimyo lords, but I thought that I would do one specifically on the Battle of Sekigahara itself, just to hammer home how much of an important turning point this was. Now, as usual, if you want to support the channel, just click the few buttons, the like, comment, the subscribe, you know how it is. And enjoy the video. Let's get started. But before we do, you're probably going to hear a lot of names you might not recognize, so I'm going to briefly explain who the main players are, what their motivations were, and sometimes how they became involved in this conflict, because there are a lot of moving parts. Now, first of all, we have the leader of the Eastern Army, that being Tokugawa Ieyasu, and he was also, of course, the founder of the Tokugawa shogunate. Ieyasu was driven by his desire to consolidate power following the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Ultimately, his goal was to establish a stable and enduring shogunate under his family's control. And he knew what he was doing, too. He was a master strategist who understood the importance of alliances and politics, making him the architect of Japan's reunification after years of civil war. And then we have the other side. We have the leader of the Western Army, Ishida Mitsunari. Now, Mitsunari was a loyal retainer of Toyotomi Hideyoshi and sought to protect the clan's interests. After Hideyoshi's death and the chaos that followed, Mitsunari became one of the most prominent figures trying to prevent Tokugawa from usurping power. If it had have gone the other way, we'd be making videos about the Toyotomi clan and the Toyotomi shogunate instead of the Tokugawa shogunate. Mitsunari was motivated by his pure loyalty to the legacy of Hideyoshi. and also his desire to preserve the power of the Toyotomi clan against what he viewed as Tokugawa overreach. So those are the two main players. But then we have a few other minor ones, as in we also have Kobayakawa Hideaki, who was initially aligned with the Western Army, but defected to Tokugawa's side during the battle. Now, this was one of the turning points that really swung it in the favor of Ieyasu. Kobayakawa had personal grievances against Ishida Mitsunari and was disgruntled with his treatment by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, making him susceptible, of course, to Tokugawa's persuasion. It probably didn't take too much, perhaps a few coins to grease the wheels. And thus Hideaki's motivations were largely shaped by this dissatisfaction with his previous standing, and of course the promise of rewards and favor from Ieyasu. And then we have the loyal commander under the Western Army, Ukita Hideye. Now, Hideye was motivated by his devotion to the Toyotomi clan, and unwaveringly so, having been a trusted ally for a long time of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. He faced, let's say, severe disadvantages at Sekigahara due to internal discord within his clan, resulting in a less effective fighting force, and so despite his commitment, his forces were eventually overwhelmed. Just another factor contributing to the collapse of the Western Army. Next we have Otani Yoshitsugu, a key Western Army general and another close ally of Mitsunari. Yoshitsugu was motivated by loyalty to the Toyotomi clan and a strong personal sense of camaraderie with Mitsunari. But the issue was, Yoshitsugu was suffering from illness. Despite that, well, I'm sure it affected his combat efficiency, but he certainly fought to the end, despite all of the physical limitations. And when eventually defeated and surrounded and seeing no way out, he took the path of the samurai in the traditional form and took his own life. Next we have Fukushima Masanori, one of the primary commanders in the Eastern Army. Masanori was originally a Toyotomi retainer, but he ended up siding with Tokugawa due to his discontent with Ishida Mitsunari. Masanori saw aligning with Ieyasu as a way to secure his position and ensure future prosperity, as well as to oppose Mitsunari, who personally he just did not like very much. Then we have Shimazu Yoshihiro, a commander in the Western Army. Yoshihiro was caught between loyalty to the Toyotomi clan and the realization that Tokugawa forces were pretty much going to win anyway, far too strong to fight against. Well, despite his valiant efforts in battle, Yoshihiro's troops suffered heavy losses. His motivation lay in preserving the honor of his family and clan, which ultimately led him to negotiate peace with Tokugawa after the Battle of Sekigahara to avoid total destruction. And finally, we have Naomasa, one of Ieyasu's most trusted generals and a member of the famed Four Heavenly Kings of Tokugawa. Naomasa fought fiercely for the Eastern Army. His motivations were tied to his loyalty to Ieyasu and his desire to be a key player in the new order that Ieyasu sought to create. His role in leading critical charges during the battle was a manifestation of this commitment to the Tokugawa cause, certainly leading by example. Of course, there's a lot more little characters in this, and unfortunately, all of those dead soldiers lying on the ground don't really get a mention, but, well, this video is not going to be that long. So, with all that in mind and the few characters introduced, let's talk about the conflict itself. Of course, we start with the lead-up in the years that followed the end of the Imjin War, and of course the passing of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. This of course finds Japan in this power struggle amongst its ruling elite. Tends to happen a lot when successions are not so, well, they're not so easy in these times. These internal conflicts were largely driven by the rivalry between Ishida Mitsunari and a group of Toyotomi loyalists, including Kato Kiyomasa, one of Hideyoshi's most prominent generals. Tensions came to a peak when Tokugawa began consolidating his power, gathering former Toyotomi allies such as Kiyomasa and Fukushima Masanori to his side. His goal was to counteract Mitsunari's efforts, who positioned himself as a protector of Toyotomi interests. The capital was rife with tension. Rumors of assassination attempts against Ieyasu spread like wildfire, and that's not the kind of rumors you want to hear. Well, if you're Ieyasu. Among these incidents was the accusation against one Toshinaga, the son of the influential Maeda Toshie, who was implicated in a supposed conspiracy to eliminate Ieyasu. This, of course, forced him into submission to him. Meanwhile, Uesugi Kagekatsu, a prominent daimyo and one of Hideyoshi's appointed regents, raised suspicions about his military build-up in the northern regions of Japan. Ieyasu demanded an explanation for Kagekatsu's apparent violation of the peace, formally questioning him from Kyoto. In response, Kagekatsu's chief retainer, Naoe Kanetsugu, composed a letter, and it was not a very nice one. It was reportedly filled with sarcasm at some points and open disdain at others, pointing out Ieyasu's own disregard for Hideyoshi's edicts and the perceived hypocrisy of his demands. One can imagine that Ieyasu did not receive this letter very well. Certainly does not do much to ease tensions. Patience running thin. Tensions mounting. Mitsunari began rallying his key supporters, notably Ankokuji Eke, Mashita Nagamori, Otani Yoshitsugu, to form a coalition aimed directly at opposing Ieyasu's growing influence. They decided to place Mori Terumoto at the head of this coalition, which became known as the Western Army. As their first strategic move, Terumoto swiftly marched to seize Osaka Castle, the symbol of Toyotomi authority, while Tokugawa forces were still occupied with suppressing Uesugi Kagekatsu in the north. Initially, Mitsunari devised a strategy to use Gifu Castle under the command of Oda Hidenobu. That is the grandson of Oda Nobunaga, by the way. Do remember that the family names come first. So under the command of Oda Hidenobu and Ogaki Castle as defensive strongholds to hinder the advancement of the Eastern Army, Tokugawa's loyal coalition. However, these plans soon fell apart, and it was due to a series of significant setbacks. Now firstly, Gifu Castle, pretty formidable, was captured before the Western Army could properly fortify it. Fukushima Masanori and Ii Naomasa, leaders of the Eastern Army, attacked it with such speed and force that Hidenobu's forces crumbled, effectively caught off guard. There was no way they could respond in time, let alone wait for reinforcements. Secondly, on October the 19th, the forces of Shimazu Yoshihiro, who had been fighting for the Western Army, were defeated in an engagement near Sone Castle by the troops of Mizuno Katsunari. Following his victory, Katsunari went on to completely demolish the outer defenses of Okage Castle, forcing Yoshihiro to completely abandon the area and retreat into Ise province. Realizing the Eastern Army was now setting its sights on Osaka Castle, Mitsunari abandoned his initial plan of defensive warfare and resolved to face Ieyasu's forces in a brave, open battle. Mitsunari prepared for what would become one of Japan's most famous conflicts, Sekigahara. Both sides began to amass their troops, and Ieyasu spared absolutely no expense in acquiring very nice new equipment, matchlock firearms, Tanegashima as they called them, arming his soldiers for the inevitable confrontation. On the eve of battle, however, a significant betrayal unfolded that would tip the scales in favor of Tokugawa. Kikawa Hiroye, a commander under the Mori clan, who was aligned with the Western Army, secretly negotiated with the Eastern Army. In exchange for assurances of clemency, Hiroye promised that his contingent would defect to the Tokugawa side right in the heat of the battle. The negotiation was conducted through representatives of the Eastern Army, Kuroda Yoshitaka and Kuroda Nagamasa, who ensured Hiroye's cooperation by accepting hostages, a guarantee of his loyalty to their side. Fukubara Hirotoshi, Hiroye's senior retainer, played a key role in presenting these hostages as proof of their commitment to betray the Western Army. This covert agreement would prove instrumental in determining the outcome of the battle, as morale and trust within Mitsunari's ranks began to unravel even before the fighting began. And so on the morning of October 21st, 1600, the Tokugawa advanced guard unexpectedly collided with Ishida Mitsunari's troops. The two armies, concealed by thick fog from recent rains, initially did not know each other were there. They did not see each other, resulting in a brief moment of confusion as both sides withdrew to regroup. Once they were well aware of the enemy's presence, Mitsunari arranged his forces defensively, while Ieyasu positioned his troops to the south of the Western Army. After issuing final orders, the battle had begun. Traditional accounts claim that the conflict started around 8 a.m., but more recent research by Japanese historians suggests it was closer to 10 a.m. Either way, hopefully everybody had a good breakfast. They're certainly going to need it. Naomasa, who had played a key role in the Battle of Gifu Castle, led the first charge, commanding his 3,600 or so elite troops, the crimson-clad Red Devils. Now that's a cool name, isn't it? Right into the center of the Western Army. In modern terms, we have historian Watanabe Daimon, who indicates that Naomasa's role as Ichiban Yari, the first to attack, Ichiban meaning first, number one, suggests that the armies were already set in position before the initial clash. And so Fukushima Masanori joined in support of Naomasa's offensive, as Naomasa had been appointed by Ieyasu as the supreme field commander, responsible for the overall battle strategy. Leading with 30 crack spearmen, Naomasa pushed into the Western Army ranks, while Fukushima Masanori advanced to engage Ukita Hide's forces. The battle soon became a grueling deadlock. The chronicler Ota Gyuichi, who witnessed the fight firsthand, described it as friends and foes pushing each other, while gunfire thunders and arrows rained from the sky. Additionally, Spanish records note that 19 cannons from a Dutch vessel named De Liefde were used by Tokugawa's troops during the conflict. I'm sure they helped. Now do remember, at this time, cannons are a little bit new. They were first sort of used in a more famous context, 1453, when the Turks broke down the walls of Constantinople. But in other parts of the world, like Japan, they were just catching on. A lot of the troops, if they did not know what they were, would assume that this would be some kind of monstrous machine on the field that they could simply have no chance against. Very demoralizing. Imagine if you are meeting with that enemy force and all of a sudden the loudest peals of thunder you have ever heard start cracking out and people just start exploding around you. Now that's demoralizing. Well, back to the topic, I digress. During the Battle of Sekigahara, several key commanders from the Western Army defected to the Tokugawa side, and that was the significant thing that altered the course of the battle. If they hadn't have done so, things really might have been a lot different. So among these defectors, the most prominent was the aforementioned Kobayakawa Hideaki, the nephew of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. His dissatisfaction with his uncle was skillfully exploited by Tokugawa, and ultimately his allegiance was swayed. There are two main theories about the timing of Hideaki's defection. The conventional one holds that Hideaki's defection took place during the battle itself. Though he had already pledged to switch allegiance to Tokugawa, he was reportedly hesitant and remained neutral for much of the fighting. According to this view, Hideaki only committed to the Tokugawa cause once noon came. So if we're looking at the modern estimates of the battle starting at 10 a.m., they would have been waiting for 2 hours, very nervously, to see if Hideaki was going to do as he said. And so it is said, as the battle intensified, Ieyasu ordered his gunmen, arquebusiers, as we call them in the old 17th century vernacular, to fire upon Hideaki's position on Mount Matsuo to compel him to act. Kind of a warning shot. This account is believed to have originated from the Edo period anecdotes about Hideaki. But we also have the other points of view. On the other hand, modern Japanese researchers suggest that Hideaki had already sided with Tokugawa before the battle had even began. Their conclusion of the modern scholars Jun Shiramine and Junji Mitsunari is based upon correspondence between Hideaki and Kuroda Nagamasa, as well as the initial deployment of Otani Yoshitsugu's troops, which indicates that the Western Army was aware and very well aware of Hideaki's planned betrayal. We may also add that the geographical distance between Hideaki's forces and the rest of the Eastern Army made it quite unlikely that Ieyasu's troops could have effectively fired arquebuses effectively or even audibly enough to force a decision. It's further argued by Yuichi Goto, another modern Japanese historian, that the story of Ieyasu firing at Hideaki's troops originated from Edo period secondary sources and not from eyewitness accounts. Now why would they do this? Well, possibly it is by pro-Tokugawa historians, purposely embellished to glorify Tokugawa's leadership at Sekigahara. I suppose we'll never know. Despite varying accounts, Hideaki's defection ultimately tipped the scales in favor of Tokugawa. His forces launched an overwhelming attack against the position held by Yoshitsugu, while Yoshitsugu's troops were simultaneously engaged by Todo Takatora and Oda Yuraku's forces. Following the defection of Hideaki, other Western Army commanders, including Wakisaka Yasuharu, Ogawa Suketada, Akasa Naoyasu, and Kutsuki Mototsuna also switched sides. Really bad luck for the Western Army, don't you think? These commanders had reportedly reached agreements with Todo Takatora, the leading Eastern Army commander, days before the battle. I suppose they were probably waiting to see who was going to defect first. And, well, once somebody else did it, it's much easier to follow suit. The first step is the hardest. Though it seems kind of at odds with that old idea of the samurai ethos, betrayal, being a turncoat, lying. Oh well, I suppose they would know what a samurai is meant to do better than I would. So we come to the head of the Mori clan, Mori Terumoto, who also chose to defect by remaining in Osaka Castle instead of joining the battle. That's a lot safer. Oh, I've been to Osaka Castle too many years ago. It's beautiful. You really should go. Afterward, his vassal, Kikawa Hiroye, quietly surrendered to Ieyasu. However, it is noted that this attempt at neutrality in exchange for retaining territory somewhat backfired. The Mori clan's domains were significantly reduced by Tokugawa after the battle, you see, despite some Mori troops having fought for the Western Army. Within the Mori clan, there were mixed sentiments about the defection. Mori Hidemoto, Terumoto's cousin, tried to support the Western Army, but his efforts were sabotaged by Hiroye, who obstructed Hidemoto's advance under the guise of attending to a meal. Okay. Hiroye similarly hindered a contingent led by Chosokabe Morichika from attacking Tokugawa forces, which once more was just another way of contributing to the Western Army's defeat. It's like all of their bad luck came all at once. One of the earliest vulnerabilities within the Western Army emerged along Ukita Hide's front. Hide's forces, engaged with Fukushima Masanori's troops, began to falter under sustained pressure due to the superior quality of Fukushima's soldiers. This difference in combat effectiveness may have stemmed from a prior rebellion within the Ukita clan, which led to the defection of many senior samurai vassals to the Tokugawa side. Consequently, Hide was forced to field fresh recruits and Ronin mercenaries to Sekigahara to fill up the gaps within his ranks. These recruits were ill prepared for prolonged combat against Fukushima's well-trained regulars, and they just didn't have the equipment. Despite outnumbering Fukushima's forces, the Ukita soldiers ultimately broke and collapsed under pressure. To the south, Otani Yoshitsugu found himself heavily outnumbered by Kobayakawa Hideaki's advancing troops. After being overwhelmed, Yoshitsugu chose to take his own life, and his troops soon retreated. This left the Western Army's right flank completely exposed. Fukushima Masanori and Kobayakawa Hideaki took advantage of this breach to roll the Western Army's flank. Realizing how dire the situation was, Ishida Mitsunari gave the command and began to withdraw his troops At the same time, Shima Sakon, another Western Army commander, faced an attack by Kuroda Nagamasa, who had maneuvered to the north to flank Mitsunari and Sakon's positions. In the end, Sakon was mortally wounded by a shot from an arquebus. After the capitulation of Sakon's forces, Shimazu Yoshihiro found himself and his troops surrounded by Fukushima Masanori and Honda Tadakatsu in the front, while Kobayakawa Hideaki attacked from the rear. The Shimazu troops managed to escape after suffering heavy casualties, with only 200 soldiers left, but even then they were pursued by Ii Naomasa, who was eventually incapacitated by a shot from a rifle. The Western Army's defenses continued to crumble. It was chaos, especially with the absence of reinforcements and ongoing defections. It's estimated that the entire Battle of Sekigahara only lasted about 2 hours, from 10 a.m. till noon, contrary to the traditional Edo period belief that it took twice as long. The combined Eastern Army forces led by Tokugawa Hidetada and Sakakibara Yasumasa, with approximately 38,000 soldiers, were occupied with the siege of Ueda against Sanada Masayuki at the time of the battle. Simultaneously, around 15,000 Western Army troops were delayed at the siege of Tanabe in Maizuru, where they faced resistance from only 500 defenders, led by Hosokawa Yusai, whom many of the Western soldiers refused to attack out of respect. As a result, significant portions of both armies were unable to participate in the confrontation at Sekigahara. Another Western Army contingent under Tachibana Muneshige also failed to reach Sekigahara, being held up by Kyogoku Takatsugu during the siege of Otsu. Well, that's pretty good. I went 30 minutes or so without messing up one of the names. While following the Western Army's defeat, Muneshige remained at Osaka Castle. After learning of the Western Army's collapse, and with Mori Teramoto at Osaka Castle offering his surrender to the Tokugawa forces, Muneshige chose to withdraw and return with his army to his homeland in Kyushu. As soon as the Eastern Army's victory at Sekigahara was reported to Ogaki Castle, which at the time was under siege by one Mizuno Katsunari, the Western Army-affiliated commander Akizuki Tanenaga surrendered immediately, opening the gates for Katsunari. In response, Katsunari promptly requested a pardon for Tanenaga from Ieyasu, and lucky for him, it was granted. Got away with that one, didn't he? The Eastern Army's victory at Sekigahara marked a significant shift in political power, transferring authority from the Toyotomi clan to the Tokugawa clan. It was a victory that allowed Ieyasu to redistribute military ranks and lands. In the aftermath, he redistributed domains worth approximately 6.8 million koku, rewarding those whose loyalty had been instrumental in securing his triumph. Kobayakawa Hideaki, whose defection had been a key factor in Ieyasu's victory, received a pretty good reward, a domain worth 520,000 koku, covering parts of Bizen and Mimasaka provinces. However, Ieyasu offered only modest territorial increases to his loyal Shitenno Ii Naomasa, Honda Tadakatsu, and Sakakibara Yasumasa, compared to the newer commanders and vassals he rewarded more generously. It is possible that this apparent disparity was due to the Shideno's declining extensive compensation. For the defeated Western army, approximately 87 daimyo lost their domains and power due to their support for Mitsunari. The Chosokabe clan, led by Chosokabe Morichika, was stripped of its title and domain in Tosa province, which was subsequently granted to Yamauchi Kazutoyo in recognition of his service. Several former Chosokabe retainers resisted the Tokugawa takeover of Tosa, leading Ii Naomasa to send reinforcements to assist Kazutoyo. Suzuki Hyoe, Naomasa's vassal, led an army transported by 8 ships to suppress the rebellion, ultimately pacifying the region in only 5 weeks, resulting in around 273 enemy deaths. That's not too bad. Well, on September the 17th, Ieyasu ordered an attack on the Sawayama castle in Omi province, Mitsunari's stronghold, led by Kobayakawa Hideaki. Most of the castle's troops were engaged at Sekigahara, leaving only 2,800 defenders under the leadership of Mitsunari's father, Ishida Masatsugu, and his brother, Masazumi. Despite initial resistance, the defection of several defenders, including Moritomo Hasegawa, forced the castle's surrender. The majority of Mitsunari's family, including Masatsugu, Masazumi, and Mitsunari's wife Kagetsuin, either died in combat or took their own lives afterwards. Due to Shimazu Yoshihiro's involvement with the Western army, Ieyasu prepared a large punitive expedition to Kyushu, led by his son Tokugawa Hidetada, with support from the armies of Kato Kiyomasa, Kuroda Yoshitaka, Nabeshima Naoshige, and the Tachibana clan. However, the campaign was halted when Shimazu Yoshihisa, the clan head, negotiated with Ieyasu. These negotiations, which lasted all the way until 1602, were supported by the intervention of Kiyomasa Yoshitaka and Tachibana Muneshige. Ultimately, the Shimazu were the only Western-aligned clan to avoid losing territory after the battle. On November the 6th, Konishi Yukinaga, Ankokuji Eke, and Ishida Mitsunari were captured, and they were all let go and enjoyed nice retirements in the countryside. Now, I'm just joking. They were all executed. In 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by Emperor Go-Yozei. This appointment marked the beginning of the Edo period and the return of long-term stability to Japan following the chaos of war. But let's discuss a little bit of what happened after that, because, well, we've still got a little bit of time, don't we? We may as well. Following Tokugawa Ieyasu's appointment as shogun in 1603, several key events unfolded that cemented the foundations of Tokugawa rule and shaped Japan's landscape for over 250 years. After securing the title of shogun, Ieyasu began building Edo as his capital. Now, you probably don't recognize the name, but actually, Edo is the original name of Tokyo. Tokyo meaning Eastern capital. Of course, this initiated a transformation that would make it the political and cultural heart of Japan, a shift from Kyoto. While the construction of Edo Castle, an impressive structure symbolizing the power and stability of the Tokugawa regime, was a manifestation of Ieyasu's commitment to establishing his shogun's seat of power. And in 1605, Ieyasu voluntarily abdicated the title of shogun, passing it to his son Tokugawa Hidetada. And this was a strategic move. It allowed Ieyasu to retain substantial power and influence from behind the scenes while preparing his lineage for continued rule. By abdicating, Ieyasu ensured a smooth succession and stability, demonstrating that the Tokugawa shogunate would be a dynastic institution. They were just getting started. Another key development was Ieyasu's efforts to centralize control over the daimyo, at least the ones that were left. He implemented the system known as Sankin Kotai, roughly translated to alternate attendance, later under Hidetada, which required daimyo to alternate between residing at Edo and residing in their home domains. This measure served a dual purpose. It financially strained the daimyo, limiting their ability to raise armies, and ensured their loyalty by keeping their families effectively as hostages in Edo. That's one way to do it, I suppose. The Sankin Kotai system was critical in preventing insurrections and maintaining peace throughout the Edo period. But in addition to all the political reshuffling, Ieyasu also focused on securing economic stability and building diplomatic relationships. He issued the Buke Shohato, a code of conduct that regulated the behavior of the daimyo and ensured that they would not challenge his authority. This decree was followed by the establishment of trade relations with foreign powers, particularly the Dutch, who were permitted to continue their trading activities under strict regulations, and only at the port in Dejima, in the province of Nagasaki, the city of Nagasaki rather. However, wary of foreign influence and potential threats to his power, Ieyasu also began to restrict the spread of Christianity in Japan, culminating in the expulsion of missionaries and the persecution of converts. This culminated in the 1614 edict that just completely banned Christianity, laying the foundation for the subsequent isolationist policies of the Tokugawa shogunate, known as the Sakoku, or the closed country policy. Well, of course, that is a topic for another video completely, and a rather interesting one. The period of isolation is just as interesting as the period of opening up, when Matthew Perry decides to show up and point a gun at their head, open the damn door or else. That's one way to get in. And then, of course, we have the Meiji Restoration, and we have modern history. Have I neglected Japanese history on this channel? I feel like I have. Maybe I should do more of it. Okay, I will do more of it then. Kublai Khan, born 1215, the grandson of Genghis Khan, who became one of the most famous rulers of the Mongol Empire. He founded the Yuan dynasty in China in 1271 and ruled as its first emperor until his death in 1294. It was under his leadership that the Mongol Empire reached its cultural and political zenith, effectively integrating the vast territory from East Asia to the Middle East. His reign was marked by significant administrative reforms that included promoting the arts and sciences, improving public works, and adopting aspects of Chinese governance that helped stabilize and legitimize Mongol rule over China. Kublai Khan's attempts to expand further into Southeast Asia and Japan, however, met with less success, featuring costly and unsuccessful military campaigns. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, it's great to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you want to support the channel, take a look at the video description. Otherwise, just enjoy the ride. We're going to get nice and relaxed. Settle in. It's going to be a long video. Kublai Khan, born the fourth son of Tolui and Sorgatani Beki, grew under the auspices of significant cultural and political influences that shaped his future as a ruler. His early life was marked by a pivotal moment in 1224, when, reportedly during a hunting expedition near the Ili River, he and his brother Mongol captured a rabbit and an antelope. Genghis Khan, their grandfather, celebrated this achievement in traditional Mongol style by anointing Kublai's middle finger with the fat of the slain animals, proclaiming the boy's wisdom and urging all to heed his words. This endorsement came just 3 years before the death of Genghis in 1227 and left a lasting impression on the young Kublai. Following his father's death in 1232, Kublai inherited an estate in Hebei from the Mongol conquests under Ögedei Khan, who allocated these lands to Tolui's family in 1236. Hebei, of course, being the province within northern China. Initially, Kublai's inexperience led him to permit local officials significant autonomy, which unfortunately resulted in corruption and harsh taxation, prompting many of the Han peasants, that's the local Chinese of the area, to flee, and consequently, well, no one was around to pay the taxes. This was obviously quite a problem. Recognizing these issues, Kublai returned to Hebei province and implemented reforms with the assistance of the new officials sent by his mother, Sorhagdani. These changes reversed the decline, encouraging many who had fled to return, and they did. Crisis averted, at least for now. The intellectual and cultural growth of Kublai was significantly influenced by his deep engagement with the Han Chinese culture. This interest was further cultivated through his interactions with notable figures such as Hai Yun, the respected Buddhist monk who Kublai invited to his court in Mongolia. During their meeting in 1242, Hai Yun influenced Kublai's understanding of Buddhism and named his son Zhenjin, translating to true gold. Hai Yun's influence extended to introducing Kublai to Liu Bingjong, a multifaceted scholar who served as Kublai's close advisor. Liu, originally a Taoist who had converted to Buddhism, brought a wealth of knowledge as a painter, calligrapher, poet, and mathematician, a jack of all trades that certainly earned the admiration of those around him. Thus, Kublai's court increasingly reflected his appreciation for scholarly and cultural pursuits, attracting intellectuals like the Shanxi scholar Zhao Bi. His administration, characterized by a blend of Mongol and Turkic influences, along with a variety of other nationalities, showcased his diplomatic approach to governance, balancing local interests with the expansive imperial ambitions of the Mongol Empire. In 1251, upon Mongke's ascension to Khan of the Mongol Empire, Kublai and the Khwarezmian Mahmud Yalavach were dispatched to oversee China proper. Kublai was appointed the viceroy of northern China and relocated his ordo to center Inner Mongolia. His governance saw significant improvements in agricultural output and social welfare in regions like Henan and Xi'an, earning him great respect among the Han warlords and setting foundational policies that would later influence the establishment of the Yuan dynasty. In his administrative role, Kublai encountered issues with Mahmud Yalavach, whose harsh methods and disdain from Han associates led to his dismissal by Mongol, a decision supported by Han Confucian-trained officials. In 1253, Kublai's leadership was further tested during the Mongol campaign against the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, that is, the area more closely bordering Vietnam. The resistance from the ruling Gao family prompted a three-pronged Mongol assault, with Kublai leading the southern force. Despite the initial violence, Kublai's capture of Dali was marked by an unusual clemency towards its residents, and he successfully integrated the region under Mongol control with the cooperation of the last Dali king, Duan Xingzhi, who was appointed as the local ruler. His court also reflected his interest in diverse cultures and religions. In the same year of 1253, he was deeply influenced by the Tibetan monk Drogon Chogyal Phagpa of the Sakya school, who became a key religious figure in his circle. Kublai's inclination towards Buddhism was evident in his conflicts with the Taoists, whom he accused of seizing Buddhist temples. This religious tension culminated in a 1258 conference where Kublai decisively favored Buddhism, leading to the conversion of 237 Taoist temples to Buddhism and the suppression of Taoist texts. His political ambitions and his expansion of bureaucratic and military structures had occasionally put him at odds with Mongol's administration. Accusations of overreach and breaches of regulations by his officials in 1257 led to a thorough audit by Mongol's inspectors, resulting in the temporary abolition of Kublai's Pacification Commission. However, he managed to defend his actions and was eventually reconciled with Mongol, demonstrating his adeptness at navigating the complexities of Mongol politics. In the late 1250s, his role expanded further when Mongol tasked him with the command of the Eastern Army for an assault on Sichuan. Despite suffering from gout, Kublai participated actively in the campaign. However, the sudden death of Mongol in 1259 plunged the Mongol leadership into complete uncertainty. Kublai had kept his brother's death a secret to maintain the momentum of the military campaign, successfully besieging Wujiang with support from his loyal commander Uryan Kadai. The subsequent negotiation with the Song dynasty's minister Jia Sidao, who proposed a tributary agreement to establish a peaceful frontier, showed another aspect of Kublai's diplomacy and strategic acumen. Although initially reluctant, Kublai ultimately agreed to peace terms, securing a stable tribute from the Song that acknowledged Mongol supremacy, while allowing Kublai to focus on consolidating his power, setting the stage for his eventual claim to the imperial throne and the founding of the Yuan dynasty. So, in the immediate aftermath of the death of Mongol Khan, a power struggle ensued between Kublai and his younger brother Arik Bokar. You see, Arik-Bo-Kir had convened a Kurultai, which is kind of like a meeting, in Karakoram, which declared him the Great Khan, with the backing of several of Genghis Khan's descendants. In contrast, Kublai, supported by his advisors and the majority of senior princes in northern China and Manchuria, held his own Kurultai. Despite fewer royal family members in attendance, this council declared Kublai as the Great Khan in April of 1260. The dispute between the brothers, of course, escalated into a civil war that led to significant destruction, including damage to the Mongol capital of Karakoram. In Shanxi and Sichuan, the forces loyal to Mongol sided with Arik-Bo-Kir. Kublai responded by sending his loyal commander Lian Xixian to these regions, who succeeded in executing Arik-Bo-Kir's civil administrator and swaying several wavering generals over to Kublai's side. The conflict extended to the Chagatai Khanate, where Kublai attempted to install Abishka as Khan, but Arik-Bo-Kir captured and executed him, placing his own candidate Algu in power. However, Chagatai Khan Algu later switched allegiance to Kublai after defeating a punitive expedition from Arik-Bo-Kir. And this event was indeed pivotal, as Algu's support helped solidify Kublai's position. Thus the civil war culminated in 1262, when Kublai's forces decisively defeated Arik-Bo-Kir's troops. Thus, Arik eventually surrendered to Kublai in 1264 at Xanadu, a significant moment that led to Kublai's recognition as the ruler of Mongolia and the broader Mongolian Empire. The rulers of the Western Khanates also recognized Kublai's supremacy following Arik-Bo-Kir's surrender. However, tensions remained high, as Algu Khan demanded recognition of his own position, which had initially been granted by Arik-Bo-Kir. Kublai's rule was marked by efforts to consolidate power and mitigate further dissent. This included the execution of Arik-Bo-Kir's chief supporters, though Arik himself was pardoned. The complexities of these power dynamics showcased Kublai's strategic skill and his ability to navigate the intricacies of the Mongol Empire during this period of significant internal strife. A knife behind every back and a devil behind every door, it seems. It's one thing to be in line for the throne. It's another thing to be in line with the throne along with other people. You do not want to find yourself in a succession dispute. There's only one way out of it. Well, for most. There's two ways out of it, but only one person gets the good option. Well, despite some ongoing tensions with other Mongol Khanates, such as those led by Hulagu and Berke, Kublai's authority at this point was largely recognized, and those who didn't recognize it, well, they didn't really have the guts to go up against him. After all, he had the numbers. The complex political dynamic within the Mongol Empire was categorized by significant internal conflicts, particularly involving the Ilkhanate and the Golden Horde. The relationships between different branches of Genghis's descendants were strained, influenced heavily by these conflicts over succession, but also territorial control. Thus, Hulagu Khan's actions, such as the purge of Jochid troops and his overt support for Kublai during the latter's power struggle with Arik escalated tensions with the Golden Horde, which was led by Berke. Berke's support for Arik and his war with Hulagu culminated in open hostilities, a situation that intensified when Kublai sent 30,000 young Mongol reinforcements to aid Hulagu, aiming to stabilize the political crisis in the western regions of the empire. However, the sudden deaths of both Hulagu and Berke in 1264, followed shortly by Algu Khan of the Chagatai Khanate, marked another turning point. Kublai, in his official account of his family's history, notably omitted Berke's name as a Khan due to these conflicts, literally writing him out of the pages of history. Well, not completely, I'm afraid. I'm sure that Kublai is not very happy that I'm talking about him right now, and using that word, Khan. Well, in the aftermath, Kublai made strategic appointments to consolidate power and align regional loyalties. He named Abaka as the new Il Khan, and appointed Batu's grandson Mentemu to the throne of Sarai, which was the capital of the Golden Horde. These appointments showed his intent to maintain suzerainty over the Il Khans and manage the Golden Horde's interactions with other Khanates. In 1265, his influence over the Chagatai Khanate was challenged when Empress Organa placed her young son Mubarak Shah on the throne without Kublai's approval. Thus, in response, Kublai supported Ghiyas-ud-Din Barak to overthrow Organa. However, Barak's subsequent expansionist actions led to a coalition against Kublai, involving Kaidu of the House of Ogedei, who refused to attend Kublai's court and later aligned with Mentemu of the Golden Horde. But Kublai's foreign policy extended beyond the Mongol heartlands. In Korea, he solidified Mongol control by mobilizing another invasion and placing Wonjong of Goryeo on the throne. Think of Goryeo as the old word for Korea. I won't go into the intricacies of different Korean dynasties right now, but if you hear Goryeo, you know that they're talking about Korea. Well, his dealings with the Song dynasty in China were marked by failed diplomatic missions and subsequent military campaigns. Despite the Song Emperor Li Zong's refusal to surrender, Kublai continued his military presence, culminating in the critical siege of Xianyang and plans for a final campaign against the Song. Kublai's military strategies were of course supported by logistical efforts, such as a revised census in the Golden Horde to gather resources for his campaigns. Moreover, his efforts to mediate conflicts between the Golden Horde and Il Khanate in 1270, despite their divergent interests, show his more softer approach. He didn't use it that much, but hey, it was certainly one stabilizing force within the Mongol Empire. Not everything has to be solved with fists, don't you think? In 1271, Kublai renamed the Mongol regime in China to Dai Yuan, aligning himself with the Chinese cultural norms to gain acceptance of the millions of Han Chinese over whom he ruled, and it was a smart decision. It's far better for the millions of people that you rule to be on good terms with you. Causes a bit of trouble if they're not keen on your leadership. He relocated the headquarters to Kanbalik, which is now known as Beijing. You may also hear of it mentioned as Dadu, which means big capital, by the way. This transition sparked an uprising in the old capital, Karakorum, which Kublai managed to suppress. Despite his efforts to integrate, his inclination towards Han Chinese customs drew criticism from Mongol traditionalists, who questioned his abandonment of their ancestral ways and warned, "The old customs of our empire are not those of the Han Chinese laws. What will happen to the old customs?" Good question. His approach led to tensions with the Mongol elite, with Kaidu declaring himself a rightful heir to the throne, claiming that Kublai had strayed from the true Mongol path. This led to significant defections to Kaidu's cause. It's eerily reminiscent of Alexander the Great arriving in Persia and taking on their customs and dress. Very eerily reminiscent. History repeats itself, I suppose. Well, by 1276, the Song imperial family had capitulated to Kublai's Yuan dynasty, marking the Mongols as the first non-Han rulers to conquer all of China. In 1279, Kublai's forces subdued the remaining Song loyalists, after which the Song Empress Dowager and her grandson, Emperor Gong of Song, were settled in Khanbalik and granted tax-free property. Despite initially ensuring their well-being, Kublai later exiled Emperor Gong to become a monk in Jiangye. Kublai's reign saw extensive cultural and infrastructural developments, including the creation of over 20,000 public schools. His was an empire that stretched across much of Eurasia, though his attempts to extend his influence further through military campaigns in places like Vietnam, Burma, and Japan saw a large failure, achieving only nominal vassal status from those regions. His nephew Ilkhan Abaga attempted to form an alliance with Western European powers to combat the Mamluks in the Middle East, though these efforts primarily fostered trade rather than military success. Internally, Kublai was facing challenges including a rebellion led by Mongke's son Shireki in 1277, which resulted in the capture of Kublai's two sons and a key general, who were promptly handed over to Kaidu, Kublai's rival. Despite these challenges, Kublai managed to suppress the rebellion and reassert control over strategic regions like Al-Malik. Culturally, Kublai's policies sometimes caused discontent. His 1279 decree against certain religious slaughtering practices sparked opposition within those communities. His reign was also marked by his efforts to stabilize the Mongol rule over the very diverse populations, illustrated by the peaceful return of his sons in 1282 through diplomatic overtures from the Golden Horde, which also sought to mend its ties with the Yuan dynasty. From the onset of his reign as Great Khan, Kublai prioritized establishing China as his primary stronghold, recognizing the necessity of a centralized government. He adopted Chinese administrative and cultural practices early in his reign, and aimed to curtail the power of regional lords who had wielded significant influence during the Song dynasty. He also placed a great amount of trust in his Chinese advisors, such as Liu Bingzhong, Xu Heng, until around 1276, and also employed many Buddhist Uyghurs, assigning some as commissioners in charge of Chinese districts. He appointed the Sakya Iyama Drogon Chogyal Phagpa as his imperial preceptor, granting him authority over all Buddhist monks in the empire. After Phags Palama developed the Phags Pa script in 1270, he was promoted to an imperial preceptor. Kublai founded the Supreme Control Commission, overseen by Phags Palama, to manage affairs related to Tibetan and Chinese monks. During Phagspa's absence in Tibet, the Tibetan monk Sangha resumed high office, renaming the commission to the Commission for Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. By 1286, Sangha had become chief fiscal officer of the dynasty. However, corruption among these advisors eventually disillusioned Kublai, leading him to depend entirely on the younger Mongol aristocrats for governance. Notably, An Tong of the Jalairs and Bayan of the Barin served as grand councillors from 1265, while Oz Temur of the Arulad managed the censorate, and Ochicher, a descendant of Borukula, led the Imperial Guard and Palace Provision Commission. Now, in the 8th year of Zhuyuan, being 1271, Kublai formally established the Yuan dynasty and the declared Dadu, modern-day Beijing, known to the Mongols as Kanbalik or Daidu, as the capital. But he also set up a summer capital in Shangdu, also known as Xanadu, located near the present-day Dolon Nor. To consolidate his control over China, he initiated a major campaign against the remaining forces of southern Song in 1274, culminating in the conquest of Song in 1279 at the Battle of Yamen. This marked the end of the southern Song, with the last emperor, Zhao Bing, taking his own life, thereby unifying China under Mongol rule. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai, structures its vast territories into provinces known as, translated, branch secretariats, each managed by a governor and a vice-governor. These provinces included China proper, Manchuria, Mongolia, and Jiandong branch extending into Korea. The central region, encompassing much of present-day northern China, was directly administered by the Zhongshu Sheng in Dadu, and deemed the most crucial area of the empire. Additionally, Tibet was governed separately by the Bureau of Buddhist and Tibetan Affairs. Kublai was committed to economic growth all over the empire, evident in his efforts to rebuild the Grand Canal, repair public buildings, and expand highways, yet his policies often incorporated traditional Mongol practices, which increasingly conflicted with established Chinese economic and social norms as his reign progressed. In 1272, he imposed taxes on partner merchants of the Mongols and established the Office of Market Taxes in 1268 to oversee these taxes. Following the Mongol victory over the Song, Muslim, Uyghur, and Chinese merchants extended their trade networks to the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. By 1286, maritime trade also fell under the jurisdiction of the Office of Market Taxes, with salt production becoming a significant government monopoly. And salt, well, that was big business. How else are you going to preserve your food? I'm sure there's other ways, but salt is the one that makes the most sense. The Mongol administration had been issuing paper currency since 1227. In August of 1260, Kublai introduced a unified paper currency, the Jiao Chao, which circulated through the yuan domains indefinitely and was backed by silver and gold to prevent devaluation. The government mandated tax payments in this paper currency to maintain its value. However, in 1273, Kublai released a new series of state-sponsored bills to fund his conquest of the Song, which ultimately contributed to severe inflation and economic decline due to a good amount of fiscal mismanagement. In a bid to enforce the currency's use, Kublai's regime confiscated gold and silver from the populace and foreign merchants, compensating them with the government-issued notes, marking him as a pioneer of fiat currency. But good luck trying to take away gold from everybody. They generally don't appreciate that. Well, it wasn't all about confiscating people's money. He was also a patron of the arts and displayed a high degree of religious tolerance during his rule. Despite his opposition to certain Taoist practices and that sacrifice banning event, he respected the Taoist leadership overall, appointing Zhang Liushan as the patriarch of the Taoist Xuanjiao, or mysterious order. Under Zhang's guidance, Taoist temples were integrated into the Academy of Scholarly Worthies, enhancing their cultural significance and educational role. This period also saw significant interactions with Europe, exemplified by the arrival of the explorer Marco Polo in the 1270s. I've done a full video on him if you're interested, but for now we'll just say that he was appointed as a foreign emissary, and Polo spent 17 years traveling throughout the empire, providing a detailed account of his experiences. Well, during the transition from the Southern Song to the Yuan dynasty, a notable episode involved the Confucian lineage. Historically, the title of Duke Yan Sheng, reserved for direct descendants of Confucius, had been split between a northern branch in Qufu and a southern branch in Quzhou, following the Jin dynasty's rise. Kublai extended an invitation to the southern Duke Yan Sheng, being Kongzhu, to return to Qufu. However, upon his refusal, the title was considered under the northern branch, which continued to hold it thereafter. The southern branch remained in Quzhou, where descendants of Confucius still live, reportedly numbering around 30,000. Kublai's reign also saw strict decrees related to religious practices. The Yuan dynasty under Kublai forbade the butchering of animals according to Islamic and Jewish legal codes, reflecting a broader imposition of Mongol cultural norms over conquered peoples. But practices such as circumcision were explicitly banned, further illustrating the tensions between the Mongol imperial policies and the diverse religious traditions for the empire's subjects. If you ask me on the latter point, they were ahead of their time. Well, in Kublai's court, 30 Muslims held prominent positions, reflecting the Mongol Empire's diverse administrative practices. Notably, 8 of the dynasty's 12 administrative districts were governed by Muslim governors, including figures like Sayyid Ajal Shams al-Din Omar, who was appointed as the administrator of Yunnan. Omar was well versed in Confucian and Taoist traditions and is credited with promoting Islam in China. Other key Muslim administrators included Nasr al-Din in Yunnan and Mahmud Yalavach, who served as the mayor of the Yuan capital. Kublai's support extended beyond administration to the patronage of Muslim scholars and scientists, particularly in the fields of astronomy and cartography. Muslim astronomers were instrumental in the construction of the observatory in Shanxi, where Jamal ad-Din introduced 7 new astronomical instruments and concepts, leading to significant corrections in the Chinese calendar. Muslim cartographers, meanwhile, produced detailed maps of regions along the Silk Road, enhancing geographical knowledge of the Yuan dynasty's rulers and merchants. This contribution was crucial for the expansion and management of the empire's vast territories. And in the medical field, Muslim physicians played their own role in organizing hospitals and establishing institutes of medicine in major cities like Beijing and Chengdu. The renowned Guanghui Si, or the Department of Extensive Mercy in Beijing, was a center where Hui medicine and surgery were practiced and taught. Now, Hui, by the way, is a Muslim minority group in modern China in these times, and such as it was back in those times. And they have very good noodles, by the way. Well, additionally, the works of the Persian scholar Avicenna were published in China during this period and influenced Chinese medical practices. In terms of mathematics, Muslim scholars introduced Euclidean geometry, spherical trigonometry, and Arabic numerals to China, significantly impacting the scientific and educational landscape of the Yuan. Kublai, well, he also employed Muslim siege engineers, who developed the Muslim trebuchet. This powerful siege weapon was crucial during the Battle of Xiangyang, demonstrating the tactical and technological advancements that the Islamic experts brought to the Mongol military apparatus. Kublai, while limiting the traditional roles of the Keshig, established a new imperial bodyguard, initially composed entirely of ethnic Han Chinese, later augmented with Kipchak, Alan, and Russian units. By 1273, Kublai had organized his own Keshig and placed the original units under the leadership of the descendants of Genghis Khan's trusted aides, Borokula, Burchu, and Mukali. He introduced the practice of having the 4 major aristocrats in his Keshig sign decrees, a protocol that was adopted across all Mongol Khanates. Thus both Mongol and Han units were structured using the decimal system established by Genghis. The Yuan dynasty, under Kublai's leadership, eagerly incorporated new artillery technologies and adapted military strategies that proved crucial in the swift conquest of the Song, partly by assimilating advanced naval techniques from the Han. In 1285, the Drikung Kagyu sect revolted, targeting the Sakya monasteries, and received support from the Chagatai Khan, Dua, who laid siege to Gaochang and overrun Yuan positions in the Tarim Basin. Kaidu subsequently captured Beshbalik in 1286, pushing many Uyghurs to retreat to the eastern regions of the Yuan domain. The rebellion was decisively crushed in 1291 by Kublai's grandson, Bukat Timur, who executed 10,000 Tibetans, and with that, Tibet was well and truly subjugated. Kublai also extended his influence over the Korean peninsula, turning Goryeo into a tributary state in 1260. After additional military interventions, Goryeo was placed under tighter Yuan control and served as a strategic Mongol military base, contributing troops and naval forces for further Mongol expansion. Despite resistance from Confucian advisors, Kublai pursued aggressive expansion into Japan, Burma, Vietnam, and Java. That's down in Indonesia, by the way, the main island, following recommendations from his Mongol officials. He also aimed to subdue peripheral regions like Sakhalin, which is kind of the northeast part of Russia, which eventually acknowledged Mongol authority by 1308, but that was after Kublai's death. Well, yes, he had some big plans. However, these military campaigns were enormously costly. He had bitten off a little bit more than he could chew, and it led to significant inflation. This was also exacerbated by the massive issuance of that paper currency, which increased from 110,000 ding to 1.4 million between 1273 and 76 due to the warfare with the Southern Song dynasty and Japan. Too many fronts, and not enough money. Well, his regime was marked by a distinctly multicultural administration, featuring trusted governors and advisors from Mongol, Semu, Korean, Hui, and Han ethnicities, a diverse cabinet that was essential to the governance and expansionist strategies of the empire. Due to ongoing support for the faltering Southern Song dynasty by the Woko pirates, Kublai was compelled to initiate military campaigns against Japan. Kublai orchestrated two significant military expeditions aimed at conquering Japan, both of which were undermined by maritime challenges and potentially flawed ship designs that resembled river boats lacking proper keels, resulting in catastrophic loss of his fleets. His first invasion in 1274 employed a fleet of 900 ships. The subsequent more ambitious attempt in 1281 saw the mobilization of two separate forces, one consisting of 900 ships deploying 40,000 troops from Korea, and a larger armada of 3,500 ships carrying 100,000 soldiers from southern China. This latter fleet, hastily assembled and ill-prepared for oceanic conditions, set sail in November of the same year, 1281, towards Japan. They managed to conquer Tsushima and Iki Islands along the way to Kyushu. When the Korean fleet landed at Hakata Bay on June 23rd, the Chinese fleet had yet to arrive. Although the Mongols established a temporary foothold, they were eventually driven back by the Japanese forces during the battles of Akasaka and Torikaigata. Samurai warriors engaged the Mongol invaders in individual combat, starkly contrasting with the Mongol strategy of cohesive unit-based warfare. The Mongols resisted initially, employing explosives and a barrage of arrows, but the disciplined Japanese forces eventually forced them back to their ships. The Japanese, heavily outnumbered, had fortified their coastline effectively, preventing any significant advance by Mongol forces. There is research that has discovered wreckage from the second invasion fleet off the western coast of Takashima district in Shiga province. Findings suggest that Kublai's rush to assemble an enormous fleet within a single year, a process that ideally required upwards of 5 years, compromised the structural integrity of the ships used. Many were just inadequately built. It's theorized that the use of proper ocean-going vessels with curved keels could have allowed the Mongol navy to survive the journey and potentially succeed in their conquest of Japan. But, well, they didn't succeed. But the failed invasions were not only militarily disastrous, but also economically draining. But they also shattered the myth of Mongol invincibility across Eastern Asia. Kublai was reportedly determined to launch a third invasion, undeterred by the immense costs and the blows to his and Mongol prestige. However, his death and the unanimous opposition from his advisors ultimately prevented another attempt. Between 1257 and 1292, Kublai launched 5 separate invasions of Dai Viet, modern Vietnam, focusing primarily on the major campaigns of 1258, 85, and 87. Despite significant military setbacks, these incursions are often viewed by some scholars as successful, because they resulted in Dai Viet establishing tributary relations with the Mongols, signifying a nominal Yuan dominance. In contrast, Vietnamese historical records celebrate these events as a resolute victory against what they refer to as the Mongol yokes. While the initial Mongol incursion in 1258, which occurred under the United Mongol Empire, was part of a strategic effort to find new routes for attacking the Song dynasty. Led by General Uri-yang Kadai, the Mongols captured the then abandoned Vietnamese capital of Thang Long, which is now the modern city of Hanoi. This success, however, was short-lived, as the general soon redirected his forces northward in 1259 to join a larger coordinated attack on the Song dynasty, occurring simultaneously in regions such as Guangxi, Sichuan, Shandong, and Henan. The first invasion established Dai Viet, previously a tributary state to the Song dynasty, as now a tributary state under the Yuan dynasty. With ambitions to increase tribute and exert direct control, the Yuan dynasty initiated another invasion of Dai Viet in 1285. The second invasion, aimed at consolidating Yuan authority, did not achieve its intended objectives, prompting their third invasion 2 years later, in 1287. The goal during this campaign was to depose the resistant Dai Viet ruler Tran Nan Tong and replace him with the defector prince Tran Ik Tak. Despite achieving early tactical victories, the Mongols faced significant resistance and subsequent military defeats. Ultimately, both Dai Viet and the neighboring Champa, seeking to avoid further destruction and conflict, acknowledged the nominal supremacy of the Yuan dynasty, accepting their status as tributary states. Kublai Khan's military endeavors in Burma across 3 campaigns in 1277, 83, and 87 led to the capture of Bagan, the capital of the Bagan kingdom. Although the Mongols established control, they only managed to assert a formal suzerainty over the region, making Bagan a tributary state that continued to send tributes to the Yuan court until its fall to the Ming dynasty in 1368. The primary interests of the Mongols in these regions were mainly commercial, and to secure the tributary relationships, and not just to annex more territory. Kublai also cultivated strong diplomatic ties with Southeast Asia, particularly with Siam, engaging with Prince Mang Rai of Chiang Mai and King Ram Kam Heng of Sukhothai. He encouraged the Siamese to confront the Khmers following their southward displacement from Nanchao. This strategic move came after King Jayavarman the eighth of the Khmer Empire defiantly refused to pay tribute to the Mongols, going as far as throwing the Mongol envoys into prison. The subsequent Siamese military pressure significantly weakened the Khmer Empire. In response, the Mongols launched a land invasion from Champa into Cambodia in 1283, achieving control by 1284, and by 1285, Jayavarman VIII capitulated, paying tribute to Kublai, thereby once like everybody else, transforming Cambodia into a vassal state. And thus we find ourselves in the twilight years of Kublai's reign, where he organized a sizable naval expedition against Singasari on Java in 1293. Despite initial successes, the Mongol forces encountered stiff resistance from the emerging Majapahit Empire and suffered considerable losses, compelling them to withdraw. By 1294, the same year Kublai died, the Thai kingdoms of Sukhothai and Chiang Mai had acknowledged their vassalage to the Yuan. Kublai's reign marked a significant period of direct East Asia and European contact, bolstered by the Mongol dominion over Central Asian trade routes and a very efficient postal system. It was an era that saw an influx of Europeans and Central Asians, merchants, travelers, and missionaries into China. Additionally, the Mongols facilitated travel for its own subjects across vast regions, stretching from Rus to Persia and, of course, Mesopotamia. In his global diplomatic engagements, Kublai also reached out to the African continent. The Sultanate of Mogadishu, known for its prior trade connections with Chinese regimes, drew Kublai's attention. Marco Polo noted that Kublai initially sent an envoy to spy on Mogadishu, but after the delegation was captured, he dispatched another envoy to negotiate their release. Following his proclamation as Khagan on May of 1260, Kublai initiated an extensive organizational and developmental agenda across his newly established domain. Among his early actions was to address unrest in Da Ming by dispatching the central government official Zhang Wenqian, accompanied by his friend Guo Shuojing, a distinguished engineer and astronomer known for his expertise in instrument making. During this mission, Guo constructed sophisticated astronomical instruments, such as water clocks and armillary spheres, enhancing the precision of celestial observations. The architectural development of Kublai's capital, Khan Balik, modern-day Beijing, was also a focus. The city's design was overseen by the Turkestani architect Ikhtar al-Din, known as Igder. And while the renowned newer artisan Araniko constructed the white stupa which became the city's most prominent structure. Recognizing Guo Shoujing's capabilities in hydraulic engineering, Zhang recommended him to Kublai Khan, who was keen on improving water management for irrigation, grain transportation, and flood control. And if you know anything about China, they certainly need flood control. Guo was tasked with enhancing the water supply system between Dadu and the Yellow River. he successfully sourced water from the Baifu Spring in Mount Shen, directing it to Dadu through a newly built 30-kilometer channel. His innovative approach included connecting water supplies across different river basins and installing sluices in canals to regulate water levels, significantly improving the infrastructure. Kublai's satisfaction with Guo's achievements in Dadu led to further assignments. In 1264, Guo was dispatched to Gansu to repair irrigation systems damaged during the Mongol conquests. Accompanied by Zhang, he extensively surveyed the region, devising plans to unblock and enhance the efficiency of the existing water systems. Detailed reports of their findings and recommendations were sent directly back to Kublai. During the Jin dynasty's conquest, Genghis Khan had allotted substantial territories in Manchuria to his younger brothers. Their progeny staunchly backed Kublai when he was crowned in 1260, though the newer generations aspired for greater autonomy. Adhering to Ogedei Khan's policies, Kublai allowed Mongol nobles to appoint overseers within their domains, but maintained overall authority, reinforcing his stance by placing his son Mangala in direct control of Chang'an and Shanxi by 1272. By 1274, Kublai initiated investigations, led by Lian Xixan, into excesses of power among the Mongol rulers in Manchuria, culminating in the full integration of the Liatung region under imperial control by 1284. The bureaucratization efforts instigated by Kublai triggered a lot of resistance, notably from Nayan, a descendant from one of Genghis Khan's brothers, either Temugay or Belgutay. The historical records about Nayan are somewhat unclear due to multiple princes sharing the name, but we do know that Nayan sought an alliance with Kaidu, Kublai's rival in Central Asia, and rallied support from Manchuria's native Jurchens and water Tatars, which were reeling from a famine. His rebellion attracted widespread support within the Mongol nobility, including direct descendants of Genghis. The insurrection, however, suffered early from detection and hesitant leadership, allowing Kublai to respond swiftly, not shiftily. Well, he dispatched his commander Bayan to disrupt any alliance between Nayan and Kaidu by securing Karakorum, while personally leading another contingent against the insurgents in Manchuria. During the crucial confrontation on June the 14th, Kublai's forces, bolstered by Han and Allen guards under Li Ting, and troops from Chungyol of Goryeo, remember, that's Korea, decisively engaged Nayan's 60,000 unseasoned warriors. Following the intense combat, Nayan's forces retreated, leading to their nighttime rout by Li Ting. Nayan was thus captured and executed traditionally for Mongol royalty, smothered under felt carpets, avoiding the spilling of royal blood. Still not a good way to go. At least you're nice and warm, I suppose. While simultaneously, Shiktur, another rebel prince, attempted to take Liaoning, that's up in the northeast of China near Dalian, but was quickly defeated. Although Kaidu momentarily seized Karakorum in 1289, he retreated upon Kublai's counter-mobilization. The remaining uprisings, largely fragmented, persisted until 1289, met with relentless suppression by Kublai. The aftermath saw a strategic reorganization, with the establishment of the rebels appointed officials in Mongolia and Manchuria, solidifying Kublai's dominion and quelling dissent among the Mongol ranks. In 1291, to secure his dominion over the sacred burial site of his grandfather Genghis Khan, Kublai sent his grandson Gamala to Burkan Khaldun, a region zealously guarded by the Kublai dynasty as Ik-Korig. During this period, Bayan had solidified control over Karakorum and its environs, effectively stifling any significant military challenges from Kublai's longtime rival Kaidu, who remained quiescent around 1293. From then, Kublai's forces were successful in driving Kaidu's troops from the central Siberian plateau. The death of his beloved wife Chabi in 1281 marked a turning point for Kublai, who gradually became reclusive, distancing himself from advisors and instead relaying commands through another of his queens, Nambui. Unlike the influential female figures of his grandfather's era, Kublai's wives and daughters maintained a notably low profile throughout his court. His preferred successor had been his son Genjin, appointed head of the Zhongshu Sheng and groomed as a Confucian leader. However, internal family discord surfaced when another one of their sons, Nomukan, resentful of Genjin's status as heir, was subsequently banished to the north. In 1285, an official suggestion that Kublai abdicate in favor of Genjin provoked the Khagan's ire, and he refused to see Genjin, who died a year later in 1286, greatly affecting Kublai. Perhaps a little bit of regret. Can't take it back once they're gone, can't you? But latter years of Kublai's reign were overshadowed by these personal tragedies and military failures, particularly in Vietnam and Japan, which only deepened his melancholy. His grief over the losses of his wife and his heir, coupled with his health problems exacerbated by obesity, gout, and diabetes, led him to indulge excessively in alcohol and the rich traditional Mongol diet. And if you've ever been to a Mongolian restaurant, you can hardly blame him. Well, his physical and mental health declined sharply, and by the end of 1293 he withdrew from public ceremonies, including the traditional New Year's celebration. In his final days, he named Genjin's son Temur as the crown prince, ensuring the succession of his lineage. In search of solace during his last illness, only Bayan, significantly younger yet a familiar face, was deemed suitable to comfort him. His health continued to deteriorate until he passed away in February of 1294, at the age of 78, which is not bad for the 13th century. His remains were transported to Mongolia, joining those of the past Khans in their ancestral burial grounds, his place among the kings. The 1903 British expedition into Tibet, led by one Colonel Francis Younghusband, a pivotal maneuver in what was known as the Great Game, the intense imperial competition between Britain and Russia for control in Central Asia. It was aimed at establishing diplomatic relations, securing trade routes, and of course, countering Russian influence. Younghusband commanded a force of approximately 1,400 men through the challenging Himalayan terrain to reach the Tibetan capital of Lhasa. In April 1904, The expedition successfully negotiated the Treaty of Lhasa, which granted the British government concessions and expanded the geopolitical presence in the region. It was a bold and strategic mission that not only solidified British influence in Tibet, but also set the groundwork for future interactions, but also tensions. It shows the length to which empires will go to secure their interests and shape the politics of the early 20th century. Welcome to the channel. Interesting one today. That mysterious kingdom. That is, well, just as mysterious today as it was over 100 years ago. If you like this sort of content, and if you're a big fan of history, I suppose you better click the subscribe button, and then you'll get even more of it, or you might even learn something. Now, with that all being said, let's get busy. And we go back to 1815 first. We must provide a little bit of context, don't you think? You see, in the wake of annexing Kumaon and Garhwal in 1815, the British Empire in India endeavored to establish relations with Tibet. But there was a problem. Tibet did not want to establish relations with really anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. Despite expanding their influence into regions like Punjab and Kashmir, the British attempts to initiate trade or any kind of negotiations with Tibet were completely unsuccessful. The situation involved a little more in 1861 when Sikkim came under British protection, prompting the need to define its border with Tibet. Of course, recognizing Sikkim as a strategic trade route into Tibet, the British were more keen than ever to solidify this connection. Plans began to be drawn up. Now, believing that China's presence in Tibet, marked by Chinese armbands, indicated control over the region, the British initiated diplomatic discussions with China concerning affairs in Tibet. Although these talks resulted in a trade agreement and a border settlement, the Tibetans refused to accept the terms. Of course, the British were talking to the Chinese talking to the British. No one was really talking to the meat in the sandwich. Now, although they erected a stone fort on Sikkim territory, this obstructed the trade path and persistently dismantled boundary markers set by British and Chinese officials. When the British Trade Commissioner sought to address this issue, he was informed that Tibet did not acknowledge China's concessions. The contracts that had been made and signed in regard to them were not agreed by. No one actually asked them what they thought about it. Direct attempts to engage with Tibetan authorities were also declined, showing China's inability to enforce its authority in the region. Now, this led the British Governor-General to describe China's apparent suzerainty over Tibet as a constitutional fiction, mainly maintained for convenience and keeping face, but all in all, lacking any real power. Meanwhile, suspicions began to grow within the British government that Russia was supplying Tibet with arms and troops, and they might have even forged their own secret agreement with China regarding Tibet, without the British even knowing about it. Such Russian influence, of course, threatened to disrupt the chain of semi-independent buffer states separating British India from the Russian Empire, potentially providing Russia with direct access to India. In fact, the presence of Russian envoy Agvan Doriev at the Dalai Lama's court intensified these concerns. Of course it would. Why is it that the Russians are allowed to have someone in there, but the British are not? Certainly raises a few eyebrows. Acting as an intermediary between the Dalai Lama and the Russian Tsar, Doriev met the Tsar on September 30th, 1900, at the imperial summer residence at Livadia, presenting a plea for Russian protection. Discussions about establishing a Russian consulate in Tibet ensued, and gifts were exchanged. Doriev and the other Tibetan envoys met the Tsar again in 1901 at Petrov. However, apprehensions about potential conflicts with the Qing, that would be the ruling dynasty in China at the time, and the British Empire prevented the finalization of a Russo-Tibetan treaty. But nevertheless, Russia did provide the Dalai Lama with a whole bunch of gifts, lovely little knickknacks from Moscow, along with arms and ammunition. That ought to help in a pinch. These incidents strengthened the Governor-General Lord Curzon's conviction that the Dalai Lama wanted to end Tibet's neutrality and firmly establish it within a Russian sphere of influence. In order to establish trade agreements, Curzon requested in 1903 that the governors of China and Tibet hold talks at Kampa Zong, a small Tibetan village north of Sikkim. The 13th Dalai Lama was ordered to attend by the Chinese, but the Dalai Lama declined. And he also declined to arrange transport so that Yotai, the Amban, could go. The meeting was ruined. Party's over, kid. London granted Governor-General Curzon permission to dispatch a Tibet Frontier Commission, which was headed by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and included John Claude White and E.C. Wilson to Kampa Zong as deputy commissioner. It is unknown, though, if the Balfour government fully understood the operation's difficulty, or even how the Tibetans thought about the concept. In order to get ready for his mission, Younghusband traveled to Gangtok, the capital of the Indian state of Sikkim, where John Claude White served as political officer. On July 19, 1903, White had done everything he could to have his appointment to the expeditionary force cancelled because he was not happy about it. He just would rather be somewhere else. Of course, Younghusband was not happy with this. You'll do as you're damn well told. He was unsuccessful, and Younghusband got even for White's disobedience by abandoning him in the leech-infested Sikkim jungles to organize transportation of supplies to the expedition using mules and coolies. That ought to teach him. So, on January 26, 1903, Younghusband received a letter from the Undersecretary to the Indian government that read as following: In the event of your meeting the Dalai Lama, the government of India authorizes you to give him assurance which you suggest in your letter. Beginning in August 1903, Younghusband attempted to incite conflict with the Tibetans at Kampa Zong with Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, his escort commander. Following an act of what they called Tibetan hostility that the British resident in Nepal later determined was the herding of some trespassing Nepalese yaks and their drovers back across the border, the British took a few months to prepare for the expedition that pressed into Tibetan territories in the early December 1903. In an event to bolster the British cabinet's backing for the invasion, Younghusband telegrammed the Viceroy to inform him that Russian weapons had infiltrated Tibet. However, Curzon, in private, managed to silence him. He had said to him, "Remember that in the eyes of Her Majesty's government, We are advancing not because of Tordiev or Russian rifles in Lhasa, but because of our convention that was shamelessly violated. Our frontier trespassed upon, our subjects arrested, our mission flouted, our representations ignored. The Tibetan troops were nearly all quickly impressed peasants who lacked motivation, organization, discipline, and training. Well, by impressed, I mean they were conscripts. That's the old word. When you impress somebody, it means you're forcing them to do something. Now, only a small number of the most loyal units, those monks, typically armed with swords and other hand weapons, were successful, and their numbers were really too insignificant to turn the tide of conflict, especially against British cannons and all the rest. Their generals, who appeared to be in awe of the British and refused to take any aggressive action against the small and frequently scattered column, only made the situation worse through their refusal to act. Additionally, they blatantly failed to adequately defend their own natural borders. You think they would have known how to do that, often engaging in combat on comparatively open terrain, where Maxim guns and rifle volleys resulted in a very high death toll. For the Tibetans, of course, not for the British. In contrast, their commanding officer and the British Indian troops were seasoned veterans of fighting in the northwest frontier's mountainous border. This was not their first time. And so, over 3,000 fighting men made up the British force, which was primarily composed of British Indian troops. There were also 7,000 Sherpas, porters, and camp followers, in addition to the 8th Gurkhas, 40th Pathans, 23rd and 32nd Sikh Pioneers, 19th Punjab Infantry, and Royal Fusiliers. This force also included engineers, mountain artillery, 4 regiments of Maxim machine gun detachments, and thousands of porters who were recruited from Sikkim and Nepal. 6 companies of the 23rd Sikh Pioneers, 4 companies of the 8th Gurkhas in reserve at Nartong in Sikkim, and 2 Gurkha companies guarding the British camp at Kampatong were among the numerous Gurkha and Pathan troops from the mountainous areas like Nepal that the British authorities included because they anticipated the difficulties of this high-altitude conflict. Better bring some people who live in high altitudes anyway. They might have a better idea. Thus the Tibetans were aware of the expedition, and the Tibetan general at Yatung promised not to attack the British, as long as the British did not attack the Tibetans, to prevent any bloodshed. On the 6th of December, 1903, Colonel Younghusband responded, "We are not at war with Tibet, and that unless we are attacked ourselves, we shall not attack the Tibetans." Younghusband's advanced to Tuna, 50 miles beyond the border, with about 1,150 soldiers, porters, laborers, and thousands of pack animals after neither Tibetan nor Chinese officials met the British at Kampatong. The expedition was ordered to proceed towards Lhasa in 1904, after waiting there for several more months in the vain hope of encountering negotiations. When a foreign power sent a military mission to its capital, the Tibetan government, led by the 13th Dalai Lama, became concerned, I wonder why, and began to gather its troops, just in case. The extensive experience in Indian border conflicts, the British Army was well prepared for combat when it left Nartong in Sikkim on December 11, 1903. Brigadier General Ronald Leslie MacDonald, its commander, spent the winter in the border country, training his troops, close to regular food and shelter supplies. In March 1904, however, he began a serious advance, covering more than 50 miles, before running into his first significant obstacle on the 31st of March at the pass of Guru, close to Lake Bam So, or Dochen So. And then things get dark pretty quickly. The massacre of Chumik-Shenko occurred on March 31st, 1904. A 3,000-strong Tibetan force positioned behind a 5-foot rock wall and armed with, antiquated matchlock muskets. I mean, we're talking 1904. Faced the front line of MacDonald's army and blocked the road. The Tibetans had set up 7 or 8 sangars on the slope above. When asked to halt, young husband, the commissioner, responded that the advance had to go on, and he could not permit any Tibetan troops to stay on the road. But the Tibetans refused to leave their positions or engage in combat. They were simply at a deadlock. MacDonald had responded that the only thing to do was to disarm them and then let them go. It does appear that a mock attack was staged, mainly to incite the Tibetans into firing, give them an excuse to take action in return. Therefore it appears that the Lhasa's general's action, firing a pistol and striking a Sikh in the jaw, was prompted by altercations between the Sikhs and Tibetan guards gathered around the Tibetan generals. According to British accounts, the situation quickly escalated when the Tibetan general became enraged upon witnessing the brawl unfold and shot the Sikh soldier in the face, causing the fellow soldiers to retaliate violently. According to a Reuters report by Henry Newman, who identified himself as an eyewitness, after this shot, the Tibetan crowd rushed forward and attacked Edmund Candler, a Daily Mail correspondent. Shortly after, fire was upon the Tibetans, gathered behind the wall from 3 different directions. According to the doctor, Austin Waddell, they poured a withering fire into the enemy, which with the quick-firing Maxims mowed down the Tibetans in a few minutes with a terrific slaughter. Tibetan second-hand accounts have claimed that the British fired without warning and that they actually tricked the Tibetans into putting out the fuses for their matchlocks. Nevertheless, there is really no proof that such a deception did occur. It's more likely that the cumbersome weapons were likely of little use under the given conditions. In addition to that, a high wall protected almost all of the Gurkha, Sikh, and British soldiers nearest the Tibetans, and none of them were killed. As the Tibetans retreated, the Maxim guns mowed them down. Lieutenant Arthur Haddo, commander of the Maxim Guns Detachment, wrote, "I stopped firing because I was so tired of the carnage, even though the general had told me to make as big a bag of it as possible. I hope I shall never again have to shoot down men walking away." Jeez, I mean, if that had happened a generation later, court-martial sort of stuff. Ugh. Horrible. Brigadier General MacDonald permitted the Tibetan forces to withdraw after they took refuge a half-mile from the battlefield. Between 600 and 700 people were killed and 168 injured behind them. 148 of them survived as prisoners in British field hospitals. 12 Brits were injured. The Tibetans wore amulets that the lamas had given them and were assured that they would be magically shielded from harm during the battle and others that followed. They realized the hard way that the amulets don't actually do that. It is a good way to boost morale, though. After one battle, the remaining Tibetans displayed a great deal of perplexity Due to the hamlet's inefficiency, they were reportedly extremely confused. How on earth are we being shot at? Are we being injured when we have the magical amulets? In the same way that the Boxer Rebellion soldiers were quite confused that their supernatural powers were not holding up to cannon and gunfire. Finding out the hard way. Well, a day later, young husband wrote in a telegram to his superior in India as follows: I trust the tremendous punishment they have received will prevent further fighting and induce them at least to negotiate. A week later, MacDonald's force broke through the first barrier and, gaining momentum, crossed the deserted defenses at Gangma. On the 9th of April, they made an attempt to cross the Red Idol Gorge, which had been fortified to block passage. MacDonald gave his Gurkha soldiers orders to climb the gorge's steep hillsides and expel the Tibetan forces that were positioned atop the cliffs. They started doing this, but were soon engulfed in a raging blizzard that cut off all communication with the Gurkha force. Exploratory probes down the pass were shot at with a few hours later, and the fruitless battle lasted until the storm passed at noon, demonstrating that the Gurkhas had somehow managed to get a position above the Tibetans. Faced with gunfire from both sides as Sikh troops advanced up the hillside, the Tibetans decided to retreat, once more coming under the heavy fire of the superior British artillery, and they did so in a timely manner, leaving only 200 dead in their wake. Once more, the British losses were hardly worth a mention. The British military pushed on to Gyantsur after this battle at the Red Idol Gorge, as the British had later dubbed it, and they arrived there on April the 11th. The garrison had already left, and the gates of the town were opened before MacDonald's forces arrived. Francis' young husband wrote to his father, As I have always said, the Tibetans are nothing but sheep. It's not very nice, isn't it? While the Westerners looked at the Palkor Chodeh monastic complex, the townspeople went about their daily lives. The focal point was the 9-story stupa, known as the Temple of 100,000 Deities, which was modeled after the Mahabodhi Temple in Bodh Gaya, where Gautama Buddha had reportedly first attained his enlightenment. Officers passed around the scrolls and statuettes. Changlo Manor became the mission headquarters, where a young husband could host his durbars and meet with the Dalai Lama representatives. Young husband's mission staff and escort were housed in the farmyard and country mansion of a Tibetan noble family named Changlo. They now entered a house-salon period, as Charles Allen puts it, and even establishing a vegetable garden at the manor, while the officers went shooting and fishing and exploring the town unaccompanied. A holiday, if you want to put it that way. The charitable Captain Herbert Walton, the Commission's medical officer, provided for the local population's needs, including an operation theatre to treat cleft palates, a condition that is especially prevalent in Tibet. In order to safeguard the supply line, MacDonald ordered the main force to start the march back to New Chumbi 5 days after arriving in Gyantsur, and judging the defences of Changlo Manor to be secure. In an attempt to get London's opinion on moving the mission to Lhasa, young husband telegraphed the city, but he received no response. The events surrounding Chumikchenko had caused shock and growing disquiet in Britain, a spectacle that featured half-armed men being destroyed with the irresistible weapons of science had drawn criticism from publications like The Spectator and Punch. The cabinet kept its collective head down in Whitehall. Young husband was informed that the Tibetan troops had assembled now at Karalo, which was 45 miles east of Gyantsur. Without first consulting Brigadier General MacDonald, who was 2 days away on horseback, Lieutenant Colonel Herbert Brander, commander of the mission escort at Changlo Manor, made the decision to attack the Tibetan force gathering at Karalo. Instead, Brander spoke with young husband, who stated that he supported the move. When Brander's telegram outlining his plans reached MacDonald at New Chumbi on May the 3rd, he attempted to cancel the action. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Percival Landon, a Times correspondent who attended the talks, noted that attacking the Tibetans was injudicious and quite out of keeping with the studious way in which we had hitherto kept ourselves in the right. Gurkha riflemen of the 8th Gurkhas and sepoys of the 32nd Sikh pioneers, who had climbed and fought at an altitude of more than 5,700 meters, won the battle at Karalo on May 5th, which is arguably, a bit of trivia for you here, the highest altitude battle that has ever been fought in history. That's an interesting little fact, isn't it? Well, at the same time, the Changlo garrison was attacked by an estimated 800 Tibetans. 3 men from the mission garrison were killed, but the assailants lost 160 people as a result of the Tibetan War, which allowed the mission staff to organize and repel them. Lieutenant Leonard Bethel, who was far away at New Chumbi, wrote an exaggerated account of the attack that praised the bravery of young husband. However, according to young husband's own account, he had fled to the redoubt and stayed under cover there. Brander's Karo-La party had commandeered the Gurkhas' light mountain guns and Maxims, which would have been very helpful in defending the fort, which was now in Tibetan hands. Brander received a message from young husband instructing him to finish attacking Karo before going back to relieve the garrison. Even though it was shocking, young husband's goal was achieved by the unprovoked attack on the mission and the Tibetans' reoccupation of the Gyantsur-Dyong. He wrote in a private correspondence to Lord Curzon, "The Tibetans have, as usual, played into our hands." He also wrote to Lord Ampthill in Simla, "His Majesty's government must see that the necessity for going to Lhasa has now been proved beyond all doubt." The Dzong continued to fire on the mission and its garrison after the attack on May 5th. Even though the Tibetan weapons were antiquated and ineffective, they maintained a steady pressure, and the deaths were an erratic but a persistent reality. 11 more people died in the 7 weeks following the surprise attack on Changlo Manor after the first one on May 6th. In response, the garrison launched its own assaults. 1 Maxim was positioned on the roof, and brief bursts of machine gun fire struck targets as they emerged on the Dzong's walls. Some of the mounted infantry, who had returned from Karalo with new standard-issue Lee Enfield rifles, pursued the Tibetan horsemen. Yeah, look, when the Lee Enfield came out, that was pretty much the best you could get at the time. Now, the assault on Changlo Manor appeared to actually motivate the Indian and British governments to step up their efforts, and, as planned, reinforcements were sent out. In addition to the 6 companies of Indian troops from the 40th Pathans, a party from the 1st Battalion, the Royal Irish Rifles with 2 Maxim guns, a British Army mountain battery with 4 10-pounder guns, and Murray Mountain Battery, 2 field hospitals and British troops stationed at Le Bon were sent, with the 1st Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers the closest British infantry available. The Royal Fusiliers departed on May 24, 1904, and joined MacDonald in the first days of June at the Tibet Mission's base depot in New Chumbi. During this time there were notable alarms and actions, such as the successful fighting on May the 18th to 19th that aimed to take a building away from the Tibetans between the mission post and the Dzong. The structure was renamed the Gurkha House after about 50 Tibetans were shot dead. On May 21st, Brander's troops departed for the village of Naini, where the Tibetans had taken control of the monastery and a small fort. They engaged in intense combat, but had to disband in return to protect the mission from the Dzong's coordinated attack, which Otley's mounted infantry had put down. The Tibetan commander of the garrison at the Gyanse-dong, one Dapon Tai-ling, made one final serious attempt to seize Changlo Manor. British morale was raised when a company of the 32nd Sikh pioneers arrived on May 24th, and Captain Seymour Shepherd, dubbed a legend in the Indian Army, arrived at Gyanse leading a group of sappers. He participated in an assault on the Pala Manor, which is located 1,000 yards east of Changlo Manor, on May 28th. There were at this time 400 Tibetans killed or injured, until MacDonald returned with additional troops, and Brander focused on fortifying 3 positions: the manor, the Gurkha House, and the Pala Manor. No further attacks were considered. He also reopened the lines of communication with New Chumbi. It was by this point that Lord Kitchener, the commander-in-chief in India, was adamant that Brigadier General MacDonald take full responsibility for the mission going forward. Back in Simla, there was a perception that young husband was overly eager to leave for Lhasa. On June the 6th, young husband left for New Chumbi and sent a telegram to Curzon's Foreign Department head, Louis Dane, stating, "We are now fighting the Russians, not the Tibetans. Since Kerala, we are dealing with Russia." He also sent off a series of letters and telegrams asserting that there was ample proof that the Tibetans were dependent on Russian assistance, and they were getting significant amounts of it. The problem was, the assertions were pretty much baseless. In his capacity as acting viceroy, Lord Amthil gave young husband instructions to resume talks and make another effort to get in touch with the Dalai Lama. In 2 different letters, young husband reluctantly gave the Lama and the Chinese Amban Manchu resident in Lhasa, Yu Tai, an ultimatum. However, as he wrote to his sister, he opposed the course of action because he believed it would give them another chance of negotiating. Young husband arrived at New Chumbi on June 10th, following a discussion between MacDonald and young husband, and on June 12th, the Tibet Field Force marched out of New Chumbi. The road to Lhasa would be open after Gyanse-dong was removed as a barrier. The main target of MacDonald's army was Gyanse-dong because it was too powerful for a small raiding force to take, and because it overlooked British supply routes. On June 26th, the 40th Pathan soldiers and Gurkhas engaged in house-to-house combat inside a fortified monastery at Naini that overlooked the approach. Additionally, when the garrison at Changlo Manor joined the battle, Tibetan forces in 2 forts in the village found themselves between 2 fires. On June 28th, the companies of Gurkhas, the 40th Pathans, and the 2 waves of infantry cleared the Sechen monastery to the northwest and the fortress that protected its rear, removing the last barrier to the assault on Gyanse-dong. Thus far, Tibetan reactions to the invasion have mostly consisted of static defenses and mountain sniping at the passing column. Frankly, neither of them were very successful. The Tibetans had made no attacks against the British positions, except for that abortive attack on Changlo 2 months earlier. It was this mindset that resulted from a combination of legitimate fear of the Maxim guns. Can hardly blame them when they're wielding matchlocks against them, but also confidence in the strong foundation of their defenses. But they were consistently let down in battle, mostly due to their subpar equipment and inexperienced officers. And yes, the amulets weren't working. So young husband instructed the Tibetan delegation to vacate Dzong within 36 hours, following a formal durbar held at the mission on July 3rd. Although it was unclear why negotiations could not take place while the Tibetans controlled the Dzong, young husband made no attempt to engage in dialogue. On the other hand, a campaign to weaken General MacDonald's authority was launched against a more patient man. On July 3rd, Captain O'Connor, wrote to Helen young husband that he should be removed and another and better man, a fighting general, substituted. The best Tibetan soldiers and the nation's sole artillery defended the heavily fortified Ganse-dong, which held a commanding position above the valley below. In order to divert Tibetan troops from the southern side of Dzong, which was to be the primary target of the impending attack, MacDonald launched a demonstration, a feint primarily aimed at the western edges of Ganse-dong. His main force would then immediately storm the breach created by an artillery bombardment with mountain guns to stop the Tibetans from reoccupying the 14th century monastic complex at Setchen. I'm sorry to say that it was set on fire. Hard to find excuses for that one, isn't it? The things that we've lost along the way. The final attack on July 6th did not proceed as planned because the Tibetan walls proved to be a lot more formidable than the British had anticipated. 3 columns of infantry were to advance from the southwest, south, and southeast, according to the plan of General MacDonald. However, there was a near catastrophe at the start of the attack when 2 columns collided in the dark. Breaking through took 11 hours. The attack had little chance of success before nightfall because the breach was not finished until 4 p.m. Gurkhas and Royal Fusiliers were heavily fired upon, and they did suffer some casualties as they breached the broken wall. As rocks rained down upon them, one of the Maxims misdirected fire and struck more Gurkhas than Tibetan defenders above them. Gurkha troops scaled the rock face and climbed the rock directly beneath the upper ramparts. 2 soldiers, both wounded, broke through a bottleneck under fire after multiple unsuccessful attempts to scale the walls. They established a foothold that the subsequent troops took advantage of, allowing the walls to be captured. For the rest of the campaign, the Tibetans remained a constant threat, but never a major issue. Regardless, the Tibetans continued to retreat, giving the British control of the road to Lhasa, but denying MacDonald a safe route to get there. Now, both of the soldiers who breached the Ganse-dong wall received substantial rewards. Havildar Kabir Pun received the Indian Order of Merit First Class, which is equivalent to the Victoria Cross, because Indian soldiers actually were not eligible for Victoria Crosses until the First World War, which he should have been given one afterwards anyway. Well, while Lieutenant John Duncan Grant received the only Victoria Cross given out during the expedition. Despite having witnessed the Gordons at Dargai, Major Wimberley, one of the mission's medical officers wrote that he thought the storming at the breach at Gansedong by the Gurkhas was a far finer performance. Following the fall of Gansedong, soldiers pillaged the monasteries, including Parko Chodey and Dongsa. Looting appeared to be acceptable if the army believed it had been opposed in any way, regardless of what general orders and the Hague Convention of 1899 may have required. Yes, the Hague Convention goes back that far. While Dr. Waddell, Brigadier General MacDonald, and his Chief of Staff, Major Eagledon, claimed that the monastic sites were most religiously respected, Major William Bainon, in a letter to his wife on July 7th, stated that some of the pillaging was actually officially authorized. It wouldn't surprise me if you know about what happened with the old summer palace. Terrible. On July 14th, MacDonald's force marched east along the Lhasa Road after the sappers demolished the Surchen monastery and fort on July 12th. On the heights, to the left and the right, the Gurkhas engaged in combat with the resolute group of Tibetan fighters at Karula, the wide-mouthed pass where fighting had taken place 2.5 months earlier. But in essence, resistance pretty much waned prior to the advance, and a scorched earth policy was implemented. The Tibetans cleared villages and took what food and whatever fodder they could, denying the British of loot. There were plenty of red shanks and gulls in the lakes, but the troops could also fish there. They travelled along the Yamdokso's shores and arrived at the Nakatsa fortress, which was empty, save for a group of Lhasa delegates. The young husband refused to negotiate until Lhasa, despite MacDonald's insistence that they settle the business. When mounted infantry advanced to take control of the Iron Bridge, or the crossing at Jushul Chazkam on July 22nd, the troops encamped beneath the wall of another fortress, Pote Dzong, and were abandoned and in ruins. After 4 days, the army started to cross the Tsangpo on July 25th, following the mounted infantry. The 13th Dalai Lama had actually escaped all the way to Urga. Now, if you don't know where that is the old capital of Outer Mongolia. When the force reached Lhasa on August 3rd, 1904, he was well and truly gone. Disappointing. But the Amban was there, and he told the British that he had no power to negotiate with them. But he did lead his personal guard into the city. The Tibetans informed them that the only person with the power to sign any agreements was the Dalai Lama, and he was not there. The Chinese emperor was advised by the Amban to remove the Dalai Lama. As August went on, the Tibetan Council of Ministers and the General Assembly started to yield to pressure on the terms, with the exception of the indemnity, which they felt was excessively high for a developing nation. However, young husband eventually coerced the Tibetan National Assembly and the regent, Ganden Tri Rinpoche, into signing a treaty that he had drafted on September 7th, 1904, which became known as the Convention of Lhasa. At the Patala Palace, it was once more signed at young husband's insistence. It was his ability to ram the whole treaty down their throats that he wrote to his wife. So the main point of the Convention of Lhasa are as follows. First was that they acknowledged the border between Tibet and Sikkim. The Chumbi Valley would be given to Britain until the substantial indemnity was paid by Tibet. Trade in Yatung, Gyansa, and Gatok was permitted, and that Tibet would not interact with any other foreign nations. The Tibetan negotiators had found it most difficult to accept the amount of the indemnity. In fact, it was about 7.5 million rupees. A little bit expensive. In fact, Sir John Broderick, the Secretary of State for India, had stated that it must be within the power of the Tibetans to pay, and had allowed young husband to be guided by circumstances in this matter. The young husband added that British trade agent based in Gyanse should be allowed to travel to Lhasa for consultations whenever he wanted, and increased the amount of the original indemnity, which was £5,900,000, to the 7.5 million. He appears to have continued to pursue Lord Curzon's geopolitical goal of securing the Chumbi Valley for Britain in order to increase British influences in Tibet. Since the British occupation of the Chumbi Valley was guaranteed until payment was made, the valley would have remained in British hands. Young husband wanted the payment to be made in annual installments. When you work it all out, I'm not a mathematician, but it would have taken the Tibetans about 75 to 80 years to pay off the debt. Immediately following the signing, young husband wrote to his wife, "I have Russia out forever. I have Chumbi for 75 years." When one has known the scorpion, meaning China, the frog, meaning Britain, is divine, the regent also remarked in his correspondence. Now, Britain declared that it still recognized Chinese claims of sovereignty over Tibet, while the Amban subsequently publicly renounced the treaty. Acting Lord Viceroy Amtil significantly loosened the terms in other areas to cut the indemnity by 2/3. The 1906 Anglo-Chinese Convention updated the terms of this 1904 treaty. China committed not to permit any other foreign state to interfere with the territory or internal administration of Tibet, while the British agreed not to annex Tibetan territory or to interfere in the administration of Tibet in exchange for a little bit of payment from the Qing court. Always down to the money. Well, following the formal gift presentation, the British mission left in late September of 1904. Although Britain had won, if we can put it that way, and secured the agreements it wanted, nothing had really changed. Despite losing the war, the Tibetans believed that China had been humbled by its inability to protect its client state from foreign invasions, and had placated the British by signing a treaty that was essentially meaningless and unenforceable. When the war ended, Tibetan troops who had been captured were released unconditionally, many of them after undergoing medical care. But in actuality, the strongest opposition to the war was expressed back in London. You see, colonial wars had been pretty unpopular by the Edwardian period. Both public and political opinion had disapproved of starting wars for such trivial reasons as Curzon's were, and the initial battle, which was characterized in Britain as a willful slaughter of defenseless men, was seen as equally unpopular. King Edward VII's backing was the only reason why young husband MacDonald Grant and others received any recognition for the war. Only 202 British soldiers were killed in the action. 411 got taken out by diseases. But around 2,000 to 3,000 Tibetans are thought to be killed, or at least gravely injured. Even though young husband became the residency of Kashmir after the campaign thanks to a little grease of the wheels from Curzon, political decisions regarding Kashmir and the princely states were made without consulting him, because his judgment was simply no longer trusted. Young husband had no future in the Indian political service after Curzon's protection ended. When George Roos Capel was appointed Chief Commissioner of the Northwest Frontier Province in 1908, young husband retired from India at the age of 46. The Boxer Rebellion, Erupting at the turn of the 20th century, a fervent and tumultuous uprising that shook the very foundations of imperial China. At its heart were the Boxers, as they were called, members of the secretive society, the Righteous and Harmonious Fists, who ignited a wildfire of resistance against the surge of foreign influence and Christian missionaries who they saw as encroaching upon their homeland. Fueled by a potent mix of nationalism, spiritualism, and a belief in their own invincibility, some even were convinced that they could deflect bullets through spiritual rituals. The Boxers swept across the northern provinces, attacking foreign legations and Chinese converts with unbridled zeal. The rebellion reached a dramatic climax when Beijing was engulfed in chaos, prompting an unprecedented alliance of 8 foreign powers to intervene with military force. The ensuing clash was a vivid spectacle of tradition versus modernity, East versus West, as the battle for the soul of China unfolded. Hello, how you doing? Welcome to another video. As always, best way to support the channel is just a like, comment, subscribe, and tell all of your buddies. And then we can all have a good time and learn something over here. So today we're talking about the Boxer Rebellion. It's going to be interesting. So strap yourself in. Let's get nice and relaxed. And we can begin. And we begin in the inland regions of China's Shandong province, a northern coastal area that's pretty much always been marked by social unrest, religious sects, but also these martial societies. And it was within this area that the significant movement known as the Righteous and Harmonious Fists emerged. Now, these disciplined and athletic young men practiced martial arts and weapons handling, which of course caught the attention of the American Christian missionaries, who, not knowing terribly much about things like kung fu and all the rest, simply referred to them as boxers. So that's where we get the name. Now, their activities centered around spiritual possession rituals, involving elaborate sword dances, working themselves up into a trance-like state, along with intense physical exercises and chants that were used to invoke various deities. Now, the movement particularly attracted the unemployed village youths, many of them as young as teenagers, who were not quite pleased with the Western encroachment. Of course, all of this is happening in the wake of the Opium Wars. If you don't know much about that, well, certainly left a poor taste in a lot of mouths in China. Imperialism at its finest. I have made a full video on it. It goes for about 3.5 hours, I think, but it's well worth watching. Now, long-standing traditions of spiritual possession and beliefs in invulnerability gained new significance amidst this backdrop of Western military technology. Armed with rifles and swords, the Boxers claimed this supernatural immunity to cannons, bullets, and blades, believing that armies from heaven would descend and help them expel the foreign oppression from China. Well, in 1895, Yu Xian, a Manchu official serving as a prefect of Cao Prefecture, who later became a provincial governor, collaborated with a society called the Big Swords, despite having his own reservations about their rather unconventional practices. Originally formed to combat banditry, which was rife at the time, the society operated in an area where German Catholic missionaries from the Society of the Divine Word had established a strong presence by accepting many converts seeking legal protection. In a notable incident, a defeated bandit gang claimed to be Catholic to avoid prosecution from Chinese authorities. That's a neat little trick, isn't it? Now that, of course, blurred this line between Christians and criminals. Of course, if you're a recent convert to the faith, some might think you only did so because you did something wrong and you were looking for a safe house. Well, some missionaries, like George Maria Stens, use their influence to intervene in legal matters, prompting retaliation from the Big Sword Society, who attacked and burned Catholic properties. Under diplomatic pressure from the capital, Yu Xian executed several leaders of the Big Swords, but he stopped short of further punishment. So, these events, of course, obviously had people talking, and they led to the rise of additional martial societies, albeit this was not so much out in the open, very clandestine sort of stuff. If you've watched any Chinese films about the old societies like that, they all seem to run that way. Quite interesting. You should go and watch a few of them. Now, initially, the movement was a collection of various village activities, rather than a unified organization with a single purpose. Martial folk religious groups like the Bagua Dao, the 8 trigrams, laid the groundwork for the boxers' emergence. Similar to traditions like the Red Boxing School and the Plum Flower sect, the boxers in Shandong emphasized traditional social and moral values, old Confucianism, back to the basics. We're talking filial piety, of course, ancestor worship, that sort of thing. Well, this was, of course, over direct opposition to foreign influences. First, they had to be traditional. First, they had to go back to their roots. And from there, you build the foundation to drive out the outsiders. Now, there was one prominent leader, Zhu Hongdeng, who started as a wandering healer of sorts, specializing in skin ailments, and he gained widespread respect, mainly because every time he'd show up to a little village and practice his craft, he outright refused payment for his services. What a nice guy. Well, he actually claimed descent from the Ming dynasty emperors due to his surname. Zhu declared his mission to revive the Qing and destroy the foreigners. In Chinese we say, 复清灭洋. Now, the boxers identified foreign influence as their main adversary, firmly in their targets. They labeled Christian missionaries as the primary devils, and the Chinese converts to Christianity as secondary devils. Of course, they believed that both of these groups needed to either repent, be expelled, or short of that, eliminated, pulled out of the ground like weeds in a garden that's grown out of control. Now, several factors contributed to the uprising. Rising tensions that led the Chinese to oppose the foreign devils involved the late 19th century scramble for China. Just like they had the scramble for Africa. No doubt you've seen that horrible caricatured painting of the, illustration rather, of the poor Qing official panicking over the Western powers carving up the map. Well, art imitates reality. Now, Western dominance, growing anti-imperialist sentiment, and even severe weather events acted as catalysts for the movement. You see, a drought that was followed by floods in Shandong during 1897 to 98 forced farmers to abandon their lands and migrate to urban areas in search of sustenance and maybe a few coins to make. Now, one prevailing trend in Chinese history is things generally tend to hit the fan after natural disasters. You have something called a mandate of heaven. Effectively, that is the mandate, kind of like a divine mandate placed upon the current rulers when everything's all peaceful and nice. Well, when you have something deemed as a divine punishment, well, that's also deemed as a loss of the mandate of heaven. So the people must take it upon themselves to remove the current ruler and put in a new one, which heaven is a little bit more liking, if we put it that way. What's the word? Well, that's effectively what it is. Now, missionary activities were a significant source of discontent in northern China. The Boxers resisted German missionaries in Shandong and opposed the German concession in Qingdao. Now, interesting thing about Qingdao before we move on, if you know the Chinese beer, Tsingtao, right, that is the old name for it, the old rendering. Well, that brewery was actually set up by the Germans who went there, and I believe that it was the first brewery in China making beer. Of course, the Germans couldn't go without that, so they had to set up a brewery quite quickly. And to this very day, they're still making Tsingtao, but we just call it Qingdao beer. Now, the Treaty of Tianjin and the Convention of Peking, of course these being the old names for Tianjin and Beijing, concluded in 1860 after the Second Opium War, and it granted foreign missionaries the freedom to evangelize throughout China, and also to acquire land for church construction. And where else to acquire land? Well, sometimes you have to acquire other people's. Public outrage grew over the appropriation of Chinese temples, which were replaced by Catholic churches, perceived as intentionally disrupting feng shui. Now, another source of dissatisfaction was the destruction of burial sites in order to construct the German railroads and telegraph lines. In response to Chinese protests against these railroads, which there were plenty of, German forces made a show of force, and they fired upon the demonstrators. Economic conditions in Shandong also fueled the insurrection. You see, northern Shandong's economy relied heavily on cotton production, and this was suffering due to the importation of foreign brands. Declining traffic on the Grand Canal further undermined the local economy. The region had also experienced more droughts and flooding, exacerbating the hardships faced by the population. It was not a good time to be in Shandong. Oh, such a beautiful province today, though. Now, an inciting incident was the Juye incident, where Chinese insurgents attacked a missionary residence in Juye County, and that resulted in the deaths of 2 German missionaries. This event prompted the German Navy's East Asia Squadron to seize Jiaozhou Bay on the southern shore of the Shandong Peninsula. Bit of an overreaction, but, well, everyone's looking for an excuse to take little nibbles out of the coastline, and this was just the excuse they needed. Now, December 1897, Kaiser Wilhelm II announced his intention to acquire territory in China, triggering a scramble for concessions. We're talking treaty ports, this sort of thing. Britain, France, Russia, and Japan established their respective spheres of influence over China. Germany secured exclusive rights over developmental loans, mining operations, and railway ownership in Shandong province. Russia gained control over all territory north of the Great Wall, along with little tax exemption for trade in Mongolia and Xinjiang, establishing economic authority over regions like Fengtian, Jilin, and Heilongjiang. Now, France, they extended their influence over Yunnan and most of Guangxi and Guangdong. while Japan focused on Fujian. As for Britain, they secured dominance over the entire Yangtze Valley, including provinces adjacent to the Yangtze River, as well as Henan and Zhejiang, parts of Guangdong and Guangxi provinces, and a little bit of Tibet. The Chinese government declined only Italy's request for Zhejiang. These spheres of influence excluded the least territories where foreign powers exercise complete authority. So you talk about places like Hong Kong, Macau, these sorts of treaty ports. Now, in some regions, foreign governments militarily occupied areas, enforced their own legal systems and educational institutions, appropriated mining and logging rights, resettled their own citizens, and established municipal governance. Effectively, full annexation. In October 1898, a faction of Boxers assaulted the Christian community in Liuantun village, where a temple dedicated to the Jade Emperor had been converted into a Catholic church. You see, conflicts had surrounded this church since 1869, when the temple was allocated to the village's Christian inhabitants. And this was the first use of the slogan, "Support the Qing, destroy the foreigners," at least in a more public manner, after which it became a kind of battle cry, a defining phrase of the movement. Now, that is not to say that everybody loved the Qing, believe me, they didn't. The Qing were, well, unpopular, to say the least. But it was, at least they were somewhat Chinese. I mean, they were Manchu, but that's more Chinese than the foreigners were. So everyone thought that they'd throw their lot in with them. Now, by October 1899, during the Battle of Senlor Temple, the Boxers referred to themselves as the Militia United in Righteousness for the first time in a confrontation with the Qing government forces. By adopting the term militia instead of Boxers, they distanced themselves from prohibited martial arts groups and sought to legitimize their movement as defenders of traditional values. Now, just a reminder, the Qing hadn't quite put in their full support with the Boxers yet, but they will. Don't worry, they will. Now, violence against missionaries and Christians prompted strong reactions from foreign diplomats, including the Western occupations of harbors and forts, troop deployments in anticipation of broader conflict, and the acquisition of additional territory through force or coerced long-term leases from the Qing dynasty. In 1899, the French minister in Beijing assisted missionaries in securing an edict that granted official status to every order within the Roman Catholic hierarchy. This empowered local priests to aid their congregants in legal or familial disputes, often bypassing local authorities completely. Following Germany's acquisition of Shandong, a lot of Chinese feared, and quite justifiably so, that foreign missionaries and Christian activities were simply imperialist efforts to carve the melon, as they put it, symbolizing a gradual colonization of China. A Chinese official succinctly expressed the hostility toward the foreigners by stating, "Remove your missionaries and your opium, and you will be welcomed." That's not too much to ask, isn't it? Just stop colonizing us and stop ramming drugs down our throat. Well, a lot of this is the reason why China has such strict drug laws as it does now. History, well, you learn from it, don't you? Well, by 1899, the Boxer Rebellion had escalated into a widespread movement. The previous year, the 100 Days Reform, during which progressive Chinese reformers convinced the Guangxu Emperor to implement modernization initiatives, was quashed by Empress Dowager Cixi and Yuan Shikai. The Qing political elite grappled with the challenge of maintaining authority. The government perceived the Boxers as a mechanism to resist foreign powers. Domestically, the national crisis was predominantly viewed as a result of foreign aggression, nothing more, nothing less. The Qing administration was, of course, deeply corrupt, with ordinary citizens frequently subjected to extortion by officials, and it failed to protect the population from the violent acts of the Boxers. So they couldn't stop the marauders, they couldn't stop the bandits, they couldn't stop the Boxers, they couldn't stop the foreigners, and they were extorting their own people. Well, you can see how they were not terribly popular. Well, the Qing dynasty's military suffered a significant setback from the First Sino-Japanese War, Sino being the term that refers to China, by the way, prompting these nascent military reforms that were still underway during the Boxer Rebellion when they were called to combat. The majority of the combat was carried out by forces already present in Zhuli, with troops from other provinces arriving only after the primary hostilities had concluded. Pretty useless. All too late. The inability of the Qing forces to resist the Allied forces was unsurprising due to the insufficient time for reform and the absence of China's best troops, who were actually stationed in Huguang and Shandong instead of engaging in actual combat where they were needed. The officer corps was notably inadequate. Many were devoid of the fundamental knowledge in strategy and tactics, and even those with training had not actively led troops in the field. However, the regular soldiers exhibited deficient marksmanship and inaccuracy, while the cavalry was poorly organized and not utilized to even half of its potential. The Chinese maintained a tactical belief in the primacy of defense, frequently retreating when flanked, a tendency stemming from insufficient combat experience and training, coupled with a lack of initiative among commanders who preferred retreat over counter-offensive. Accusations of cowardice, of course, were actually pretty scarce. This represented a significant improvement compared to the earlier Sino-Japanese War of 1894-95, as Chinese troops did not retreat en masse as they had previously. When commanded by valiant officers, the troops frequently engaged in a fight to the death, as exemplified by generals such as Ma Yü-kun and Nie Shi-cheng. While conversely, Chinese artillery was esteemed and actually inflicted significantly more casualties than the infantry at Tianjin, demonstrating superiority over Allied artillery in counter-battery operations. The infantry were praised for their effective use of cover and concealment, as well as their resilience in resistance, doing what they could with what they had. By 1900, Empress Dowager Cixi, swayed by a conservative faction within the imperial court, actually reversed her position on the Boxers. She issued edicts in direct support of them, which of course led to protests from the foreign governments. Although Cixi urged provincial officials to back the Boxers, few actually agreed to it. In the spring of that year, the Boxer movement rapidly spread northward from Shandong into rural areas near Beijing. The Boxers destroyed more Christian churches, killed more Chinese Christians, and intimidated officials who opposed them. American Minister Edwin H. Conger sent a message to Washington saying, "The entire country is swarming with hungry, discontented, and hopeless idlers. This paints a grim picture, doesn't it? Well, on May the 30th, diplomats led by British Minister Claude Maxwell MacDonald requested the government of the deployment of foreign troops to protect the legations in Beijing. The Chinese government agreed, but reluctantly, and the next day a multinational force of 435 naval personnel from 8 countries arrived by train from the Dagu forts to Beijing. These days we just call them the Dagu forts, if you want to look that up. Quite a good tourist attraction. Well, they established defensive perimeters around their respective missions, getting ready for a fight. By June the 5th, 1900, the Boxers had cut the railway line to Tianjin, effectively isolating Beijing. On June the 11th, at Yongdingmen, Sugiyama Akira, the secretary of the Japanese legation, was attacked and killed by troops under General Dong Fuxiang, who was stationed in the southern part of Beijing's walled city. Armed with Mauser rifles and wearing traditional uniforms, Dong's forces had previously threatened the foreign legations in late 1898, prompting the deployment of U.S. Marines for protection. Kaiser Wilhelm II was so alarmed by the Chinese Muslim forces, who had come from the western and northwestern parts of the country, that he asked for Ottoman Caliph Abdul Hamid II to intervene, try and talk some sense into them, prevent them from fighting. Well, he actually agreed to this, and Abdul Hamid sent Enver Pasha, not the later Young Turk leader, by the way, don't get confused, sent him to China in 1901. But of course, by then the rebellion had already ended, so a bit of a wasted trip, I'm afraid. Well, on June the 11th, the first Boxer was seen in the legation quarter of Beijing. German minister Clemens von Kettler and German soldiers captured a young Boxer and executed him. Why? Because they could. There was really no cause for it. Now, how do you think the other Boxers reacted to this? Well, they all got very scared and they ran home. No, I'm just joking. Thousands of them, very angry, thirsting for revenge, foaming at the mouth with rage, entered Beijing's walled city that very afternoon, hours after the execution. Of course, when they got there, they set fire to many Christian churches and cathedrals. Some of them even had people inside, to which the doors were locked, and they could not get out. Well, American and British missionaries sought refuge in the Methodist mission, where an attack was repelled by U.S. Marines. Soldiers at the British Embassy and German legations shot and killed several more Boxers in the afternoon. In response to foreign actions, the Gansu Braves, these Muslim troops, and Boxers, along with the other Chinese groups, attacked and killed more Chinese Christians near the legations. It was blood for blood. One revenge attack was to avenge another, and the cycle just kept continuing, snowballing out of control. As the violence escalated, the authorities of the 8 powers at Dagu dispatched a second multinational force to Beijing on June the 10th, 1900, led by Vice Admiral Edward Hobart Seymour, and consisting mainly of British sailors and Marines. The contingent of 2,000 men traveled by train from Dagu to Tianjin with the Chinese government's consent. However, of course, when they got there, they realized that they couldn't go from Tianjin to Beijing. Couldn't really get that connecting train, I'm afraid, because the Boxers had already cut the lines. Well, not to be discouraged, Seymour decided to advance by rail as fast as possible, repairing the line or, if necessary, proceeding on foot. As Beijing was only 120 kilometers away, I suppose you could walk it. Takes a while, though. Meanwhile, the imperial court replaced Prince Jing at the Zhongli Yamen with Manchu Prince Duan, a member of the imperial Aisin Goryeo clan known for his anti-foreigner and pro-boxer stance. Well, you can guess what he did. He immediately ordered the imperial army to attack the foreign forces. But confused by conflicting orders from Beijing, General Nie Shicheng allowed Seymour's forces to proceed. After departing Tianjin, Seymour's contingent quickly reached Langfang, but found the railway destroyed. Engineers, while they attempted the repairs, but the force became surrounded, as the railway behind them was also destroyed to prevent their escape. There was no way back, no way out. They were stuck. Better start loading the guns, I think. Well, they were attacked from all sides by Chinese irregulars and imperial troops. June the 18th, at the Battle of Langfang, 5,000 of Dong Fuxiang's Gansu braves and numerous boxers inflicted significant casualties on the forces of Seymour. Unable to locate the Chinese artillery bombarding them, Seymour's men faced mining operations, engineering tactics, flooding and coordinated assaults, including pincer movements, ambushes, and effective sniping. Realizing on June the 18th that the legation quarter in Beijing was under attack, Seymour decided to proceed along the Beihe River towards Tongzhou, 25 kilometers from Beijing. By June the 19th, facing increasing resistance and having suffered the loss of over 200 men, the force began retreating south along the river. They were critically low on food, lower on ammunition, and medical supplies were even harder to come by. But they got a little bit lucky. They discovered the great Sikui Arsenal, a hidden Qing munitions depot, previously unknown to the Eight Powers. What good luck. They fortified their position and awaited rescue. But a Chinese servant managed to slip through Boxer and Imperial lines to Tianjin, and he informed the Eight Powers of the predicament that Seymour and his men were in. Thus his contingent was still surrounded under constant attack, and they were close to being overwhelmed, until a relief force of 1,800 men, including 900 Russian soldiers from Port Arthur, 500 British sailors and others, were dispatched from Tianjin. On June 25th, the relief column reached Seymour. The Seymour force destroyed the arsenal, disabling captured artillery and burning any munitions that they couldn't carry. All up, it was about £3 million worth of quality merch. It's a shame to lose that. Why was it not guarded? My goodness. Well, on June 26, the combined forces returned to Tianjin without opposition. Seymour's expedition had suffered 62 killed and 228 wounded. Alright, so, at the same time, June 16th, over in Beijing, the Empress Dowager Cixi called a meeting of the imperial court to address the issue of whether to use boxers to remove the foreigners from the city, or to perhaps seek a more diplomatic solution. Cixi told a high official who questioned the boxers' effectiveness that the imperial court debated sides had to admit that the populace in the countryside was almost unanimous in their support for the boxers, and that repressing them would be very difficult and even more unpopular, particularly with the foreign armies approaching. To stop the eight-nation alliance from sending ships to assault, the Qing imperial forces planted mines in the Beihe River on June 15th. The Allied nations made measures to greatly augment their military presence in response to the challenging military situation in Tianjin and the complete collapse of communications between the two cities. They advanced on Tianjin's approaches by seizing the Dagu forts on June 17th, and thereafter sent reinforcements adrift. Cixi boldly declared before the entire Grand Council, and this is such a cool quote from her. Now, they, the foreign powers, have started the aggression, and the extinction of our nation is imminent. If we just fold our arms and yield to them, I would have no face to see our ancestors after death. If we must perish, why don't we fight to the death? Pretty cool, huh? I love those little quotes that you get from these kinds of things throughout history, it's good fun. Well, of course, when Cixi and the Peking field force started to blockade the legations with their forces, the siege was well and truly on. Now, Cixi had also said as well that she had always thought the Allied soldiers were let out of the war too easy in 1860, and this was a chance for vengeance. At that point, China could have won with a concerted effort, in her opinion. And, well, it had finally come. The time where they could get one back on the foreign devils. Well, the news of the attack on the Dagu forts reached Empress Dowager Cixi on the 19th of June, and she promptly issued an order to the legations requiring all foreigners, including diplomats, to leave Beijing within 24 hours, and if they did so, they would be accompanied by the Chinese army for their safety, so they didn't have any reason to fear the Boxers getting them on the way out or robbing them or anything. The Chinese army would escort them, then they can get on their boats and go home. Well, diplomats from the besieged legations convened the following morning to deliberate the Empress's proposal. Think about what their next move should be. The general consensus was that the Chinese troops, who were sent to protect them, could simply not be trusted. In order to avoid certain death, they consented to reject the Empress's demand. Now, Baron Clemens von Kettler, the German imperial envoy, was so enraged by the behavior of the Chinese army forces that he was hell-bent on bringing his grievances to the imperial court. The foreigners advised the Baron not to leave the legations, but he wasn't listening and he insisted, leaving behind only one assistant and a group of porters to transport his furniture. A Manchu captain shot and killed von Kettler as he made his way to the palace through the streets of Beijing. A member of his staff escaped the assassination attempt and reported the Baron's demise to the diplomatic compound. Well, as a result of hearing this, the other ambassadors decided to ignore the Chinese order to leave Beijing, even though they were afraid for their safety if they did so. Rapid fortifications were erected by the legations. Now, the British legation, being the biggest diplomatic enclave, became a haven for the majority of the foreign citizens, including numerous missionaries and businesses. After Prince Su was compelled to leave his property by foreign forces, the majority of Chinese Christians sought refuge in the palace, that being the Fu Palace. Now, Cixi declared war to have broken out, and ordered the regular Chinese army to join the Boxers in attacking the invading forces in an imperial decree dated June the 21st. She stated that even if the Allies don't formally declare war, this was a declaration of war in effect. The Mutual Defense Pact of the southeastern provinces was founded by southern regional governors who had commanded large modernized armies, like Guangzhou's Li Hongzhang, Shandong's Yuan Shikai, and Wuhan's Zhang Zhidong, along with Nanjing's Liu Kunyi. They kept the southern populace in the dark about the imperial court's declaration of war because they refused to acknowledge it, and called it a illegitimate command. Jiang engaged in talks with the foreigners in Shanghai to avoid sending his army into battle, while Yuan Shikai suppressed Boxers in Shandong using his own forces. Most Chinese armed personnel stayed out of the war because these provincial and regional governors chose to remain neutral. Even though it never materialized, Republican revolutionary Sun Yat-sen, or Sun Zhongshan as he is called in other vernacular, used this chance to propose to Li Hongzhang the declaration of an independent democratic republic. That will not come until later. We gotta wait at least another 12 years for that. But we'll get there. That's another video, Well, in the Beijing legation quarter, to the south of the Forbidden City, were situated the legations of the following countries: Japan, the UK, France, Italy, Germany, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Russia, United States, and Austria-Hungary. All besieged by the Chinese army and Boxer irregulars from the 20th of June to the 14th of August 1900. Now within its walls sought sanctuary 409 troops, sailors, and marines from 8 other nations, as well as about 3,000 Christians from China. The legation staff and military guards were ordered by the British Minister to China, Claude Maxwell MacDonald, to defend the compound with small arms, 3 machine guns, and an old muzzle-loaded cannon, nicknamed the International Gun, due to its British barrel, Russian shells, Italian carriage, and American crew. How cosmopolitan, Well, the foreigners were brought to the cannon by the Chinese Christians in the legations, and it played a crucial role in the defense. The Catholic Northern Cathedral in Beijing was also besieged. Of the approximately 3,200 Catholics from China, 43 were foreign priests and nuns, 33 were French and Italian soldiers, and the cathedral itself was protected by it. Due to a shortage of supplies and mines planted by the Chinese in tunnels under the compound, the defenders took terrible casualties. Now, the Chinese forces were using arson as a way to frighten the British legation on the 22nd and 23rd of June, but unfortunately, a nearby blaze destroyed the Hanlin Academy, which was one of the oldest and richest libraries in the world. What a shame. A very complex building with lots and lots of different rooms, filled with the wealth of Chinese scholarship. Well, of course, the irreplaceable books it held were all destroyed, and each side pointed the finger at the other for the loss. Hearing about things like that is really heartbreaking. Well, the Chinese army shifted to a more anaconda-like tactic, as they call it, when their initial attempt to burn out the foreigners failed. Brick by brick, the Chinese advanced on the foreign lines, encircling the legation quarter and driving out the foreign legation guards back a few feet at a time. Now, the Fu, a region populated mostly by Christians in China, and protected by Italian and Japanese naval forces, was a prime example of this strategy in action. Nearly every night the legations were bombarded with volleys of gunfire, artillery shells and explosives. Although these attacks were mostly ineffective, but they kept on coming. Casualties were reported among the foreign defenders due to sniper fire. One of the besieged spoke of how it would have been an easy by a strong, swift movement on part of the numerous Chinese troops to have annihilated the whole body of foreigners in an hour if the Chinese tried to launch a direct attack on the legation quarter, disregarding their numerical advantage. As they strengthened the legation quarter, American missionary Francis Dunlap Gamewell and his band of fighting parsons enlisted the help of Chinese Christians to carry out the bulk of physical labor. Now, the Tartar Wall, held by both Germans and Americans, was among the most important of the defensive fortifications. Crucial was the support of the 45-foot-tall, 12-meter-wide wall. On top of the wall, the German barricades faced east, while the American positions faced west. Through the construction of progressively closer barricades, the Chinese began to advance towards both locations. Captain John Twiggs Myers, the U.S. commander, stated that the men simply awaited the hour of their execution, and they all felt trapped, hopeless. After the Germans were driven from the wall by the Chinese on the 30th of June, the American Marines were left to defend it completely alone. We have an account from an eyewitness there, an American lad, recounted in June 1900 the event of 20,000 Boxers charging at the fortifications. Their yells were deafening, while the roar of gongs, drums, and horns sounded like thunder. They waved their swords and stamped on the ground with their feet. They wore red turbans, sashes, and garters over blue cloth. They were now only 20 yards from our gate. 3 or 4 volleys from the level rifles of our Marines left more than 50 dead on the ground. Meanwhile, a Chinese barrier had closed in on the American positions within a few feet, so either the Americans had to pull back from the wall, or the Chinese would have to retreat. Myers led an assault against the Chinese wall barricade at 2 a.m. on July 3rd, which involved 56 Marines and sailors from the United Kingdom, Russia, and the United States. As the Chinese slept, the onslaught woke them. They killed 20 and drove the others from the barriers. Throughout the rest of the siege, the Chinese made no moves to fortify their positions on the Tartar Wall. Now, the worst day of the siege, according to Sir Claude MacDonald, was July 13th. After being driven back to their last defensive line, the Japanese and the Italians in the Fu were defeated. The French and Austrians were forced to evacuate most of the French legations after a mine was exploded beneath it. George Ernest Morrison, a journalist who was wounded on July the 16th, and the most competent British officer, was murdered that day. After American Minister Edward H. Conger made contact with the Chinese government, the latter finally announced an armistice on July 17th. Well, after considering the futility of fighting all of the forces at once, General Ronglu decided against reinforcing the siege. To eliminate the legations, Zai desired artillery for Dong's forces. Zai and Dong were unable to launch an attack because Ronglu prevented the delivery of artillery to them. The foreigners were saved, and diplomatic concessions were made when Ronglu persuaded Dong Fuxiang and his forces to withdraw from the finishing of the siege and destroying the legations. While the foreigners were besieged by the Gansu braves under Dong Fuxiang and the Boxers, Ronglu and Prince Qing dispatched food to the legations and attacked with their bannermen. The Gansu warriors disregarded the edicts that ordered the protection of the foreigners and instead engaged in combat with bannermen who sought to drive them from the legations. Dong Fuxiang also gave orders to the Boxers. Furthermore, Ronglu hid an imperial decree from Nie Shichang on purpose. Of course, the decree had stated that the foreigners had invaded, the people were suffering, and that due to this, he should stop fighting the Boxers. Well, even though the foreign forces were entering China, Nie persisted in fighting against the Boxers and murdered numerous of them as a result of Ronglu's activity. Well, either way, the foreign invasion was able to swiftly convey itself into China because portions of the railways were spared under the orders of Ronglu. Even though the Allies outnumbered Nie Shichang by 4,000 men, he nevertheless dedicated thousands of troops to fighting the Boxers rather than the foreigners. At Tianjin, he chose to walk into the range of the Allied artillery in order to sacrifice his life after being accused of attacking his own people. Now, the slaughtering of foreign diplomats and avoidance of extraterritorial rights are unique in China and overseas. According to Xu Jincheng, who had been the ambassador to several of the states besieged in the legation quarter, along with 5 other officials, Xu pleaded with Empress Cixi to put an end to the Boxers, have their commanders executed, and negotiate a peace with the foreigners. Xu and the other 5 were executed for willfully and absurdly petitioning the imperial court, basically asking stupid questions and building subversive thought. I suppose having stupid opinions too, after the Empress Dowager Cixi was so incensed by their outrageous actions. In fact, they put their heads up to be displayed at Beijing's Caishiko execution, not education grounds, after their execution on July 28, 1900. Now, the situation in Beijing became more and more complicated as different groups within the city pursued goals that were at odds with one another. The foreign legations remained encircled by the Gansu and Qing imperial armies. It appears that Ronglu's imperial men mostly tried to adhere to Cixi's order and defend the legations, but Dong's Gansu army, which had grown in size with the arrival of the Boxers, wanted to continue the siege. But Ronglu's troops also opened fire on the legations and set off fireworks to make it seem like they were fighting the foreigners, just to appease the conservatives in the imperial court. I wonder if it fooled them. Foreigners isolated in their legations and cut off from outside news opened fire on everybody they could see, and that included imperial court messengers, civilians, and besiegers of all stripes. When Dong Fuxiang complained to Empress Cixi on the 23rd of June, she dismissively stated, "Your tail is becoming too heavy to wag." Ronglu then denied weaponry to Dong Fuxiang, which prevented him from leveling the legations. After the siege was broken, the alliance found a lot of spare Chinese Krupp ammunition and weapons. Now, the northern coast of China was the site of increased naval activity beginning at the tail end of April 1900, after multiple multinational armies arrived in the capital with mixed results. The alliance was still able to crush the Chinese army. In July, the Dutch sent 3 cruisers to Shanghai on their own to defend the residents. The Eight-Nation Alliance, which grew to 55,000 members, was led by the British Lieutenant General Alfred Gassely. The bulk of the expeditionary force consisted of Japanese forces, with Fukushima Yasumasa and Yamaguchi Motomi at the helm, totaling more than 20,800 men. The majority of the French troops participating in the war, under the command of General Henri Nicolas Frey, were untrained conscripts from French Indochina, who were Vietnamese and Cambodian. That's what they used to call those areas in colonial terms, Indochina. Now, proudly known as the 1st Chinese Regiment, the British military unit was comprised of Chinese collaborators. The capture of 4 Chinese destroyers by British Commander Roger Keyes and the seizure of the Dagu forts, which commanded the approaches to Tianjin, were notable occurrences. Herbert Hoover, a youthful American mining engineer who would later become the 31st president, was one of the foreigners who was besieged in Tianjin. That's a fun little fact for you. Now, Tianjin was taken by the international force on July 14th. The Boxer Rebellion's multinational contingent took most hits at the Battle of Tianjin, and from their base there, the multinational force marched 20,000 Allied troops the 120 kilometers to Beijing. About 70,000 Qing imperial troops and 50 to 100,000 Boxers were present on the 4th of August. The Allies fought at Beisang and Yangcun, where they met with minimal opposition. General Nikolai Linovich of the Russian Federation spearheaded the attack at Yangcun with the 14th Infantry Regiment of the United States and Britain. But there was a problem. It was too damn hot. Extreme humidity accompanied occasionally high temperatures, all the way up to 42 degrees. That's almost 110 Fahrenheit. As a result of the heat and the bugs that come along with it, the Allies were quite out of their depth. The horses began to die, and the soldiers were dehydrated. Now, they did seek for wells, and as they were doing so, Chinese locals took the opportunity to murder them. Now, soldiers from the Allied forces died from heat exhaustion and even began to vomit up blood. On both sides, the techniques used throughout the rout were horrific. It was a death march. Allied troops assaulted Chinese women and girls and murdered or bayoneted Chinese people who were still alive, thinking that they were all enemies, all Boxers. Well, according to reports, Japanese kicked a Chinese soldier to death, and Cossacks slaughtered Chinese people nearly automatically. Well, in retaliation for the Alliance's crimes, the Chinese resorted to brutality and bloodshed as well, particularly against Russian prisoners of war. The bones of 2 Japanese servicemen, their tongues severed and eyes gouged out, were discovered by Lieutenant Smedley Butler, who found them bound to a wall. Now that's horrifying. Well, in spite of suffering injuries to his leg and chest, Lieutenant Butler went on to receive the Brevet Medal for his bravery and service during the trip. Well, on August 14th, the multinational force did arrive in Beijing, albeit quite demoralized. Now, after the First Sino-Japanese War, the Chinese government put quite a lot of money into updating the Imperial Army. They gave the Beiyang Army new weapons, including Krupp artillery and Mauser rifles. The Beijing metropolitan region was guarded by 3 upgraded divisions of Manchu bannermen. The anti-Boxer Prince and Rong Lu oversaw 2 of these divisions, while the anti-foreign Prince Duan led the 10,000-strong Myeongnyang, also known as the Tiger Spirit Division, which had attacked foreigners with the Gansu Braves and Boxers. The German diplomat Kettler was murdered by a captain from Myeongnyang. Not only did the tenacious army, as they were called under Nie Shicheng, acquire modernized weaponry and clothing, but they also received Western-style training from German and Russian officers. While besieging the Tianjin concessions, they stunned the alliance with pinpoint accuracy from their artillery. The rounds failed to detonate upon impact due to faulty fabrication, unfortunately, and they successfully fought off the alliance at the Battle of Tianjin before withdrawing. Even though they wore traditional Chinese clothing and had access to contemporary weaponry, the Gansu Braves under Dong Fuxiang were ostentatiously ill-disciplined, according to some accounts. While they spearheaded the Seymour expedition's loss of the alliance at Langfang and were the fiercest in besieging the legations in Beijing, out of all the foreign armies that attempted to enter the beleaguered legation quarter first, the British emerged victorious. After the United States conquered the Philippines in the Spanish-American War and the Philippine-American War that followed, UD ships and troops were stationed in Manila, allowing the US to play a role, and quite a good one in naval terms. The joint operation is known as the China Relief Expedition in the military jargon, and one memorable image of the Boxer Rebellion is the United States Marines scaling the walls of Beijing. On the afternoon of August 14th, the British Army freed the legation quarter after reaching there. On August 16th, the Beitang was officially freed by the French after an initial relief by Japanese forces. Cixi, posing as a Buddhist nun, helped the Qing court escape to Xi'an as the foreign troops advanced. The lack of preparation made the voyage much more onerous, but the Empress Dowager argued that it was a tour of inspection and not a retreat. The party reached Xi'an after weeks of traveling, deep into Muslim territory in China and protected by Gansu Braves, beyond the protecting mountain passages that the outsiders could not approach. The foreigners opted to remain put, since they were not given any orders to pursue Cixi. Well, of course, it wasn't over yet. Now, Cixi had gone out of the way, so she was all nice and safe and sound, which was good for her. But the fight rages on. Now, to understand a bit, talk about the Treaty of Nerchinsk all the way back in 1689, which began a pretty long period of peace between Russia and the Qing. However, when the Chinese were defeated, Russian forces took advantage of the situation and imposed the Aigun Treaty of 1858 and the Treaty of Beijing in 1860, after the Opium Wars. Now, these treaties ceded formerly Chinese territory in Manchuria, which is modern-day Dongbei, to Russia, and Russia still holds a lot of this territory today. Now, on the Liaodong Peninsula, the Russians sought to establish dominion over the all-weather ports of Dalian and Port Arthur, as well as the navigable Amur River. Concerns in Russia were heightened by Japan's emergence as a major Asian power, particularly in the view of growing Japanese influence in Korea, and after Japan emerged victorious in the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895, the country was compelled to relinquish territory that it had captured in Liaodong due to the triple intervention by Russia, Germany, and France, which ultimately resulted in a de facto alliance between Russia and China. I know, it's pretty complicated. Well, Russian forces under Pavel Mishchenko were protecting the Chinese Eastern Railway when the Chinese in Manchuria became enraged by Russian advances and started to taunt Russians and Russian institutions. Now, the Russian town of Blagoveshchensk, I believe that's how it's pronounced, was shelled by the Chinese in June of 1900. On the advice of Army Minister Alexei Kuropatkin, the Russian government dispatched some 200,000 men under the command of Paul von Rennenkampf to the region in order to wipe out the Boxers. On July 27th, the Chinese set fire to a bridge that connected a railway and barracks, destroying both structures. The Chinese Eastern Railway was then attacked by the Boxers, who also set fire to the Yantai mines. Now, according to estimates, the number of casualties during this revolt was 136 Protestant ministries, 47 Catholic priests and nuns, 30,000 Chinese Catholics, 2,000 Chinese Protestants, and 200 to 400 out of 700 Russian Orthodox Christians in Beijing. All of the Protestants who died in China in 1900 are collectively called the Martyrs of 1900. Now, in many parts of northern China, missionaries of all faiths and Chinese people who attended their services were brutally slaughtered, with some victims falling victim to the Boxers and others to the government forces and authorities. Yu Xian, who had been appointed the governor of Shanxi in March 1900, brutally enforced a policy against foreigners and Christians after the country declared war on Western powers in June of that same year. Supposedly, on July the 9th, he carried out the execution of 44 foreigners, which included women and children from missionary families whom he had promised protection when he invited them to Taiyuan, the capital of the province. The so-called Taiyuan massacre became a notorious emblem of Chinese fury, even if the veracity of the supposed eyewitness testimonies has been cast into a little bit of doubt. Well, Shanxi, on the other hand, was the site of a Baptist mission established all the way back in 1877 by the Baptist Missionary Society of England. There were 120 converts, and all of the missionaries were killed in 1900. More foreigners and up to 2,000 Chinese Christians were executed in the province by the end of the summer. Well, what happened after that? Of course, agreements get drawn up. New treaties, this kind of thing. Russia seized Manchuria, and the Eight-Nation Alliance took control of Zhuli. The remainder of China remained unoccupied because a number of Han governors banded together to form the Mutual Protection of Southeast China, which refused to comply with the proclamation of war and kept its armies and provinces out of the conflict. Now, if the Eight-Nation Alliance were to invade provinces in violation of the Mutual Defense Pact, Zhang Zhedong would have to confess to British Consul General Everard Fraser in Hankou that he hated Manchus, and well, that is of course going to put him at odds with the Qing, because they're all Manchu. While the International Expeditionary Force, led by German Field Marshal Alfred von Waldersee, occupied Beijing, Tianjin, and Zhuli province for over a year. Waldersee had been appointed commander of the Eight-Nation Alliance during the uprising, but he did not reach China until after the majority of the fighting had subsided. To aid the Eight-Nation Alliance in the suppression of the Boxers, the United States and Britain funded General Yuan Shikai and his troops. European and American forces publicly beheaded Chinese who were thought to have had sympathies for the Boxers. They also looted their possessions, shot and killed farm animals, and destroyed their crops on a regular basis, along with destroying religious and public buildings, religious texts, and assaulting Chinese women and girls on a large scale during their attacks over suspected people of having Boxer sympathies, occurring from September 1900 to March 1901. And the brutality and readiness of the German, Russian, and Japanese forces to slaughter Chinese people of all ages and origins, occasionally destroying entire towns and murdering their entire populations, was the most harsh criticism levelled at these countries by contemporary British and American observers. Though they were too late to join in the conflicts, German troops nevertheless launched punishing raids into rural settlements. Arthur Henderson Smith, a missionary, wrote that the Germans cut off the heads of many Chinese within their jurisdiction, many of them for absolutely trivial offences, in addition to plundering and burning. German and French troops would torch buildings where defenseless peasants sought refuge, and then bayonet and shoot anybody who tried to escape. According to U.S. Army Lieutenant C.D. Rhodes, in order to prevent the Germans from setting fire to the homes and villages, the Australian soldiers were informed that the Germans demanded ransom payments. Kaiser Wilhelm II made an unplanned, yet rather insulting comment about the Hun invaders of continental Europe during the 27th of July departure ceremonies for the German relief force, and it went as follows. Should you encounter the enemy, he will be defeated. No quarter will be given. Prisoners will not be taken. Whoever falls into your hands is forfeited. Just as 1,000 years ago the Huns under their king Attila made a name for themselves. Under that even today makes them seem mighty in history and legend. May the name German be affirmed by you in such a way in China that no Chinese will ever again dare to look cross-eyed at a German. Well, finally, the British writer George Lynch leaves us with this. He said about the aftermath, all the violence, the killing, the assaults upon the women. There are things that I must not write, and that may not be printed in England, which would seem to show that this Western civilization of ours is merely a veneer over savagery. Well, what did you think? Pretty interesting, right? Albeit a little bit sad. I tell you what, the Queen, she is one hell of a woman. Fighting to the end. I love that. We may as well fight to the death. You know, often I'll watch some Chinese films, and they're war films a lot of the time. They make quite a lot of them. But there seems to be this enduring honor in that heroic last stand. The English title of one of my favorite movies is called Defenders. The Chinese title is 守护者. And it's just brilliant. I think it was set at one of the northern bastions of Shanghai during the Sino-Japanese War, leading up to the Second World War. We're talking 1937, that sort of thing. And then we also have the one about the Sihang warehouse, called 800, Babai in Chinese. You should definitely watch that one as well. Another one about heroic last stands. Certainly seems to be the prevailing theme. Now, with that being said, I know it's a little bit off topic, but I feel like I'm going to praise Chinese war films, because they really do not get enough praise. And the budget that they have for these films, oh, my goodness. Anyway, well, I'd like to thank the top-tier patrons and supporters: Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fazabo, Legitmus, Maverick, Susan, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Cameron, Alexander, Nicholas, Daniel, JR, and Charlene. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you joining me, especially for a more niche topic, like the Boxer Rebellion. Now we had fun with it. Now, I will see you in the next video. Lots of love to you all, and good night.